Chapter 10-15. Bright red blood seeped into the gray slate in the dark and flowed along the indentations carved by the sword. The blood was not absorbed by the soil and dust. Instead, it seemed to be endowed with life. It was like a snake that coiled around a few powerful lines. The black magic circle was quickly filled with the red liquid. Haku's chanting became louder and louder. When she got up, a gray scroll flew out from her hand. It was suspended in mid-air by an invisible magic. The simple sheepskin slowly unfolded in the direction of the rolling wooden scroll until it reached the ground. The scroll was filled with ancient words and complicated patterns. Brando could not recognize the words, but he knew that it was a high-grade scroll. It was a high-grade magic circle ritual scroll. One of the characteristics of magic arrays was that they could be cast in advance. Most of the rituals and materials for the magic array could be prepared in the form of magic arrays. For example, almost 90% of the steps for this magic array had been prepared in advance in the ritual scroll. Bai only needed to complete the last step. Otherwise, with her ability, she would not be able to cast a high-grade magic circle on her own. The value of this ritual scroll was not lower than the awakening scroll. In addition, from what she said before, she should have another awakening scroll. Brando could not help but sigh at the depth of this woman's heritage. When the scroll flew out from Haku's hand, she let out a low cry and pointed a finger. An invisible ripple shot out from her fingertip and hit the pile of rubble in the middle of the hall. The rubble collapsed to the sides and revealed an altar. When Brando saw the altar, he suddenly understood why Lori-san did not let him get close to it. So it wasn't because of the war slate, but because his wife was sealed underneath. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but curse his bad luck. The altar in front of him was made of marble and was carved into a hexagonal shape. Its cross-section was diagonally cut, and the surface was as smooth as a mirror. There were some sealing spells engraved on it. The gray altar seemed to have a long history. The surface was damaged and covered with scratches and dirt. The damage was old and new. Some looked like they were 8,000 or 9,000 years old. Some were caused by the falling vault, while others were unrecognizable. When the altar was revealed from the rubble, the whole hall resonated with Haku's chanting. Brando frowned. Allium Japonicum looked like it was nothing out of the ordinary. Endrique looked up. The vampire princess seemed to be able to see the invisible lines of law in the air. Her eyes were shining with silver light. Whoosh! After a moment, a blurry shadow suddenly appeared on the altar. Brando could vaguely see that it was a woman. She wore a black dress, and her face was covered with a layer of sadness. It looked like Logos she was. At this moment, a book appeared out of thin air above Haku's head. The cover was pitch black, and the words were glowing. Brendel recognized the appearance of Mavecart's grimoire at a glance. It was obviously another copy of Mavecart's grimoire, and he was secretly shocked. Amon had already turned into ashes. His fake book of Mavicart had fallen into his hands. After absorbing the experience, it had already become a pile of trash. This woman had gotten another one from somewhere. Her ability was really shocking. Looking at this scene, he was even more afraid of Haku. She had the ability, the means, the wisdom, the prudence, and the patience. This woman had all of them, but she had to use them for evil. She was such a beautiful woman. As soon as the Book of Mavicart appeared, the atmosphere in the round hall changed. Other than Brando and Allium Japonicum who were still indifferent, even Sir John Lori-san used his bony hand to grip the hilt of his sword. The Book of Mavicart was an ancient evil item. Even if it was a fake, the terrifying power it exuded was enough to make him, a saint, resist. Endrique and Mephistopheles looked solemn, ready to attack at any time. Hippamera held her scepter and stood behind Brando, secretly protecting her lord. However, Haku did not even look at them. She frowned. It was obvious that it was not easy for her to complete this step. The ultimate truth of everything, the ultimate form of all things. With the extremity, I will temporarily borrow your name and exercise your authority. She suddenly let out a low roar that did not sound like her voice. This low roar was majestic and cold, like rolling thunder. It echoed in the hall. Brando felt like he had heard this voice somewhere before. However, at this moment, the book of Mavakart above Haku's head moved without wind. It flipped open, and a few dark energy ribbons extended from it, entangling Laga's soul in the hall. Lori-san, Soul saw this and let out a low roar, holding his sword with both hands and slashing towards Haku. Stop! Haku's voice returned to its hollow and hoarse state. She roared, if you don't want her to completely disappear. Lori-san was slightly stunned. In this moment, the dark energy ribbons had completely wrapped around Lagos, forming a black cocoon of light that floated in the air. Lori-san, Soul stared at the cocoon of light, the flames in his eyes burning fiercely. He turned around and looked at Haku with a questioning gaze. Calm down, Haku replied. The undead knight hesitated for a moment, then put away his sword with a creak. However, he still guarded beside the cocoon of light. The atmosphere in the hall was a little strange. The war slate floated high in the air, suspended under the sunlight from the dome. Below the slate, a few people surrounded a huge cocoon of light. The cocoon of light shrunk and contracted as if it was nurturing life. However, no one spoke. Only Haku's incantation could be heard in the darkness. At this moment, Brando felt someone touch his hand from behind. She's activating the power of the Book of Mavakart. Bai Jia used her fingertips to write on his palm. Even though it was a long sentence, it was as if they had telepathy. Brendel understood her meaning immediately. She then wrote, it's not just to extract the power of the dark orb. It's power. Haku's hand was cold, and her fingertips were soft and smooth. His heart skipped a beat, and he grabbed her hand and shook it lightly to show that he understood. Allium Japonicum did not remind him anymore and retracted her finger. Brando felt the touch on his hand disappear. For some reason, he felt a sense of loss. But he was not surprised by Baijia's reminder. The Madara woman in front of him was not as simple as she seemed. She took a roundabout way to reach this point, and it was obvious that she had calculated meticulously. She would definitely not do useless things. Since she had done so much, then she must have a certain degree of confidence in her heart. If he was at this moment, if he felt that victory was in his hands, he would undoubtedly be digging his own grave. Therefore, even without Haku's reminder, he knew what he should do. Of course, Allium Japonicum's magic was far better than his. She could clearly tell what Haku was doing, but he could only guess what she might do based on his intuition and understanding of her. At this moment, a majestic force rose in the round hall. This force was emitted from the fake Book of Mavakart. Under everyone's gaze, an invisible force lifted Haku from the ground and suspended her in midair. Although half of the female undead knight's face was still exposed outside the broken mask, her golden eyes had recovered. She let out a long breath and pointed at Brando. Brando frowned slightly. He felt as if the blood in his body was burning, as if it would turn into steam at any time. However, it only lasted for a moment, and everything calmed down as if it was an illusion. Haku was slightly stunned, and her expression instantly turned ugly. I see. Brando naturally would not treat the abnormality in his body as an illusion. Blood-boiling spell. This was White's other power. He had heard that there was an evil druid that could control the power of life and water. The water here included blood. Blood was 75% water, and if one were to combine it with water, they would be able to control it. If the water in the body evaporated, the person would be no different from a dried corpse. This was a power that Haku had never displayed before. She was the Lord of Life and Death, and the God of Death, Choka, was named after her. Unfortunately, since he knew that his opponent was a tree herder, he would definitely be on guard against this. Tree herders were a branch of druids, so how could they only know necromancy spells? Moreover, this woman was well prepared. How could she forget to bring fresh blood for the sacrifice? Therefore, when she suggested using his blood for the sacrifice, he was already on guard against this. Allium Japonicum had obtained the silver bloodline of the Bugas in his previous life. Before she left, there was no more outstanding spellcaster than her, so it was too easy to guard against her magic tricks. Moreover, he had Andrique by his side. In terms of blood magic, she was a true master. Vampire? Haku finally recognized Andrique's identity, and also understood where she had overlooked. You're a human, but you're in cahoots with the undead. She scolded in exasperation. This made Brando feel very helpless. He thought that this woman was probably the one who had the least right to say this. She was the undead lord of Madara, but she was also in cahoots with humans. What right did she have to scold him? It was as if only the magistrate was allowed to set fires, but the commoners were not allowed to light lamps. However, he did not intend to waste his breath on this woman. He had expected her to go back on her words. He pulled out the Halran Gaia that he had prepared earlier and shot toward Haku, who was in midair. At the same time, the undead Lord Lori-san finally reacted. Although he had to let Haku find a way to free his wife's soul, this did not mean that he would be biased toward this woman. In fact, from his standpoint, he admired Brando more. He knew that Brando had already made a huge concession by allowing Haku to obtain the blood of the Dark God. How could he tolerate this woman playing tricks in front of him? He was furious, let out a roar, and slashed his sword toward Haku, who was in midair. However, Haku had already understood that she would not have another chance if she failed. In fact, she was already very weak. She was relying on the power provided by the Book of Mavakart to support her to cast these spells. However, this power could not be maintained for long. She knew why the Book of Mavakart was called an eternal evil. It was different from Amon, who was addicted to power and could not help himself. Unlike the idiots, Haku was smart and rational. She immediately stopped after her attack failed. At the same time, she cut off the connection with the Book of Mavakart. A black hole expanded behind the female undead knight. She sighed and stared at Brando like a venomous snake. The next time we meet, it will be your death, human. Brando immediately understood that she wanted to use the power of the Book of Mavakart to open a portal and escape. However, he would not give her the chance. At this time, he had already made up his mind to kill this woman. His body flashed, and he used the power of Flash Strike Sword Art and Time Elemental powers. His body was continuously teleported in space, and in the blink of an eye, he was close to Haku. He was close to her. Bai Leng snorted, and a circle of black waves immediately appeared in front of her. However, Brando already knew that she was prepared. When his body hit the protective shield, it shattered like an illusion. 9 Luminaries Sword Art. At this time, Haku had already understood what trick Brando was using. Her expression changed greatly, and when she looked back, she saw the latter. He had already appeared above the light cocoon, holding the sword with both hands and slashing down. No! Haku let out a roar. Brando had already guessed Haku's purpose. This woman had done so many things before for nothing more than the blood of the Dark God. Therefore, she would definitely not give up this thing easily. Otherwise, wouldn't it be useless? Therefore, he did not intend to attack Haku from the beginning, and Haku had indeed made up her mind to use herself as bait to attract his attention. Once he fell into these traps, although it would not be life-threatening, she could take advantage of this time to put away the blood of the Dark God and escape calmly. At this moment, Brando's sword slashed down and cut the energy belt in midair. Haku suddenly lost the connection with the blood of the Dark God and lost the opportunity to attack first. This meant that she had only 2 choices left. Either she gave up the blood of the Dark God and immediately left through the teleportation gate, or she gave up the opportunity to escape and stayed to snatch the blood of the Dark God. In Brando's heart, there was a glimmer of hope that this woman could stay. Otherwise, if she escaped, there would be endless trouble in the future. This time, he won because he was more familiar with this woman, and the other party's understanding of him was only superficial. Once she really regarded him as a troublesome enemy, then it would be his turn to feel it. It was troublesome. He did not want to live in danger all the time, not to mention that there were other people around him. This woman was unscrupulous and could attack the people around him at any time. However, Brando also knew that this hope was very slim. With Haku's character, she would definitely put self-preservation first. If she could not snatch the blood of the dark god, she would have another chance in the future. However, if she did not leave, she might even lose her life here. He believed that this woman would not be unable to think clearly about which was more important. However, just as he thought so, he was surprised to see Haku stop the opening of the teleportation gate, turned around, and rushed towards the light cocoon in the center of the hall. You deserve to die, human. When Haku made this series of actions, she squeezed out these words from between her teeth. The golden flames in her eyes burned fiercely. It could be said that at this moment, she had truly fallen into a frenzy. Seeing this scene, Brando could not help but be stunned. There was only one thought in his mind: is this woman crazy? Chapter 10:16. Haku crashed into the light cocoon above the altar in the center of the round hall like a comet. The book of Mavakart above his head shone brightly, and his eyes were burning with anger. A black flame bloomed in the golden flame. Brando was slightly surprised. He knew that she had completely released the power of the ancient evils. He raised his sword solemnly. A giant black scythe appeared in Haku's hand and collided with the Halran Gaia. Sparks flew everywhere, and a black ripple spread out from the center of the two weapons. Wherever it passed, it was like a storm, leaving crisscross trenches on the solid ground. Mephistopheles' black dress was immediately torn apart, and the shards turned into butterflies that fluttered in the air, revealing the black soft armor underneath. Endrique's lace dress was also torn apart. Both of them had small cuts on their faces, and their long hair fluttered like wild grass. Hippamera raised the power of the mountains and rivers, and the arc-shaped earth shield enveloped her and Allium Japonicum. Under the black shockwave, every line of the law of the shield emitted a dazzling light, as if it would collapse at any time. With a crack, a circular crack appeared on the surrounding walls of the underground round hall. Brando and Haku exchanged swords 4 times in an instant, and each strike caused the underground hall to collapse a little more. When the 4th strike passed, a loud bang was heard, and a corner of the round hall suddenly collapsed, and countless gravel fell down. Hippamera's shield emitted a bright light, and then it shattered like countless scattered crystals. A thin black line spread from her left shoulder to the right side of her waist, and then a striking flower of blood burst out. The priestess screamed and flew back, and fell heavily into Allium Japonicum's arms. Hippamera. Allium Japonicum's expression changed, and he threw out an emerald with his right hand. The golden lines in the emerald shone, and then a crystal structure bloomed from within, forming a crystal shield. The ancient draconic magic was extremely powerful, so it was impossible to record it on ordinary scrolls. Other than special paper, only a stable crystal structure could be used to carry the bound lines of law. Once it was activated, the magic would be formed immediately. However, the black lines swept across, and the crystal shield was cut into 2 halves. Senior's right sleeve instantly exploded, and a bloody line appeared on her fair arm. She gritted her teeth and groaned, quickly withdrawing her hand to protect the priestess in her arms, but blood was already gushing out. The warm, sparkling liquid flowed like a stream onto Hippamera's face. Senior, take her back to the cellar. All of you, leave. Brando immediately ordered. He had previously fought with Haku 4 times, and every time he used his sword, he completely blocked the latter's attack. He had the upper hand in swordsmanship, but Haku's strength was too terrifying. He faintly felt that he could not hold his sword, and his right hand was starting to feel numb. Allium Japonicum knew that this level of battle was not something she could participate in. If she stayed, she would only restrict Brando's movements. She nodded at Brando, and decisively carried the unconscious Hippamera out of the hall. At this moment, the golden flames in Haku's eyes had been completely replaced by black flames, and half of her body was covered with a layer of black patterns. Her long hair fluttered without wind, like rising flames. It was obvious that she had been completely eroded by the power of the Book of Mavakart. She was originally a supreme powerhouse, and her control of the power of the Book of Mavakart was far superior to that of the Trashamon. After completely absorbing the power of this ancient evil, her actual realm had faintly touched the edge of the Sage realm. However, this power came with a price. Brando knew that Haku's body was already exhausted, and at this moment, she was completely burning her soul in exchange for the power of the evil. Once her soul was completely burned, she would forever lose her self-awareness and be controlled by the Book of Mavakart. She would become a lunatic like Amon. Brando could not understand. What did the blood of the dark god mean to this woman? How could it make such a calm person act like a lunatic? However, Haku did not seem to have the mood to talk nonsense. She coldly raised her scythe and slashed at him. Brando had no choice but to raise his sword to block. At the same time, he activated his innate talent, frenzy. Although the power of the evil was short-lived, if he did not use all his strength, he would be killed on the spot before Haku's soul was completely burned. Although he had once killed Marietta, the Witch of Lies, who was also a supreme powerhouse, it was only through trickery. Marietta's line of witches could create terrifying realistic dreamscapes. In the dreamscapes, they were like gods, and their words were law. However, once the dreamscapes were destroyed, they were no different from mortals. They were even far inferior to the average elemental powerhouse. Although Marietta was full of confidence, she did not know that her archenemy, Ko Hua, had already seen through their weaknesses. Moreover, this generation of witches was far inferior to their ancestors during the Battle of Dusk. Hence, they had been plotted against by Ko Hua and died for no reason at Brando's hands. However, Haku was different. If one did not consider her schemes, she was a genuine supreme powerhouse. In a direct confrontation, she did not even need the Book of Mavakart to firmly suppress Brando. Moreover, with the support of this ancient evil, her current strength had even surpassed Mephisto's. Brando knew that if he did not use all his strength at the first opportunity, he would not have the chance to do so. When the swords clashed, the entire space produced a sharp noise that made one's teeth ache. It sounded like glass shattering, and bright cracks appeared in the flat space. The cracks extended in all directions, and the surrounding marble pillars shattered. On the north side of the hall, there was a statue of the sun god Perkin. Perkin was holding a flaming spear and was riding a sun horse and chariot. He raised his eyes and looked forward. Then, the head of the stone statue suddenly rolled off its body. The arm that was raised high was broken, and the body was torn apart into a pile of rubble. After the statue collapsed, an obvious crack appeared at the back of the hall. The underground round hall finally could not withstand the pressure and collapsed. First, cracks that looked like spider webs appeared on the dome. A large amount of gravel rolled down, and then large pieces of rocks fell. Finally, the entire dome collapsed and caved in. For ordinary people, this kind of underground collapse was tantamount to a disaster, but for the rest of the people in the hall, it was not a problem. Brando took a few steps back under Bai's attack. He was shocked to find that Bai's power was still increasing. Even with his frenzy talent, he could not withstand Bai's attack. He faintly felt a little stuffy in his chest. He was completely defeated in a head-on confrontation. This was the first time he had been defeated in the state of frenzy. Even when he faced Sabers, Corfa, and Milos in the Great Glacier, he had never been so embarrassed. Before Brando could stand firm, he saw an undetectable black line in front of him. It separated the falling gravel and came to him. The black line was near and far. It was the blade of Bai's giant scythe. The black line seemed to be able to attract all attention in the space. Brando actually saw the tough silver line begin to break under this attack. It caused the order in this small area to be distorted, forming a black hole that swallowed everything. This was definitely a power that surpassed the limits, and it did not belong to any known law. This was the power of dusk. There was no doubt that Bai had burned her two elements, so she obtained this power from the Book of Mavakart. It was no longer a law, because it included the law itself. It was the truth of the universe, one of the powers of existence. It was only a flash of brilliance, but it was enough to dazzle everyone. Brando felt that all the questions in his previous life and this life had been answered at this moment. However, the price of this answer was death. This moment was unavoidable. My lord. Mephistopheles felt his hair stand on end at that moment. Without thinking, he spread out a pair of black membrane wings and shot towards Bai. The black sword in his hand burned with a raging fire, and the soul element condensed around him. He actually touched the power of the element manifestation in an instant. However, Bai only looked at the crossdresser coldly. A black light spread out from the Book of Mavakart. Before Mephistopheles could react, the black light had already swept across his lower body. The soul shield shattered after a moment. The crossdresser screamed and rolled down, covered in blood, and fell heavily to the ground. A black shadow landed beside him. It was the vampire princess, Andrea. There was a long streak of blood on Andrea's cheek. She looked up at Bai with hatred, but did not say anything. She picked up Morpheus, who was almost broken into pieces, and retreated. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared from the entrance of the underground round hall. In just a moment, the place where Andrique was standing was buried by the collapsed hall. The underground hall was now history. Brando threw away the Halran Gaia. At this level, swordsmanship was meaningless. Although his swordsmanship was close to the Tao, it was still too far away. This was the dialogue between the highest level elements. Only the elements could fight against the elements. Countless lines of law appeared around him at the same time. They intertwined with each other, weaving the most basic and primitive language of this world. Time and space had lost their meaning in this world. They were described as formulas, and these formulas were eternal. Energy and matter appeared at the two ends of the scale. They changed and transformed each other, and all laws and karma appeared. The past and the future seemed to overlap each other, and they could reach each other. These things that ordinary people could not understand were harmonious and unified in this world. They were one and the same. It was as if as long as one understood one of them, one would understand the mystery of the whole world. Brando saw a spreading energy. It appeared to be a dazzling black in this pure silver world. As this energy moved forward, the laws changed. Its disorder seemed to be increasing at every moment, affecting everything in the blink of an eye. But Brando immediately found the two strings of time and space. These two strings ran through the whole world, forming a perfect circle. When he touched these two strings, the energy he was in immediately spread out. It was as if it was everywhere in this world. Present and future, past and present. He could be at any point, and he could be at any position. Brando used all his strength to avoid the dazzling black. The whole world seemed to resonate at that moment, but he soon found that his actions were in vain. All the laws began to collapse, and the countless possibilities he was in collapsed into one point. And he was at that final position. A black wave rushed towards him. There was no way to evade. But suddenly, a figure blocked in front of him. Brando narrowed his eyes and found that it was the tall body of the undead Lori-san. It raised the huge sword, and with a loud bang, an irresistible force came through the body of the skeleton knight. Both of them flew back at the same time and fell heavily into the collapsed walls. Then they were buried by the sand, and the whole world fell into darkness. Brando coughed, and his thoughts paused for a moment. But he quickly recovered and shot out from the thick soil like a cannonball, landing on the ground again. He shook off the sand on his body and found that the battlefield outside had completely changed. The familiar underground hall was gone, and only a deep pit was left. The sunlight gathered from all directions, and he could not help but squint his eyes. The undead knight Lori-san stood at the corner of him. It was not in a better state than him. Its sword was half broken, its cloak was torn, and dust was everywhere. There was a deep wound on its chest, and several of its snow-white ribs were broken. The dancing soul fire was completely exposed. The two of them looked up at the sky at the same time. There, Haku's mind was almost completely controlled by the Book of Mavakart. She was bathed in endless black flames and turned into a flaming person, as if she would burn out at any time. The only thing left was her pair of incomparably determined eyes, as if there was an endless obsession supporting her, allowing her to fall into the abyss, but still retain a trace of clarity. Her eyes were fixed on the black cocoon of light in the air. She stretched out her hand, and the ribbon of light wrapped around the black cocoon of light flew to her, bringing with it a majestic power. This power made even Brando's heart palpitate. It was the power of the blood of the god of darkness. When the power of the Black Pearl was fully released, it was extremely shocking. However, although Brando and Lori-san wanted to seize it, they found that they could not move at all. The book of Mavakart on Haku's head was emitting an endless pressure that far exceeded the limits of her control. Her burning soul was like a bright star that was moving towards the end of its life, ending everything in a burst of magnificent energy. In comparison, Amon, who used to control the projection of the ancient evil creature, was like a child waving a toy. This was the power of the divine. Brando felt his heart beating powerfully. Not far from him, Lorisan's soul was roaring furiously, but it was useless. The blood of the god of darkness was rushing towards Haku, and Haku persisted in completing this sacred ritual. Whether she was about to die or completely controlled by the evil creature, it was as if it had nothing to do with her. To her, everything in front of her was the entire world. Brando tried his best to shift his gaze, and he finally noticed something out of place. It was a stone slab floating in the air. It was alone in that position, but it completely ignored all forms of energy around it. There's still one more chance. Brando gritted his teeth as he thought. He took a deep breath and shouted with all his strength, Medisha. In an instant, a door of light appeared on the battlefield. Chapter 1017. Before Medisha appeared, a beam of silver light shot out from the light door and hit the war slate in the middle of the air with a crisp clang. It then turned to one side and shot into the ground. Only then did everyone see that the silver line was a silver shuttle-shaped spear, which was inserted into the collapsed stone wall at an angle. The war slate that was hit flew in the opposite direction and rolled in the sand beside Brando's feet. Brando chanted, "In the name of knowledge and wisdom, activate." The center of the war slate spun inwards and a beam of white light shot out from it and flowed into the patterns on the war slate. The entire war slate shone and then flew up again and stopped in front of Brando. "Get out of my way." But it was at this moment that Haku roared. A black belt of light swept across and hit the war slate, sending it flying like a cannonball to the ground. It then bounced up high and flew in the direction of the forest in the distance. However, the majestic power of dusk from the Book of Mavakart activated the war slate's defense system in an instant. As the war slate spun in the air, countless pure white light beams shot out from the patterns. The light beams directly pierced through the overlapping black belt of light. One beam pierced through Haku's waist and the other pierced through her chest. Haku screamed and fell straight to the ground. Her body was covered in black flames as if she was going to be burned to ashes in an instant. The remaining light beams shot into the air, the ground, and the direction of the forest. Everywhere they passed, it was like a beehive. Once the light beams hit the trees, they immediately burst into flames and turned into white ashes in the blink of an eye. The war slate that had lost its light rolled into the forest not far away. Less than 5 meters away from where it landed, a rock was suddenly lifted from below. Allium Japonicum carried Hippamra, who was covered in blood, out of the secret passage. She could smell the burning smell of the battlefield outside and could not help but frown. But just as she raised her head, a bright light reflected in her eyes. Bookshelf number, Arcane 105222031V, Armor, Initials D, Implantation Technology, Inheritance of War Equipment, Inheritor, Iron Bloodline, Bloodline Match. Inheritance begins, from, Earth Legion. At the moment when the white light disappeared, Brando and the undead knight Lori-san immediately felt the pressure on them loosen. "It's done, now." Brando did not have time to retrieve his Halran Gaia. He directly activated his elemental power and flashed in the direction where Haku fell. Lori-san was a little slower, but he followed closely behind him. The two of them arrived at the edge of the deep pit where Haku fell, but found no one there. Brando's heart skipped a beat. A claw burning with black flames had already reached out from the side. Without thinking, he raised his fist to block it. With a muffled bang, Brando only felt a piercing pain from his arm. Haku was not going to let Brando go. She threw punch after punch. In an instant, she and Brando had exchanged 30 to 40 blows. In terms of swordsmanship, Brando was far superior to this woman. However, when it came to close combat, he was too far behind. Not to mention that Haku had now mastered the power of the Book of Mavakart. After 30 to 40 punches, Brando only felt his arms go numb. It was as if he could no longer feel his arms. At this time, he caught a glimpse of a black light sweeping towards him from the corner of his eye, but there was no way he could dodge it. Medisha, who was dressed in silver, stepped out of the portal. However, she immediately felt darkness in front of her. A black shadow had flown back from the front and crashed into her. She groaned and immediately felt that the person in her arms was her lord. At the same time, the light door behind her shattered and disappeared. She hurriedly hugged Brando with one hand and took a step back. At the same time, she raised her right hand. The silver spear that was stabbed into the ground not far away instantly turned into thousands of light particles and disappeared. It then reappeared in her hand. 1,000 army strike. Medisha threw the spear forward with all her might. A silver line flew across half of the battlefield and shot towards Haku. Haku turned around and glanced coldly. A series of black ribbons of light rose from the ground and weaved together to form an arc-shaped light shield. The spear hit the light shield hard and only created a trail of golden sparks. On the other hand, the spot where the spear hit the light shield reflected a ray of black light at 10 times the speed. Medisha did not even have time to react before her chest was pierced. She widened her eyes in disbelief and spat out a mouthful of blood. Brando woke up from his temporary coma. He felt that it was raining on his forehead. He subconsciously reached out and wiped his forehead. The thick smell of blood made him realize that something was wrong. He suddenly woke up and remembered that he was still on the battlefield. He opened his eyes and saw Medisha's pale and weak face. The elven princess's mouth was full of blood and there were layers of black circles around her eyes. She covered him with her hands as if she wanted to smile at him, but the pain twisted her smile into an expression that was uglier than crying. Medisha. Brando felt that his heart was about to stop beating. He looked down and saw the black hole on her chest. Her silver robe was stained red and it was a ghastly sight. His mind almost went blank for a moment. Medisha and the Shire no longer had the ability to be resurrected from the graveyard after becoming planeswalkers. If she died here, then the pure and kind silver elf princess would truly disappear from this world. Cough. I'm fine, my lord. Medisha seemed to read the deep fear in Brando's eyes. She felt a little warm in her heart. She touched his face with her hand and answered with some difficulty. Brando immediately opened Medisha's status menu and found that the elven princess still had a little bit of HP left. This discovery made him feel a little relieved, but at the same time, a deep sense of uneasiness and fear surged in his heart. He got up and glanced at the battlefield. He happened to see Sir John Lorison being sent flying by the dark ribbons. Its golden polar plane was completely penetrated by the power of the Book of Mavakart. One of the ribbons swept away its left arm, while another broke its waist into two. Then, Hale controlled the dark ribbons to wrap around its neck and lifted the skeleton knight into the air like a dead dog, forcing it to face the direction of his wife's soul. I'll let you see how your wife dies, noble knight. Bai Leng laughed. At this moment, she was completely wrapped in black flames. Even the lower half of her body had disappeared. Her original appearance could no longer be seen. But when she heard this voice, Medisha recognized it in an instant. It's you. Medisha cried out. The unforgettable battle in Abi's castle reappeared in front of her eyes. Medisha's voice was not loud, but Hale still heard her words. She coldly turned around and faced her direction, her hollow voice echoing in the air. You still haven't improved, Medisha. If my attack was just a little bit more off, it would have pierced through your soul fire and completely turned you into a lifeless corpse. 1,000 years have passed, and you still have to rely on my pity and pity to live. Don't you have any thoughts about this? Hearing this, Medisha's expression changed drastically. Brando had never seen such fear and uneasiness in her silver eyes. She stared at the woman in the sky who was engulfed in flames. You. Who are you? Let me tell you, Medisha. There are some things in this world that only those with power and status deserve to talk about and possess. You can't rely on charity. Kindness, what kind of rubbish is kindness? People show mercy to kittens and puppies only because it shows that one of them has absolute dominance. The so-called mercy is the leftovers left behind by excess power. If you can't understand this, then you can only linger in sorrow and failure forever. Royal sister? Hale fell silent and no longer spoke. She turned around and kept the black belt in her hand. The thing in the black light cocoon finally broke out of the cocoon. A translucent woman in a long dress floated in the air with her eyes closed. There was a black ball of light floating on her forehead. Brando did not need any description to recognize what it was. The Black Pearl. When Hale saw the ball of light, the flames in her eyes became brighter. She immediately reached out to grab it, but Brando would not let her do as she wished. The power of the Book of Mavakart continued to weaken. The woman was just an arrow at the end of its flight. As long as she could hold on for a while longer, the outcome of the battle would still be uncertain. He patted Medicia's shoulder and said gently, "Stay away, Medicia." After that, his body flashed and appeared in front of Hale. "My lord." The silver elf princess's knees went soft and she knelt on the ground as if she was a puppet. Hale had only stretched out her hand halfway when she saw Brando reappearing in front of her. Her eyes were filled with anger. "You're courting death, human." Brando did not say a word. The anger in his eyes was not inferior to Hale's. If it was said that the battle before was a battle of interests, but at this moment, it was destined that only one of them could survive. As soon as he appeared, he attacked with all his might. He activated Charge and the Crown of Thorns. He completely abandoned his defense and his attack was boosted to the limit. He turned into a meteor and crashed into Hale, who was in midair. Hale did not intend to talk too much nonsense with Brando. She knew that she did not have much time left. She coldly glanced at Brando. Dozens of black energy beams rose from behind her and shot toward Brando. At this moment, she did not even care about the undead knight Lori-san. She was not afraid of a mere elemental truth human. There was only one thing left in her eyes, the blood of the dark god. But she soon realized a problem. Countless black light beams instantly pierced through Brando's body. His clothes and armor were completely torn apart. Even the behemoth's grip was shattered inch by inch under the powerful power of the sage domain. Fragments of his bones, organs, and blood flew all over the sky along with the energy beams, turning him into a bloody man in an instant. But no matter how dense and terrifying the attacks were, he continued to move forward without dodging. He was like the god of war described in the legends who had the strength to fight against 10,000 soldiers. When he moved forward, the gods and ghosts would avoid him. A bloody path was naturally formed. Brando covered his heart with one hand. His long hair danced like wild grass. He raised his head. His bloodied face was like a ferocious ghost, but he was smiling. His snow-white teeth gleamed with a cold light. Unyielding. At this moment, Hale realized that she could not stop all of this. Golden bloodline, perfect body. A thought that made her extremely terrified arose in her heart. Brando had already grabbed her wrist. Hale actually forgot to react for a moment. Then, a fist became bigger and bigger in her vision. Bang, Hale screamed. She was almost sent flying by Brando's punch. But she could not fly away because one of her hands was still tightly clamped by him. She finally caught her breath with great difficulty. Brando's second punch was already in front of her. This time, Hale finally remembered what she should do. She screamed and threw a punch at Brando. Brando did not dodge. The two fists collided heavily. With a loud bang, Brando's right hand suddenly became completely distorted and fell limply to the ground. However, Brando's attack power with the Crown of Thorns fully activated was not to be underestimated. Hale screamed as well. Her right hand made a series of crisp cracking sounds, and then she could no longer raise it. No matter what, Hale was still a woman. This time, she was in so much pain that she almost fainted. She could not help but gasp. But what she did not expect was that the damned human actually used his remaining hand to hug her tightly and pushed her away from the Book of Mavakart. You deserve to die. Hale immediately realized what he wanted to do. She endured the pain and extended the last few light ribbons. They wrapped around the blood of the dark god in mid-air and threw it in her direction. At the next moment, the Book of Mavakart in mid-air finally lost its last bit of power. It flickered twice and disappeared into the air. At this time, the two of them were completely powerless. They hugged each other and fell to the ground like meteors. Hale's soul had already begun to dissipate, leaving only the burning obsession in her eyes. She stared at the black ball of light that followed closely behind. She knew that there was only one step left in her ritual. Once she obtained the blood of the dark god, she still had hope of turning the tables. However, under her horrified gaze, she saw the black ball of light enter Brendel's body without hesitation, like a river returning to the sea. She could even feel the excitement and joy coming from the blood of the dark god. My ritual. Hale seemed to have seen the most impossible ending. You have the blood of the dark god in your body? Brando was already unconscious. Chapter 10:19. The bell of dusk rang in the sky above Nibosia City. The sound of the bell echoed in the empty twilight. Near and far, the setting sun shone through the fiery glow of the sunset onto the dome of the Golden Palace, reflecting an orange-red glow. Teams of golden-armored Praetorian guards lined up on the slope outside the palace walls to change shifts. From afar, the uniform commands of the ceremonial knight could be heard. The noise passed through the copper-plated treetops and even into the inner court. In the winter solstice palace, Pope Pétien III hurriedly finished his dinner. Half a carefully cooked roasted lamb, a silver sea crab, and exquisite pastries were all served on a snow-white porcelain plate. The meat dishes were made with basil leaves and snow tree leaves from Saint-Tassol. The surface was covered with sauce and black pepper. The meat was tender and fragrant, but the diner himself had no appetite. After tasting it, he put down the silver knife and fork and wiped his mouth with a square handkerchief embroidered with golden silk. Only then did he order the attendants to arrange a carriage for him to go to the Emerald Hall. Fanzin's religious authority was unified. Although the nobles would still have grudges against the Holy Cathedral because of the unequal distribution of benefits, from the secular power upwards, the secular laurels and the Holy Scepter were all in the hands of one person. Because of this, the election of the Pope was often not hereditary. Usually, it was chosen from the 8 cardinals. After the abdication of the previous Pope, he took the title of saint and lived in the Emerald Hall. He did not ask for secular power, but he was still the spiritual leader of the Holy Church. Therefore, for thousands of years, this empty position also had great power. Today, although the current Pope could make arbitrary decisions, he was still subject to the restrictions of the Pope. These days, Pétien III's uneasiness stemmed from this. He sat in the carriage and looked at the shadow of the Emerald Hall from afar. It was like a giant beast entrenched in his heart, eyeing him covetously, making him uneasy. The former Pope, Asabantus XI, was his mentor on the Holy Road. He had trained him to where he was today. Although the teacher-student relationship was harmonious, they were always separated by a throne. Pétien knew that this was due to their respective positions. All the previous popes were like this, and it was understandable. He had always advocated a holy war against Cruz in the south. Asabanto XI had always known his thoughts. Now that the people of Cruz were in chaos without a fight, and that crazy queen dared to restore the dark reign, this was a heaven-sent opportunity for him to fight against Cruz. He had even contacted the Wind Elves and the envoys of the Grecius Knight Order, and had stockpiled troops and provisions at the border, preparing for a grand plan to leave a mark in history. But at this time, an edict of ceasefire had dashed his hopes. This edict came from the Emerald Gold Sacred Hall in front of him. This kind of thing might not happen even once in 100 years. The last time it happened was during the time of the Rimador Rebellion, when Gloria I used the power of the Holy Knight Order to remove the reigning pope from his position. This association made Pétien III's face gloomy. He looked gloomily at the 7-foot-high golden palace gate of the Emerald Sacred Hall that was slowly opened by the guards on both sides. No one knew what kind of thoughts were running through his mind. The deeper uneasiness in his heart came from the reactions of the bishops. The bishops and the Knight Order did not seem to react as fiercely as he had expected. The interior of the empire was as calm as a mirror, without the slightest ripple. He knew that the old man behind the palace gate must have used some unknown power to make all parties submit to him respectfully. As a superior, he could not tolerate power that was not in his grasp, especially when this power was so great that it was beyond his expectations. Accompanied by his attendants, Pet Yen III walked through the corridor and stopped in front of a dark walnut door. He then raised his hand to dismiss his attendants and at the same time, stopped his servants from announcing his arrival. Facing this walnut door, the supreme ruler of the Holy Inquisition found a trace of hesitation in his heart. But this trace of hesitation was as light and weak as a spider's web. His Holiness the Pope broke free with a light struggle, put his slender palm on the doorknob, and pushed the door open. Since old age, Asabanto XI liked to light the fireplace in his study, sit on a low chair, and read the scriptures and documents of the church all day long. Although Pet Yen III doubted how much true meaning there was in it, he was more or less envious. Since he had taken control of the secular power, he inevitably alienated the divine will. The Holy See is inferior to the ascetics. This proverb was not a rumor in Fanzan. A warm breath hit his face, and the hot wind hit his cheeks. He could not help but squint his eyes. The flickering fire in the fireplace seemed to flow through the gap of the door. It was like a flowing warmth, flowing over his golden shoes and the end of his holy robe. Asabanto XI was not alone in the room. In addition to a servant in his 40s, there was also an old man with white hair and a white beard and glasses. Pet Yen III recognized this man at a glance. He was a famous scripture scholar in the holy sanctum. Asabanto XI was still wearing a plain robe today, but he wore a hat, which was rare. He looked quite formal and serious. Sitting opposite him was a woman. Pet Yen III was a little surprised and could not help but take another look at the woman. But after another look, he could not take his eyes off her. The woman had long, dry brown hair and a pair of eyes that shone like jade embedded in a mountain rock. The reason it was called embedded in a mountain rock was because her skin looked extremely dry and dull. Her cheekbones were high, like steep rocks. Her lips were sharp and angular, as if they were carved out of them. It was obvious at a glance that this woman had an extremely firm character. There was only one woman in the world who had such a face, and only one woman who had a lifespan of 1,000 years. Pet Yen respectfully greeted, "Your Excellency." Asabanto XI looked at his student with a smile as he closed the book in his hand. It was a scripture that described the early teachings of the holy sanctum. The person who recorded it was buried under the soil about 300 or 400 years ago, although he was posthumously canonized as a saint after his death. He waved his hand, indicating that Pet Yen did not need to be so courteous. It was as if he had already foreseen that the Pope would come. "Your Excellency, are you here today because you have a lot of questions?" The situation was out of Pet Yen's control. The current Pope pondered for a moment and nodded solemnly. "Let me answer you," Iranta the sage said. Her voice was unexpectedly soft and pleasant, completely unlike her face. "I asked His Excellency Asabanto to issue that edict." "Why?" Pet Yen III asked. "Because I hope that Fanzan will not participate in this war, Your Excellency." "Why?" Pet Yen still asked the same question. Asabanto XI continued with a smile, "Your Excellency, for half a century, the holy sanctum has been in turmoil, and the old and new doctrines have been in dispute. You have seen all of this with your own eyes. The reason for this is nothing more than to discuss the issue of justice. The root of this problem is the Great War 60 years ago. We saw many things behind the scenes of that war, so much so that we began to question the foundation of our existence. What do you think of this?" Pet Yen did not answer. Instead, he glanced at Iranta. "I can't give you an answer to who is right and who is wrong in history, Your Excellency." Iranta calmly replied, "Although I have experienced it myself, Gil, Saint Tassol, and your predecessor Fanzan can't answer this question. Odin believes that he is wrong, but this only represents his own opinion. He can't judge history and everything in the past. In a certain period of history we are in, no one can judge himself correctly, not to mention there were countless sages before him. Many people were involved in it. Anyone in this part of history, whether it is a person who experienced it or a bystander, can only observe a fragment of it, so we can only experience it ourselves and witness it. I have lived for 1,000 years just to see the result with my own eyes. Pet Yen 3 frowned. But do you think that the Queen of the Cruise people has made the right choice? Iranta shook her head. No, it is because we can't be sure whether we are right or wrong that I want to see another path in history. You know the prophecy, the lost moon takes away the light is lost, the silver generation is lost to the earth, walking forward in the darkness and obscurity, the chance encounter between the emperor and the fool, the rusty clockwork is being restored, the sword that changes fate, Wond is waiting for this sword that changes fate. Do you believe in the dark prophecy, sage? Pet Yen 3 asked, everything will be born from the darkness? This is what the Myrna people are unwilling to give up, Your Excellency, the sage replied. This is the age of black iron, the age of heroes. Martha gave power to the mortals, believing that heroes will be born from the mortals. But in the eyes of the gold and silver race, how can the weak save our world? What's more, there is the failed work of being lost in the dark forest. Everything seems to be a warning to civilization that this is a wrong path. The descendants of the Azure Knight quarreled endlessly over this, and the fire of civilization declined day by day, to the point that it could not continue. The dark dragon Odin made a last resort choice to save all of this, and today will be the time for it to show the results. Iranta looked at Pet Yen 3 and replied, the millennium of history seems to have returned to a cycle, but this may not be the beginning and starting point of everything. I will observe the agreement with Odin to witness the end, but in any case, I still hope to preserve a little fire for civilization, and not pour all of our power into just one answer. Therefore, I hope that the people of Fanzan can leave this mortal stage, because there is a more important war that needs your strength. Pet Yen 3 raised his head slightly. Sage, what do you mean? Iranta raised her head, and her emerald eyes seemed to be able to penetrate the palace walls of the Emerald Hall. In the direction she looked, across the vast hills and plains, under the fiery clouds, the waves of the Emerald Sea tirelessly washed the towering white cliffs for thousands of years. On this vast land, the alliance known as the 10 Cities took root and multiplied. About 530 years ago, mercenaries and merchants from the Anir and Makesun regions came here and spent 100 years to build the first city here. After half a century, a new kingdom was established. Its people were humans, mountain people, elves, and dwarves. The teachings of the Templar were widely spread here, but the faith of nature was not rejected by the people. This was a paradise of freedom, where money and the sound of swords echoed each other all year round. But today, under the White City, the fishermen who went out to sea suddenly stopped their work. Some of the sailors were cleaning the nets and ropes, some were still climbing on the masts, some were drunk and had just walked out of the cabin onto the deck, some were raising the sails, and some were raising the anchor by the capstan. But all of them stopped and looked back in the direction of the sea and the sky. The turrets on the city wall were firing warning shots, and groups of guards swarmed onto the city wall. The sea was blue, and the intersection between the sea and the sky was calm, as if nothing unusual had happened. But in the blink of an eye, dense black dots appeared in that direction. Rand hastily put on a suit of armor and hurried to the top of the city wall. His squires escorted him to the edge of the battlements. He raised his hand to stop the noise around him, and then raised the monocular in his hand. What he saw was a white triangular sail, and it almost blinded his eyes. He cursed under his breath and looked down. The silver oak emblem on the sail shone in the sun, and then he saw the elegant white hull of the elves. The fleet of the wild elves. Rand sighed and put down the monocular. There are at least 300 ships, and this is an army of 30,000 people. Is Eloranta crazy? The Eloranta he mentioned was naturally referring to the kingdom of the wild elves. He took another look to be sure that he was not hallucinating. At this time, the alarm bells in the White City were already ringing, and the ships outside began to file into the harbor. Rand glanced at the harbor and estimated that the harbor would be closed in about half an hour. He looked back. He was just a small captain, and he could not make any decisions on this matter. He handed the monocular to his deputy, and then said to a squire, "Go and inform the faraway eagle and the city lord, and let them decide. If the elves are serious, White City will not be able to hold. We must immediately seek support from other cities." The retainer glanced at him in panic before trembling as he took the brass token and stumbled down the stairs. "Look at that ship." Suddenly, a squire pointed in the direction of the sea and shouted. Rand looked back and saw a light boat coming out of the Wild Elves' fleet and approaching White City at an extremely fast speed. "It's a messenger. They send a messenger. What do the elves want? P.S. A new month has begun. Everyone, keep up the good work." Chapter 10:20. Brendel felt as if he had just experienced a long dream. The dream was made up of countless fragmented images. The images flashed before his eyes one by one, like a silent river. As time passed, he experienced one world after another in a trance. In the first world, he was half awake and half asleep. There were many tall and handsome humans standing in the room. They had black hair and golden eyes. They were wearing robes. The robes were red on the left and black on the right. There was a dark golden collar at the neckline. There was an Ouroboros on the robes. There were 11 of them in total. One of them stepped forward and reached out to touch his eyelids. The ring of coiled serpent on his index finger was shining with silver light. The first thing he saw was the dark walls and floor, which were covered with a lattice network used to transmit magic power. It looked like the upper level of a tower. Outside the round hall were 12 black stone pillars. Outside the pillars were a sea of golden clouds. Towering buildings stood in the middle of the sea of clouds. In the distance, the Perkin sun emitted an eternal afterglow on the horizon. Those handsome humans were talking to each other, but they did not make any sound. It was like a silent movie. Occasionally, they would draw a bright symbol in the air, and then the others would nod as if they agreed. From the mouths of these people, Brando finally distinguished a word that he could understand in modern Crew's language. The Truth Society. The picture quickly became fragmented and dimmed. In the second world, Brando felt that he had become an exiled refugee. The beautiful buildings around him were no longer there. He was in a daze, following an unknown clan. Giant beasts were pulling wooden carts on the Great Plains. Looking back, the sky was still covered with golden clouds. He could vaguely see the shadow of a tall tower on the clouds. And above the sky, countless meteorites were falling from the sky, dragging long flames behind them. They hit the ground obliquely, leaving a flash on the horizon. But there was only one image that left a deep impression on him. A huge dragon shrouded half the sky, spreading its wings from the south of the Great Plains all the way to the north, crossing the horizon. Its curved neck was like a huge tower on top of the clouds. Its huge head stared at the ground, its golden eyes shining. It was like a huge shadow in the clouds, dominating the entire sky and earth. However, a ray of emerald green light was rising from behind the clouds. It was like a star, shining brightly in the sky, pointing directly at the dragon's heart. Then, the second image disappeared like sand in the wind. Then came the third world, which was made up of a series of broken images. Sometimes, he felt that he was being carried by a group of people in black robes through mountains covered by dark clouds. Sometimes, he felt that he was worshipping an altar towering under the golden sun with countless believers. On the altar stood a giant surrounded by lightning. Then, he saw a human in a red robe injecting a flaming bead into the body of a monster. The monster's wail shook the heavens and the earth. He saw countless such monsters being created. Most of them were killed immediately, but a small number of them escaped into the forest and became monsters. The ones that survived were some black-haired, golden-eyed creatures that resembled humans. Then the image dimmed again. At that moment, Brando suddenly understood that this was the process of the birth of the Myrnas. Some people were trying to use the blood of God to recreate the divine people, and they were the derivatives of this experiment. After understanding this, his mind fell into a deep sleep. This sleep seemed to have taken a century. When Brando woke up again, he had not opened his eyes, but he had already smelled the faint fragrance of flowers in the wind. When he opened his eyes, he was already in an exquisite courtyard. The courtyard was like a dream, with evergreen spring, nightingales singing softly, and ivory-white carved pillars hidden in the shade of the trees. Elven guards with silver halberds in their hands stood at the left and right. Surrounded by the crowd, a silver-haired elven girl lifted her skirt and came to his side. She bowed to him and said, "Good afternoon, royal sister." Brando was stunned for a moment, and these images dissipated like sand in the wind. Then he heard an angry voice. "How dare you pry into my memory?" This sentence was like tearing a hole in the entire dream, causing the world of the dream to be completely fragmented, and it woke Brando up abruptly. He opened his eyes. The first thing that came into his sight was a verdant green, with fragmented golden light floating slightly in the green field. When he saw it a little more clearly, Brando found that it was the shade of a tree that swayed slightly in the afternoon. Then came into view was a short-haired woman with a cold expression. She was holding her hand on his forehead, slightly frowning, and her short platinum hair was shining under the sun. Seeing that Brando had woken up, the woman's furrowed brows relaxed, and the tip of her eyebrows even raised a little. This subtle movement made Brando realize that the other party knew him. "You saved me." Brando groaned. Just as he was about to move, he felt an endless pain coming from his limbs and bones. He remembered everything that had happened before. He remembered the fierce battle with White. He remembered that he was seriously injured in the state of unyielding, and the blood of the dark god rampaged through his body and caused further damage. It could only be said to be a miracle that he was still alive. But there were no miracles in this world, so the only possibility was the woman in front of him. After a brief confusion, he had actually recognized the identity of the other party. The Holy Maiden of the Lion Palace, Sydney. But why was she in this place? Sydney silently pressed her hand on Brando and said, "Your injuries are too serious. The holy water can only barely pull you back from the hands of the Grim Reaper, and there is no way to heal your external injuries." Only then did Brando understand his current state. He silently lay down for a moment, his mind in a mess. It took him a while to sort out his thoughts, so he sat up from the ground with some difficulty and took out the holy water from the dimensional space to drink. Feeling that the injuries in his body were gradually recovering under the infusion of the holy energy, Brando had time to weakly open his character attribute panel. Then he was stunned by his current state. Under the character status column, the line of absolute strength clearly wrote Elemental Enlightenment, Peak. He immediately felt his own strength. Under the stability of his elemental power, there were hidden turbulent waves, but the lines of law that made up his elemental power were more stable and unbreakable than before. The two laws related to time and space appeared clearly around his body, and there was no longer a feeling of obscurity like before. This was an important characteristic of the Elemental Enlightenment stage. From the realm of Elemental Enlightenment to the realm of Elemental Enlightenment, it was the process of mastering and understanding power. The higher the realm of Elemental Enlightenment, the deeper and clearer the understanding of one's own elemental power. When one reached the peak of Elemental Enlightenment, the elemental power of an elemental master was no longer just a passive law. At this stage, the elemental power did not have only a few active and passive skills. Players could truly rely on their own will to manipulate and understand the elemental power, and the power of the elemental power, other than the limitations of its own nature, was only dependent on the level of understanding and control of the elemental power. In fact, this was already the threshold to the peak of elemental power, and also the foundation of ultimate power. After going through this stage, players could truly grasp the power of the elemental power. Brando looked down and saw that in addition to the original active and passive skills, there was an additional active effect. Players will be able to freely manipulate the power of time and space. Of course, this way of displaying the power of the elemental power was the same as the active skills of the elemental power. It required a continuous consumption of order power, which was the so-called degree of control and control of the elemental power. The consumption was very shocking, but the shocking consumption also brought about powerful effects. Just like before, the active and passive effects of the elemental power that Brando could use were only limited to teleportation, limited manipulation of the flow of time, and increasing his own defense. So when Whitehair attacked, he could only rely on teleportation to escape, and was easily suppressed by his opponent. But now, it was different. Brando could now easily be immune to all damage. He only needed to isolate either space or time, and as long as the psionic elemental power or the power of dusk could not negate this condition, then limited invincibility would be established. And this was the reason why the elemental power, which was similar to the power of existence, was so powerful. Wond was a world of elemental power, and the more powerful the elemental power one controlled, the higher the position one could reach. This was not empty talk. Of course, with Brando's current strength, if he wanted to do this, he could only maintain it for 1,000th of a second. After all, theory and reality were not always the same. Brando clenched his fist as if he was feeling his own strength. He vaguely understood the reason why his strength jumped from the middle level of the elemental enlightenment to the peak of the elemental enlightenment. In fact, after seeing White's stunning sickle, he faintly felt that he had touched the threshold of something that even he could not understand in his previous life. It was the deepest mystery of this world, and White's supreme power contained the aura of the power of existence, which answered all the questions in his heart. In this world, there were very few existential powers, but chaos was definitely one of them. Brando could not help but feel lucky because in Wond, the powerful elemental power did not come without a price. This was because the more powerful the elemental power, the more difficult it was for mortals to grasp and understand the truth and secrets behind it. For example, an elemental power of the level of time and space was extremely complicated. Mortals might not be able to understand its true meaning in their lifetime, let alone master it. Those who had the highest level of elemental power might not be able to truly awaken their elemental power in the end, and those who could awaken their elemental power might not be able to understand the true meaning of elemental power in the end. Those who had lower level elemental power would have a great advantage in this aspect. For example, someone as talented as Greysword Saint Mephistopheles had to rely on coincidence to awaken the extreme planes. What he had mastered was just a gray elemental power. Although it was a fantasy elemental power, its level was not high. It had to be said that Brando himself was extremely lucky. Awakening his elemental power and reaching the peak of elemental power of truth all relied on extremely coincidental circumstances. He had some confidence in awakening his elemental power, but he really had no confidence in entering the extreme planes with time and space elemental power. After all, it was very likely to be the existence of existential power. But he did not expect Haku to personally demonstrate in front of him the form of existential power in Wond. Of course, if he had died under that scythe, then the series of results that followed would naturally not have existed. But he had escaped, so everything that he saw at that time had now blossomed. Looking past the elemental power, Brando was not satisfied. He faintly felt that the changes in his body did not stop there. The first thing he needed to find was the blood of the dark god. Haku was so obsessed with that thing, which meant that it was not as simple as it appeared to be. Moreover, although he understood the form of existence of time and space elemental power, the accumulation of his own absolute power had to follow a step-by-step process. It was absolutely impossible to gain power out of thin air. And this part of the increase in power, Brando suspected that it came from the blood of the dark god. His gaze quickly focused, and he found that he had found the root of the problem. Although he didn't find any traces of the dark god's blood in his attribute panel, he found another thing. He found that his elite template had been directly upgraded to a leader template. Moreover, it was the highest level world leader template. This template directly increased his attributes by 150%. With these attributes, he had steadily entered the peak of the elemental enlightenment in terms of absolute attributes. Brando suddenly understood the problem with the level of his absolute power that was marked on his character's status before. If it was only an increase in his understanding of the elemental power, then it would only increase the strength of his control over the elemental power itself. And the increase in absolute power was obviously dependent on the increase in his attributes. But the elite template would not be upgraded for no reason, and the most likely thing right now was that suspicious blood of the dark god. For some reason, when Brando thought of this, the scene that he saw in the dream suddenly appeared in his mind. In the third world, those people he saw should be the first generation of tree herders, the druids of the Ring of the World. They were creating gods. With the power of the blood of the dark god. Brando could not help but subconsciously touch the wound on his chest. Although it had completely healed, leaving only a shallow scar, he seemed to be able to feel the power of the blood pulsing in it. Chapter 10:21. The three worlds in the dream should be arranged according to the order of time. The room he was in the first dream was probably Babel Fortress. The words recorded on the ancient parchment of the Mithril Society described the fortress as follows: it is located in the center of the four directions of heaven and earth. Clouds float above the golden clouds. On the clouds are palaces carved out of gold and jade. Silver people in long robes walk on it. Bells ring in the clouds, hymns linger. Everything matched the scene he saw in the dream perfectly. The 11 tall and handsome humans should be the divine people, but they could also be one of the golden race. Even though Babel Fortress was the city of silver, there were still golden races. Even though in this era, the only golden race left was the dragon race, but in the tens of thousands of years before Babel Fortress was destroyed, there were many golden races on the land. Most of them were buried under the dust of history, just like the ancestors buried in Valhalla. However, Brando still thought that the possibility of them being the divine people was higher. The divine people had black hair and golden eyes, which matched the description of them in the legends. Even though golden eyes were the most famous external feature of the golden race, black-haired golden race were very rare. As for the Mithril people, their eyes were somewhere between amber and agate, like a golden red flame, not a pure color. Moreover, according to what he saw in the later scenes, the Mithril people and the divine people seemed to have a deep relationship. As for the Truth Society mentioned by the tall and handsome humans, it wasn't the first time Brando had heard of it. Ovina had once mentioned that his authority was Inheritance and Truth Society, but she didn't say which power this authority came from. Later, when he occasionally talked with Dark Ko Hua, the eldest daughter of Ekis inadvertently revealed some information about the Truth Society. Before the Silver Age, when Babel Fortress was destroyed, and even further back, dating back to the First and Second War with the Twilight Dragon, that was the era when the divine people still walked the land. It was a glorious era. The divine people and Martha created Wond and the gods together and ruled this world. Just like the gods in the pantheon, the divine people also belonged to several organizations. The most important of which were the Truth Society, the Tribunal, the World Tree Organization. He suspected that it was the predecessor of the Druids of the Ring of the World and the Ring of the Sky, the Earth Guard, and the Will of Gaia, which only existed in legends and had never been seen before. However, Brando couldn't tell from the scene at that time whether the Truth Society, mentioned by the tall and handsome humans, was referring to him or them. If it was the latter, then these people must be the divine people. The second world in the dream should be the destruction of Babel Fortress. During the Sixth War, the azure night broke through the sky and caused the stars to fall to the ground. The gigantic dragon that stretched across the sky was undoubtedly the projection of the Twilight Dragon in this world. Although it was just a glimpse in the dream, it left a deep impression on him. The golden red eyes above the clouds were so similar to the oppressive aura he saw above Fathom Harbor that day. He was almost certain that it was the will of the Twilight that attracted him at that time. The destruction of Babel Fortress ended the era of the gods. Countless books and documents disappeared from this disaster, and the fragments of civilization were scattered on the earth. The Silver Generation trekked in the wilderness, and the civilization was almost completely shattered and destroyed. 10,000 years later, a prophet led the Myernas to re-establish their empire in the Black Forest. Although the Azure Knight was the first generation of the Darkness Dragon and left a very important legacy to the Myernas, no documents mentioned what this legacy was. Today's mainstream historians believe that the Azure Knight should be the earliest Myernas, and that what he left behind was probably the golden bloodline of the Myernas. In other words, long before the establishment of the Myernas Empire, the Myernas had already existed on the earth and wandered in the wilderness with other silver folk to rediscover the fire of civilization. This conjecture was also in line with the development and reproduction of civilization. The establishment of an empire could not be done in a day. Just like the Silver Elves and the Bugas, the Myernas Empire also developed and grew in obscurity for countless years, and their powerful bloodline laid a solid foundation for the prosperity of their empire. That was why the Mardos stood on the land of Wond. The third world in the dream revealed some secrets to him. These memory fragments may be divided into several different eras. Walking through the cloudy mountains should have happened before the first generation of the Myrnas fled to the Great Plains. After the destruction of Babel Fortress, civilization and order fell apart. The Myrnas and the Silver Folk fled, and countless seeds of civilization were lost in the wilderness. The noble people forgot their noble and elegant past, and were lost on the earth. They hid in the mountains and forests, and after a long time, forgot everything in the past, and moved forward in obscurity and thorns. That was the passage recorded in the Pale poem. Then civilization sprouted in obscurity. He saw countless believers worshipping the altar towering under the sun. The birth of worship and superstition, the reverence for the gods walking in the sky, was in fact reverence for order. The seeds of civilization bloomed again in superstition and mystery after thousands of years. But about this history, it was an eternal mystery in the Orthodox historiography of Wond. Some documents from before the War of the Holy Saints, when describing this history, all mentioned the same word, prophet. The Myrnas appeared on the earth, and a prophet led them across the Great Plains. In the wilderness of today's four-leaf clover, they established the first civilized empire after the gods left Wond. This was the Myrnas Empire, and this was the beginning of the era of mortals. In the Silver Elves, the Bugas, and even other races that existed at that time, there was no doubt that there were similar descriptions. In the legend of the Bugas, a planeswalker, Brando thought it should be a planeswalker, because the description was very similar to the legendary Matatanians, who had the ability to travel to different worlds, was teaching mortal magic in today's Silverflash Bay. It was different from the ancient string magic used by the dragons, the predecessor of modern magic. In the story of the Silver Elves, there was the legend of the prophet Halidal. This legend was even passed down to this day. Some legends described Halidal as an elegant stag as large as a mountain. So today, in the south of Cruz and Erewhon, people still thought that the white stag was a symbol of guidance, and that it could lead lost hunters out of the forest. These legends clearly pointed to a possibility that someone had artificially spread civilization in that era, and these people were likely to be the druids of the Ring of the World, because Brando saw in the last few fragments of the images that they used the blood of gods to create monsters and the Myrnas. The Myrnas were the last golden folk of the previous era. Unlike the dragons and several other golden folk, the Myrnas' individual strength was far inferior to their predecessors. As golden folk, they had only two most obvious characteristics, which were the golden blood and the color of their eyes. The second was that after the body was perfected, they would directly enter the realm of golden folk. However, the Myrnas' infant strength was extremely weak, and the average strength of the population was far inferior to the other golden folk. They also had a larger population, which once spread throughout the territory ruled by the Mardos Empire and formed dozens of legions. Such a population was beyond the reach of most golden folk. According to the records in the Pale poem, the golden folk were born from the blood and corpses of the gods, created by the gods. Then everything that followed could be explained. The druids of the Ring of the World were once the most important guardians of the world's order. They monitored the spread of the Black Forest on the border of the civilized world and planted the seeds of fire. According to the literature of the Mithril Society, after the destruction of Babel Fortress and during the War of the Holy Saints, there were two major splits in the history of the Druids. In particular, the latter split gave birth to the special group of tree herders. The tree herders once followed Odin and established a terrifying army of tree herders. After Odin's failure, they split up and went underground. When they reappeared in the world, they had changed into a madman organization. Unlike the All-for-One Society, which was also a cult and the sworn enemy of the four holy cathedrals, the tree herders worshipped the power of chaos, but that was only power. They were obsessed with stealing the blood of the gods in order to gain the power of the gods and control the whole world. That was why people thought they were a group of lunatics. But speaking of which, when did the tradition of tree herders creating oracles originate? The fragmented images in the dream seem to have given the answer. If the Druids had been using the blood of the gods long before the split, it could even be traced back to a time long after the destruction of Babel Fortress. Then everything made sense. The blood of the gods had been cut off after the destruction of Babel Fortress. It might have even begun to decline before that. Odin had the blood of the gods, but it was not pure. But at that time, the fact that a bloodline like his could still become the leader of the world of order was enough to show the decline of this bloodline. The gods no longer appeared in the world, just like how the gods left wound one by one. The decline of civilization forced the Druids, the guardians of order, to choose a different path, to use the blood of the gods to bring the gods back to the world. But it was easy to imagine how difficult it was. Even in the glorious era, the gods only created the golden race from the corpses of the gods. From this point of view, the Druids could be said to have succeeded. They created the Myrnas, the most distinctive golden race. But at least they did have the blood of the golden race. In a sense, the Druids of the Ring of the World represented the authority of the gods. This was what he saw in the third world in the dream. But Brando thought that it was still a bit of a fantasy for the Druids to create the golden race with their own hands. He was more inclined to another guess, that the Druids were fulfilling the unfinished business of the pioneers. That was to say, before the destruction of Babel Fortress, the remaining gods might have already set out to continue their bloodline, but this experiment was likely to be interrupted or fail due to the invasion of the Twilight Dragon. Judging from the age of the birth of the Azure Knight, he was likely to be the product of this experiment, the first generation of the Myrnas, and the most perfect Myrnas. After the destruction of Babel Fortress, the fire of civilization and countless documents once stored in the glorious city all fell apart. Some were carried out by the refugees, but most of them were lost in the thousands of years of exile of the Silver Race. Everything about the divine people's final experiment was also lost on the land. The surviving Druids of the Ring of the World might have obtained bits and pieces of information about the plan through some unknown means, and only then did they complete the plan. And the completed Myrnas were the Myrnas who built Mardos. Among these Myrnas, the blood of the Azure Knight had been passed down from generation to generation. It could be said that they were the purest inheritors of the gods until the fall of Odin, which announced the end of an era. Brando remembered the scenes he saw of the monsters created by the Druids escaping into the forest. He suddenly remembered something. The hidden paragraph in the Pale poem was about the end of the Silver Race and the rise of the Iron Race. How did the Iron Race appear on the earth? He suddenly remembered this famous question, which was one of the most discussed questions in the Amber Sword. The silver and gold races were all from the hand of God, and now the Myrnas also had their origins, but what about the Iron Race? In the historical records, the Black Iron folk were the subjects and slaves of the Myrna people when they were born. They were the barbarians of the forests and mountains at the beginning. Later, they were influenced by the Empire and had their own civilization. This was the origin of the Iron Race recorded in history. According to this theory, the Black Iron folk should be the native species of the Dark Forest. Judging from the records on the parchment scroll, it seemed to be true. The Black Iron folk were called hybrids by the Silver folk and the Gold folk in the earliest era. Because these barbarians that walked out of the forest had the same dark magic aura as the demons and the Dusk species. In the eyes of the true beings of order, they should be no different from the demons. Especially when the Black Iron folk of that era did not have their own civilization, language, and writing. There were also humanoid demons in the Dark Forest, and the barbarians did not look too different from them. But the biggest difference between the Iron Race and the monsters was that they were true creatures of order. They could sense the power of the elements under the law of Tiamat, ignite the fire seed, and develop the elements. This was the most basic characteristic of the people of order. Facts also proved this point. The Iron Race quickly integrated into the civilized world in the later era, and took over the torch of civilization from the Silver Race's hands, and continued to this day. But were the Iron Race really the original race? Brando's mind repeatedly replayed the scene of the Druids creating the Myrnas. Those powerful sages in robes, they created all kinds of monsters, giants surrounded by lightning, monsters with surging flames, and superhuman beings with all kinds of abilities. Hundreds and thousands of failed creations were immediately killed, and a few trembling Myrnas were abandoned in the wilderness. Some of the monsters who were lucky enough to escape wandered into the groups of civilized creatures, some caused wars, and some were worshipped as gods. These monsters, they all had a common name, and they were called the oracles. It was like Scarlet, like he was an existence like himself. Brando gently shook his head, and decided to filter these complicated thoughts out of his mind, because there were too many guesses, and some were simply impossible to judge. These chaotic thoughts seemed to rush into his mind as he woke up. He could acutely feel the shadow of the blood of the dark god behind him, which meant that this part of the memory came from the blood of the dark god. It seemed that the so-called black orb was not as simple as it looked. Thinking of this, he raised his head and looked at Sydney. Chapter 10:22. From the beginning to the end, Sydney just watched silently, neither objecting nor helping. Her brows were slightly furrowed, her mouth was closed, and her face was serious. It was as if she was not in the forest in the west of Metz, but in the solemn sanctuary of the Holy Cathedral of Fire. When Brando saw her, he could not help but think that this was indeed the statue of the Sacred Lady of the Leo Palace. He also saw the ragged golden-red robe on Sydney's body and understood that her appearance here was not smooth sailing. It was probably not a coincidence that she found him. There was no doubt that she did not stand on the side of Her Majesty the Queen's new religion. Her relationship with Vala was that of a teacher and a friend, and she was a very principled person. It was impossible for her to betray the teachings of the Golden Flame Way. "Sorry, my mind is a little messy," he explained. "It's okay," Sydney replied. "Thank you for saving me." Sydney nodded his head in reply. Brendel replied as he observed the surroundings. The forest was quiet, and the leaves were green like a carpet. Not far away, there was a stream that flowed between the rocks. A deer in the forest pricked up its ears and looked in this direction vigilantly. It was a quiet and peaceful scene. It seemed that this place was still in the previous valley, but there were no traces of fighting. It seemed that in the end, they fell far away. He did not know if Bai was nearby, or if even his soul had completely disappeared. Brando could not help but have a headache. It seemed that Medisha still respected her royal sister. He did not know how she would react to this result. If she resented him because of this, he could only accept it. After all, if he was given another chance, he would make the same choice. It was too dangerous for that woman to stay in the world. But he was most worried that Medisha would be depressed because of this. He could not bear to let her be hurt again. Thinking of this, he was slightly stunned, then shook his head to throw these troubles away and asked, "How long have I been unconscious?" Sydney saw the anxiety on his face and replied, "Not long after, I saw you fall from the sky and rushed here. It's only been a quarter of an hour." "Only a short while?" Brando was slightly surprised. "Madam, you are." Although he recognized Sydney, he decided to pretend that he did not know him. After all, he had never seen him before. Sydney introduced herself. She was indeed the famous statue of the adoratress of the Lion Palace, one of the high-level archbishops of the Holy Cathedral of Fire. After Sydney introduced herself, she did not wait for Brando to speak and took the initiative to say, "I'm here to see you, my lord." "Looking for me?" Brando thought that it was indeed the case. "Of course," he still asked. Sydney glanced at him and took down a bundle from his back without saying a word. Brando then noticed that she was also carrying a bundle on her back. The bundle was long and wrapped in layers of grey cloth. Even Sydney's robe was tattered, but this bundle was well protected and did not even have much dust on it. She laid the bundle flat on a rock and opened it, revealing many large and small pieces of shiny silver metal and a pitch-black sword hilt. The hammer at the end of the sword hilt was very ingenious. It was actually carved into the shape of a silver flame. These fragments were obviously fragments of a broken sword, and a person of Sydney's status would not pay so much attention to a broken sword, so the origin of these fragments was self-evident. Sure enough, Sydney carefully sorted out these fragments one by one. After confirming that there was not a single piece left, she solemnly looked up at him. "This is the holy sword Oderfeis," she replied solemnly, as if a sacred tone could revive the sword. So you're here for the sword spirit of Oderfeis. Brando suddenly understood and remembered that such a thing was sleeping in his body. Speaking of which, there were a lot of miscellaneous things in his body. Previously, there was the soul of the Wind Empress, the inheritance of the Dark Dragon, the Thunder Core, the power of the Planeswalker, the Elite Template, of course. Now it had become the Leader Template and the Unknown Game System. Now, there was the blood of the Dark God and some other messy memories. It was not appropriate to call it a garbage dump, but to call it a moving treasure trove would always give the illusion that it would be dropped at any time. In short, it was not a good feeling. After Sydney put down the fragment of Oderfeis, she did not pursue the topic further. Instead, she said, before leaving the imperial capital, I met Earl Latch of Wa once. Brando was stunned for a moment before he realized that the Earl was referring to Scarlet. He could not help but feel a little amused. He fought with his life and death in Erewhon and only obtained a fief the size of Tonagil's. Moreover, the title of Earl was not legitimate because Tonagil was not a Earl's fief. In fact, his title of Earl came from Radnor, but the royal faction was unwilling to let him become the owner of Radnor. If not for the fact that the leader of this diplomatic group needed a title, he did not know how long his title of Earl would have been delayed. Even now, it was just a title. And Scarlet had only walked around Cruz once, and suddenly she was on equal footing with him. Oh, it was not quite right to say that they were on equal footing. Scarlet's fief was the Latch of Wa, the hometown of the mountain people. It was located in the mountains between Ludwig and Mihodafen. In terms of area, it was at least half the size of Erewhon's. Not to mention that Scarlet was a real Earl of the Empire. In terms of value, she was many times more valuable than a half-assed Earl like him. However, when he suddenly heard news about Scarlet, he was still excited. Although he knew that Scarlet had been staying in the imperial capital, he had not heard any news about her for almost a few months. He did not know if the girl who was not good with words had been wronged, if she was under house arrest by Her Majesty the Queen, how she was doing, if she was troubled. There were too many questions, and he did not know how to start. Scarlet, is she well? He asked. Her Majesty the Queen did not trouble her, because no one can force the azure lance, Sydney replied. But I heard that Her Majesty intends to betroth her to Piano's son. Sydney suddenly stopped talking because she keenly felt that the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped by several degrees. The forest rustled as if it was shivering. She looked up with some surprise and saw that the falling leaves were suspended in the air around Brando's body. A burst of white frost quickly spread across the surrounding meadow, and the swaying leaves instantly turned white to the tip of the leaves, and then turned into ice dust. In the field of time and space imprisonment, the movement of molecules was completely stagnant, and the space within a few feet was instantly reduced to nothingness. Brando was shocked to find that he had lost control of his power in his rage. He quickly retracted his mind, and then realized that it was because his power had grown too quickly that caused him to lose control. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, or the rampaging law would have hurt him. Piano, the chief of the mountain people? He asked coldly. Sydney looked at him, and then nodded. His son is worthy. No one is qualified to make my subordinates merry. Your Majesty the Queen only has this little vision. This should be just a statement, but if Count Latch insists on not bowing his head, Her Majesty the Queen will do so. Sydney said. Brando suddenly felt a little irritated, for some reason he could not explain. That stupid girl, what's wrong with bowing her head for a while? Can I not trust her? He did not know who he was scolding, but he complained first, and then sighed softly and calmed down again. Sydney saw his expression and was not surprised. Your Excellency the Count, Her Majesty the Queen got different from you in the final battle. Odin gave her not only power, but also authority, so the Dragon Queen, the Lion people, the Myrnas, and the Senia people all agreed with her. Even Madara did not resist Her Majesty. She suddenly said, but Your Excellency the Count, you got the bloodline of the War Dragon. In this regard, you are far inferior to her. And she has more time than you. After decades of careful planning and preparation, her trump cards are far more than what you see. It will be difficult for you to only rely on the eldest son to fight against her. You all know? Brando reacted. We will know after your battle with Williams, Your Excellency. Brando could not help but smile bitterly. So that was it. He thought he had hidden it well, but he did not expect that the upper echelons of the Holy Cathedral of Fire already knew that he had the inheritance of the Darkness Dragon. He was a little curious. If that's the case, why are you indifferent? This is the same as the Farnezane's indifference. As for the reason, I'm sure you've already guessed it. That's why it's unrealistic for you to hope that the Farnezane or any other faction will interfere in this war. The Bugas may support you, but that is only a part of them. The Silver City is divided all year round, and they are also divided into many factions. Sidney quickly answered his doubts. Brando shook his head again. In fact, he had expected it. Since the conversation with Tumen, he found that this matter was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. If even the Holy Cathedral of Fire could be divided into two, how could Farnezane's Holy Church of Light be an exception? Therefore, Farnezane's Pope choosing to bide his time was also one of the possibilities. Everything that was happening before their eyes was not too far out of their expectations. Is that why you came to me, Miss Sidney? Sidney nodded his head honestly. The Silver Queen intends to restore the dynasty of the Myernas. Saint Vara and I could not agree with her approach. She put the Saint Vara under house arrest, and I escaped from the capital alone. Her Majesty the Queen has won over the scholastics and made many people stand on the side of the Protestantism, but in the local areas, there are still many people who support the views of the Saint Vara. These people in Ludwig and Metz influence the opinions of a large number of nobles. If you only order them in the name of the eldest son of the Emperor, it will not have much effect. Can't they reach a consensus in the face of a great enemy? This is a war of doctrines. Who to listen to is a very serious question. That's true. Brando realized that he had thought of the problem too simply. In fact, the Prime Minister's daughter had also raised a similar problem with him, but she was not an authority in the religious world, so the weight of her words was not on the same level. He looked at the fragment of the holy sword Oderfice in Sidney's hand. He asked, Lady Sidney, what do you mean? The Sanctum Sanctorum asked me to find you because he wanted you to reforge this sword and use the flaming blade as a token to clean up the Holy Sanctorum. He said that he wanted you to show another possibility in history. Sidney paused and explained, these were His Excellency Vara's original words. Brando's eyes widened in surprise. He had thought that his psychological endurance was good enough, but he did not expect that it was still not good enough in front of Saint Vara, who would not give up until she said something shocking. He understood the meaning of this sentence and could not help but ask in disbelief, Lady Sidney, do you think this is a fairy tale? You mean to ask me to lead the Holy Cathedral of Fire? Do you really understand the meaning of this sentence? This is not a joke. Even in the most bizarre bedside legends, I have never heard of such a story. There was only one meaning in Vara's words, and that was to pass on the position of the Holy See to him. However, Brando admitted that he did not have the so-called God-given leadership temperament, so that people would understand at a glance that he was a destined person, a destined king, and people would bow their heads and worship him. Most of the time, he had relied on his foresight to get to where he was today. Sometimes, he would go overboard, and sometimes, he would manage to subdue a group of witches as his subordinates. However, he had never taken it seriously. Instead, he had become increasingly uninterested in these things. From the loop of trade winds to the Battle of Ampere Seal, he had always taken one step at a time. He had paid countless blood and lives to barely change Erwin's future. But today, a big shot of the Holy Cathedral of Fire suddenly came in front of him and said that he wanted to be the Holy See. Was this not a joke? This was simply a joke. He shook his head in confusion and said earnestly, Miss Sidney, I know that the soul of Oderfice is sleeping in my body, so you have no choice but to come and beg me. But if you urgently need my help, I am actually willing to form an alliance with you to help you reforge this holy sword because we now have a common enemy and goal. But as for the ownership of this holy sword and the position of the Holy See, I am really not interested. Brando spread his hands and said, let's take 10,000 steps back. First of all, I am not a cruise person. In addition, before this, I have never understood the teachings of the Way of the Golden Flames and have no interest in the Holy Cathedral of Fire. Are you sure that an outsider like me will lead the Holy Cathedral? Not to mention you, even I don't know what direction I will lead you to. He had a preconceived notion that the Holy Cathedral of Fire had come up with such a ridiculous idea because the soul of Oderfice was in his body. As for the empty promise, everything else would be easy if he was tempted first. After all, the Holy Cathedral of Fire was such a behemoth. Could he command the world just by holding a holy sword? That was a story in fantasy novels. If the people below ignored him, not to mention the holy sword Oderfice, even if he held the amber sword, it would be useless. He did not want to be a puppet at all. If the Holy Cathedral wanted to form an alliance with him, then it would be better for everyone to take a step back and find a more sincere way. But what Brando did not expect was that Sydney's expression became serious. Although she had always been very serious, she was even more serious now. She looked at him and replied solemnly, "Your Excellency, what do you think the teachings of the Way of the Golden Flames are?" Order and protection. It is not as difficult to understand as you think. His Excellency Vala chose you, and the Holy Sword Oderfice also chose you. I believe it is not too wrong. Brando was so stunned that he forgot what he was going to say. Are you serious? Lady Sydney? Sydney nodded, then shook her head. I am just following the choice of the Holy Sword Oderfice. Perhaps you still don't understand the meaning of the flaming blade, but it doesn't matter. I believe you will eventually understand. Brando shook his head. I still need to think about it. I think it is better to be more cautious about this matter. As for the recasting of the flaming blade, I will consider it. As he spoke, he stood up from the ground and looked up in the direction of the valley. He was a little worried about Senior and Medicia. He asked, I am going to find my companions. Are you coming with me, lady? Sydney nodded, as if she did not care about the question. She put away her bag again and stood up. Chapter 10:23. Brando estimated his location and realized that he should be in the latter half of the valley. The secret door of the Perkins Sanctum was at the entrance of the valley, which was at least 2 to 3 miles away from here. He did not know where the battle took place in the valley, but it should not be too far away. He used the communication crystal to contact Xin Yushan, but there was no reply. He felt a little uneasy, so he contacted Medicia. This time, the call went through. Brando heaved a sigh of relief. He listened to the static on the other side of the crystal, and then Medicia told him in a weak voice, she is fine. Andrique and her brother are also here. Hipamera is still unconscious, but something happened to Madame Maynard. Brando's heart skipped a beat, and he asked what the problem was. Medicia panted slightly and said, I'm not sure what happened, but it seems like Madame Maynard is wrapped in a cocoon. Cocoon? Brando was stunned. He heard Medicia trying to suppress the pain in her voice, and he knew that she was seriously injured. He quickly comforted the silver elf princess and asked her not to move, and said that he would be there soon. Medicia was as docile and obedient as usual. She listened to him and handed the communication crystal in her hand to Andrique. Brando then asked where they were, but the vampire princess was as impatient as usual. She told him that she saw him fall in the southwest direction, and that it should not be far away. Brando heard this and looked up at the valley. He realized that the place where he fought with Bai was in the middle of the valley. This meant that the holy cellar that was used to seal the entire valley, and there was an entrance at each end. Bai and the others entered from the other end. Brando asked Andrique to take care of the wounded, and asked a few more questions about Bai. In the end, he got the answer that Bai fell with him. He was slightly stunned and realized that the woman might have really died. He could not help but worry about Medicia's current situation. He put away the communication crystal, knowing that worrying was useless. The most important thing now was to meet up with Medicia and the others. He thought for a moment and decided to move along the stream. The terrain here was gradually lower, and the valley extended downward. After passing through the lush greenery, the stream would inevitably flow to the middle of the valley, so he did not have to worry about going the wrong way. He trod on the rocks beside the stream, and Archbishop Sidney followed at a distance of 10 meters or so without saying a word. Brando looked back at the woman and suddenly felt a little awkward. After all, she was one of the real high-ranking members of the Holy Cathedral of Fire. She had always been above everyone else, and he did not dare to treat her as a follower. He thought for a moment and decided to find a topic to talk about, so he stopped and asked, "Miss Sidney, take this opportunity to tell me about Orderfis. Although I have heard of the name of this sword in Erewhon, that's all." Sidney nodded and moved closer to him. She thought for a moment and said, "Everyone knows that Orderfis is the sword of the Flame King. 1,000 years ago, the various races that were oppressed by the Myernas fled from the Mardos Empire from Gonciato and went into exile on the Great Plains. They saw a meteor fall from the sky in the wilderness. At the place where the meteor fell, a golden sacred sword was burning in the fire. That is the sacred sword Orderfis. This is the most popular legend about the flame blade." Brando nodded. He had also heard of this legend in the Amber Sword. It was basically a bedtime story that everyone in Cruz knew, and it was also widely spread in Erewhon. However, he had also heard different versions of the story from Bosley, the master craftsman of Abes, and Saint Tossel himself. The latter two versions were much more reliable than this widespread folk legend, but this time he did not really intend to discuss the story behind it with Sidney, so he was a good listener and did not take the initiative to speak. But in fact, Orderfis is a scepter. This scepter is divided into 3 parts, and the flame blade is just one of them. Divided into 3 parts. There is also a saying that it is divided into 4 parts. This saying is not completely correct because the flame orb and the flame blade are one. The flame blade is forged with the power of the flame orb. Without the power of the flame orb, the flame blade is incomplete. Brando suddenly interrupted this sentence. "Wait, what did you say?" "I said that without the power of the flame orb, the flame blade is incomplete, just like what you see now, Your Excellency." "No, I meant the previous sentence." Sidney was stunned. "The flame blade is forged with the power of the flame orb, no, even more than that." "The flame orb and the flame blade are one?" "You mean the flame orb?" "Yes." Sidney looked at him and nodded solemnly. "The power that is nurtured in the flame orb is the sword spirit of Orderfis." Brando's expression was a little interesting. He asked, "I heard that there are orbs of darkness and orbs of ice in this world. Is there any connection between them and the flame orb?" Sidney's platinum eyes flashed with a hint of doubt. She probably did not expect Brando to ask this question. She thought for a moment and nodded seriously. "There is indeed such a legend. I heard that Your Excellency's sword is the Halran Gaia in the sacred stone hall." "Is that true?" "There is such a thing, but I lost the sword earlier. I have to go and get it back later." Brando replied that there was a rumor about the sword. It said that the Golden Mane Lionmane Beast men launched an attack on the human world in advance to ask for the sword in his hand back. This rumor once made him extremely uneasy, thinking that he had shaken the world in advance. Of course, now it was proven that the interests involved in the Holy War of the Earth Temple were far more complicated than the bizarre rumors in the countryside. But compared to that, Brando felt that the first ending was better. "The Halran Gaia in Your Excellency's hand should be after it was damaged, right?" Sidney asked. Brando nodded again. Then again, if he had the original Halran Gaia in his hand, his life would be even more difficult than now. It was a sacred object that was not inferior to the Azure Lance. It was even a level higher than the mountains and rivers. After all, it was a sacred object that symbolized the earth, just like how the flame blade Orderfis was the ultimate artifact of the fire element treasure, symbolizing the supreme order of the fire element world. Wait a minute, Brando vaguely felt that he seemed to have grasped something. Sidney looked at his expression and knew that he had guessed it, so he replied, "The situation of Halran Gaia is somewhat similar to that of Orderfis. It had been divided into 3 before it was lost. The Halran Gaia was taken away by a dwarf clan, and the power of the orb of the earth was sleeping in the part of the scepter. Because the scepter was taken away by Ko Hua in the Twilight Battle, this sacred object is equivalent to being useless. The situation of Orderfis is the opposite. The power of the orb of the flame is in the part of the sword, and the scepter part has long been lost. The orb of the ice was used by sabers to forge the Frost Xianxia, but this sacred sword was also damaged in the War of the Holy Saints. Holy crap, Brando thought to himself. Could it be that he was really the legendary king of junk? Not to mention Orderfis and the Halran Gaia, even the Frost Xianxia seemed to be in his hands. Not only that, but they were all King broken. The king of junk, Brando felt that if he was still in the Amber Sword, he would definitely be crowned with this title by the system. It was well known that the system had no integrity at all when it rewarded players with titles back then. Rogo, the Rat Bane, was obtained by a player who killed a few more rats while farming plague rats to level up. The key point was that there were several upgraded versions of this title: Doom of the Rats, Destroyer of the Sewers. It was simply too painful to listen to. Brando hurriedly opened his character menu and glanced at it, fearing that a title such as King of Junk, Lord of Scavengers would suddenly appear. Fortunately, this inexplicable system did not seem to intend to play a joke on him. While he breathed a sigh of relief, he cautiously decided not to mention it. Orderfis and Halran Gaia had already been exposed, but with the addition of the Mountain's Kin and the Frost Xianxia, it was a little too big of a target. It made him feel like he was a moving treasure trove. Sydney did not notice his mental activity and continued, "The Orb of Light is sleeping in the divine power of Oramisol. As for the Orb of Darkness, it appeared in Cruz hundreds of years ago, but then disappeared. No one has ever seen the Orb of Wind. And legend has it that there is a natural orb, which is said to be sleeping under the ring of the world, but has never appeared in the world. These 7 orbs are in fact the cornerstones of the 7 elemental order, symbolizing the supreme power of the elements in a world. Most of them are tokens of the various elemental gods, such as Halran Gaia and Orderfis." "I see." Brando suddenly realized that the Orb of Light was in the divine power of Oramisol. He had a hunch in his heart that among the 4 artifacts that the Flame King and the others took out from the Four Holy Valley of the 4 Sages, the other 2 should be more or less related to the other 2 elemental orbs. Since the sacred artifacts of fire and earth were scepters, perhaps the sacred mark of azure and the sacred mark of wind were also part of the scepter of nature and the scepter of wind. He then asked about the details of the other 3 sacred artifacts that were taken out from the Valley of the 4 Sages. This part of the history was actually related to the history of the Holy Cathedral of Fire. When talking about the history of the Holy Cathedral of Fire, Sydney's serious face lit up. Although her expression was still serious, her narration became much smoother. She said that the people who left the Mardos Empire were not actually resisting oppression or escaping tyranny, but were criminals who were exiled by the Myurnas. She also cited the description of the Mardos Empire by the scholastic master Renkin Dever in the Millennium Chronicle in 1666 as an example to prove that the laws of the Mardos Empire were harsh. At that time, there were many kinds of banishment, and often the whole family was implicated and exiled to the glaciers or plains. The Flame King was the 2nd generation born among the refugees. When he came of age, he happened to experience the incident described in the history books where he saw a meteor fall in the wilderness. Sydney said that the incident of seeing a meteor fall in the wilderness was recorded in many historical documents. She gave the most authoritative example, the astronomical record of the Empire's astrologers recorded in the year of the Dragon's Fear. The record described that the night was as bright as day, and there were stars in a ring, falling from the west to the east through the Lyra galaxy. The Lyra galaxy was in the east of today's wilderness of the 4 territories, and it was said that this astronomical record matched the descriptions of some later records of people who had experienced it. Sydney was, after all, an archbishop. She could recite the history of the church like the back of her hand. There was no need for her to think about it. It was as if she had experienced it herself. The vast sea of scriptures was stored in her heart, and she could use them at will. As she talked to Brando about the history of the Holy Cathedral of Fire, the gap between the 2 was finally reduced. They were no longer as silent as before, but Brando always felt that he had a teacher who spoke and acted like the holy statues in the Holy Cathedral. As Sydney narrated the history of the Holy Cathedral, she would occasionally insert the reasons and doctrines for the establishment of the Holy Cathedral. The reasons were self-evident, but Brando was not interested in these at all. He was thinking about the previous conversation. If the power in the black pearl was actually the blood of the god of darkness, then could the power sleeping in the other pearls also be the blood of the god of darkness? If so, then where did this pure blood of the elemental god come from, and for what purpose was it created? Was it from the hands of the cultists, or was it the legacy of the gods? Once this thought was born, it could not be stopped and spread endlessly in Brando's mind. Of these 4 sacred objects, Odorfice was obtained by the late King Gretel, the azure sky was obtained by Alanta, the sacred wind empress was obtained by Deleuze Saint Tassol, and the Alamizer was obtained by Alberta Fanzon. Of the 4, the first 2 were the leaders of the refugees. The late King Gretel was a human, and Alanta had half the blood of the silver elves. The last 2 were of noble birth and was the daughter of a noble of the mist elves, and the other was also the son of a noble of the Aenir. When Sidney finally talked about the 4 sages obtaining the 4 sacred objects from the 4 holy valley, Brando finally saw Medisha resting in the forest in front of him. "My lord." Medisha also noticed them at the first moment. Brando turned back and looked at Sidney apologetically. This archbishop had a good temper. Although he always had a straight face, he did not mind and nodded at him. Brando hurried to Medisha's side. The silver elf princess was somewhat agitated and tried to stand up, but because of her severe injuries, she gave up. Brando pressed the little girl's shoulder and took out a bottle of holy water to feed her. At this time, Andrique and Mephistopheles came out from behind the forest. The female vampire was also badly injured, but vampires were born with strong recovery abilities. At this time, other than the tattered armor, there were no visible wounds on her body, but her originally pale face was now as white as a sheet of paper. As Brando had already introduced Sidney and what happened over there through the messaging crystal, he was not completely a stranger at this time. Brando introduced his subordinates one by one to the archbishop. When he introduced the 2 vampire siblings, he hesitated for a moment, but still said it bluntly. Sidney had already known that this was a pair of vampire sisters, but he did not say much. He only gave them an extra glance. "Where is Miss Maynard?" Brando asked again. "In the back." Mephistopheles replied weakly. The cute boy saw Brando and smiled a little embarrassedly. Because he was injured, he had to drink his master's blood to recover. Brendel nodded at him, not minding his actions at all. In fact, he was quite touched when he rushed over to the holy cellar without a care for his own safety. "I want one too." Andrique also asked. "Why, you are not injured?" Brando asked in a bad mood. Did she really think that he was dessert after a meal? In the end, Andrique took out a dagger from nowhere and cut a cut about 0.5 millimeter wide on her finger. Then she looked up at him with blood-red eyes. Chapter 10:24. Brando finally managed to trick Andrique into letting him go for the time being. Then, under the guidance of Medisha, he saw the cocoon that imprisoned Amelia. The giant cocoon of light was suspended between 2 ancient white oak trees. It was about 11 to 12 feet tall, and it was so wide that it would take 2 people to wrap their arms around it. It was about half a person's height from the ground, and it was shaped like a spindle. Inside the cocoon, there was a vague outline of a woman. It was the female knight, Maynard. Brando looked up at the cocoon of light. He walked over and touched its surface with his hand. The soft light penetrated his palm, and the temperature from the surface was similar to that of a human body. Although the cocoon of light was very soft, it was also very tough. It was obviously not that easy to destroy. Medisha, who was slightly weak, explained everything that had happened. Andrique and Mephistopheles had walked through the same secret passage as Allium Japonicum, but they were a little late. When they came to the surface, they only saw the cocoon of light and the unconscious Hippamera. Andrique found this thing nearby. Medisha said as she took out a slate. It was the war slate that Brando had seen under the tomb. However, the slate had lost its metallic luster and had become gray. Many of the patterns on its surface had also disappeared. This was obviously the appearance of the inheritance in the war slate after it was activated. Brando understood what had happened when he saw the slate. He breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the cocoon of light, he replied, "It seems that Lady Maynard accidentally activated this slate and obtained the inheritance on it." This cocoon of light should be the war slate's self-protection mechanism. Then there should be no problem. No problem? Medisha asked uncertainly. Compared to Brando, she had never understood these things. No problem, Brando said with certainty. But she should be in this state for a while. Medisha, you stay behind to take care of Madame Maynard. I'll arrange for Andrique and the rest to stay with you. There shouldn't be any strong enemies around here. You guys should be able to protect each other. Medisha was slightly startled. She was keenly aware of the hidden meaning in this sentence. She raised her head and asked, "My lord, are you leaving?" Only then did Brando remember that he had called Medisha over midway. She didn't know about Yura's situation yet, so he explained it to her in detail. Medisha frowned as she listened. Obviously, the sudden appearance of the undead was beyond her expectations. She thought carefully before replying, "Although Miss Delphian and I thought that Her Majesty had another trump card, we didn't expect it to be the undead. Fortunately, Yura and my lord discovered their arrangement in advance. Otherwise, we might have been caught off guard. We have to react quickly. So, you stay and inform the county to be on guard at the port." Brando said, "But you don't have to worry too much. Things haven't reached the stage you think they will. According to your sister, the White Legion should want to use the rule fragments to change the order of the area around Fat Tan and turn it into a state of eternal night. In a state without sunlight and with the double blessing of the land of the dead, the undead will be unprecedentedly strong. On the other hand, the humans will fall into a state of chaos due to the sudden solar eclipse. Their plan is good, but the key to this plan is that the rule fragments of Fat Tan Port are currently in our hands. How can I let them do as they wish?" Medisha suddenly raised her eyebrows and said, "My lord, I have an idea." In fact, before this, Miss Delphian and I planned to strike first to gain the upper hand. Instead of waiting for the Silver Queen to arrange her troops, it's better to disrupt their plan first. From a strategic point of view, attacking is more active than defending. Now that the initiative is in our hands, why don't we take this opportunity to do more things? Brando was interested. He was not good at war. He could command a battle, but when it came to the strategic level, he was a little stretched. Fortunately, he had Medisha by his side. The little silver elf princess had personally participated in and commanded the War of the Holy Saints. It was more than enough to deal with the current situation. It was simply a waste of talent. After all, she was the most famous general 1,000 years ago. At that time, the continent was filled with the flames of war. Medisha smiled mysteriously. "My lord, you plan to seize part of the authority of the undead artifact, right?" Brando nodded. According to Yura's description, the commander of the undead army should have a part of the authority of the undead artifact. That was why he could control thousands of skeletons to march in the wilderness. These thousands of skeletons were not worth mentioning in his eyes, but he was very interested in the undead artifact. Even if it was only a part of the authority, he might be able to get something out of it. That was why he agreed to Yura's plan as soon as he heard about it. "We can make the White Legions act real and then beat them at their own game. If we're lucky, we might be able to solve the current predicament at Fathom Harbor," Medisha replied. Brando understood the little silver elf princess's plan. He raised his eyebrows slightly and thought about the feasibility of this plan. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the chances were higher. He could not help but feel a little excited. He took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "If that's the case, we have to be careful of the leak of information first. Cruz's people are unlikely to let your sister and the others act alone. They might have a small garrison nearby. I have to go and deal with these people." Medisha nodded and asked, "My lord, will you be fine by yourself? Do you need me to go too? Or do you want to call Mr. the Shire?" Brando shook his head. "The Shire will leave him at the harbor. You and Hipamra have both come out. I have to leave someone at the harbor in case of an emergency. As for you, stay here and recuperate. This is the Lord's order. But I've already used the holy water. My wounds have already healed. I'm just a little weak at most. Although I can't fight, I can still use my planeswalker's authority, Medisha argued weakly. Speaking of injuries, Brando could not help but look at her chest. The originally shocking wound had indeed gradually healed under the powerful effects of the holy water. Now, under the tattered armor, there were large patches of snow-white skin and seductive curves that had just begun to develop. Brando coughed and was immediately embarrassed. Medisha finally noticed that her lord's expression was a little strange. She looked down and immediately blushed. She bit her lips and hurriedly covered her exposed body with her hands. If it were anyone else in this situation, they would inevitably be angry. However, Medisha, with her usual temperament, could not say anything. The atmosphere between the two was a little awkward. After a while, Brando muttered, "Don't worry, my little princess. I've already made arrangements. I won't joke about Yura's safety. You should understand." Medisha grunted in response. But after a while, she was still worried and whispered, "Why don't we bring Andrique along? She can still fight." Brando still shook his head. "No need. You and Mephistopheles can't fight. Hippamera is also unconscious. Only Andrique can fight. I'll only be at ease if she stays here." After that, he raised his head and looked in the direction of the other entrance of the valley. Madara's skeletons should have come from that direction. Cruz's people shouldn't be too far away. Medisha also looked at the other entrance of the valley. The verdant valley reflected the intoxicating green under the sunlight. She suddenly said, "Maybe there's someone who can help you, my lord." "Who?" Brando turned his head. "That skeleton. Don't tell me you've forgotten about it, my lord." "Krot. It's still alive?" Brando finally remembered the poor creature and asked in surprise. "Yes, and Sir John Lorison also wants to see you." Brando was stunned and then nodded. The two fell into silence for a while. It seemed that they both knew that there was a problem that they had not yet asked, but they were both worried about each other's feelings and did not want to take the initiative to speak. After a while, Brando said faintly, "Medisha, your sister, I already know." Medisha shook her head hard. "Say no more, my lord." Brando looked at the silver elf girl. Medisha lowered her head and did not say a word. It made him feel a little uneasy. "Is it really nothing?" Medisha was silent for a while. Then she said, "After the silver elves die, they go to a place called Alfheim. It is a sacred and peaceful valley, the Holy Silver Valley. It is the spiritual home of the silver elves. One day, I will see my sister, father, and mother there. They just reached that beautiful paradise before me. Although it sounds beautiful, I hope that Medisha can stay by my side forever and live in this world." "My lord, you really don't know how to comfort people." Medisha almost laughed. "Besides, my lord will also grow old. One day, I will leave my lord." "That's fine. When the time comes, I will accompany you to that Alfheim." "That won't do. That is the holy land of the silver elves." "My lord, you are a human. You can't enter." "That's not necessarily true. I am a planeswalker. Can't I travel through planes?" "You are too stubborn, my lord." This was the second time that Brando saw the undead of the Templar Knight. It lowered its head and sat under a towering white rock. It seemed to be in deep thought. The end of its long cloak dragged to the ground. It was a poignant red, as if it was the end of a hero. A rusty sword was inserted in front of it. A beam of golden sunlight shone down from the treetops and shone on the hilt. The gems on the hilt shone brightly, as if they were telling a story from before time had passed. Sir John Lorison sat behind the sword. Its injuries seemed to have almost recovered, at least on the surface. However, the golden flames in its eye sockets were much dimmer. "You are here, young knight." Sensing Brando's arrival, Lorison raised its head. On its deeply sunken skull, the golden crown shone brightly. "I am not a knight." Brando showed the Halran Gaia that he had found with great difficulty. "I am a warrior, a swordsman, but not a knight. It's all the same." With the passing of life, time has a different meaning in my eyes. The knowledge of the past no longer binds some eternal meaning. The undead replied, in my eyes, a knight is not an identity, but a symbol of nobility. It symbolizes a person who has a certain pursuit. I can see your persistence. Why deny it? I don't think it will embarrass you. Brando was silent. Where is your wife, respected knight? He looked around but did not see the soul of Lorison's lover, nor did he see the shadow of the defeated knight Krot. She left. The mortal world is only a restraint to her, even my love is the same. But she finally found peace and relief. This is all thanks to you. The voice of the undead was as calm as a dream. Brando smiled. You don't have to thank me. I didn't do it without purpose. Besides, the result is not bad. Your protection finally has meaning. I am also leaving, the undead replied. I can feel a voice calling me. My soul is about to return to eternity. This world presents a variety of meanings in front of my eyes at this moment, and I can't help but recall my own era. In that era, Cruz Valley was evergreen, and the green fields were like a dream. We could pursue our beliefs and dreams to our heart's content. Brando quietly listened to Lorison talk about his past, like an old man who was about to die, slowly telling the story behind the dust of time. The young knight, the shining faith, the setbacks and resistance, and even the lifelong protection. What supported such a faith in silence was a shining will. The undead quietly finished the story, then raised its head and looked at Brando with its eyes that pulsed with golden soul flames. I am about to leave, but before I leave, I will give you a gift, the undead said slowly. Please come to my side, young knight. Brando was slightly stunned and looked at Lorison in surprise. The undead met his gaze calmly and did not reveal any malice. Brando hesitated for a moment, but still walked in front of Lorison. The undead suddenly stood up and stretched out its bony hand to pull out the sword from the ground, but it did not make any move to attack. Brando was stunned for a moment and then relaxed. The undead raised the sword high and then gently put the tip of the sword on Brando's shoulder. Do you know the meaning and weight of glory, young knight? It will be by your side for life, the undead replied in a loud voice. I don't have anything else, only some of the insights I had when I was alive. These memories of the past have long lost their meaning to me, but I hope they can be of help to you. With these words, Brando suddenly felt that the scenery around him dissipated like sand in the wind, and a solemn holy sound came from all directions. He looked up and found that Lorison's undead was nowhere to be seen. He was alone in the center of a temple, kneeling on one knee. There were huge floor-to-ceiling rose-colored windows on all sides, and a pure white beam of light shone down through the gaps in the empty vault above his head and fell on the ground beside him, forming a huge spot of light in the darkness. It was impossible to see clearly in the darkness. It was as if there were rows of long benches in a church, and it was unknown if there were people sitting on them. Waves of whispers came from all directions and gathered together, buzzing as if they were discussing, or as if they were watching from the sidelines. Brendel suddenly understood that this was a scene that the knight's soul had experienced before, and it was probably one of the few scenes that left the deepest impression in his life. But as time passed, the originally clear memories became blurry. The audience in the holy cathedral was like a photo that had been washed away by water. It had faded to the point that there was almost no trace left behind. But everything that happened in the center of the holy cathedral was forever engraved in his memory. This was the inheritance, the knight's beliefs and ideals. Lorison intended to give his most important things to him. He had received all of this on the same occasion, and today he was returning the power that belonged to the knight in the same way. In the Amber Sword, this was also a rare opportunity that could not be forced. The skills that these heroes had mastered were far from those that could be found anywhere. The key was that after incorporating personal understanding and perception, most of these skills were unique. Brando never dreamed that he would accidentally trigger a hidden quest. He did not know if he was becoming less and less sensitive to things in the game, or if he had been too assimilated by the world. If this quest line had been in the past, he would have noticed it long ago. The moment Lorison's undead appeared, he probably should have noticed it, but he did not. Until now, everything was as if it had happened naturally. He saw a ball of bright white light appear in front of him. He could not see the face of the figure in the white light. It was as if there were many faces overlapping. Some of them were familiar to him, some of them he had even seen before. However, there were also some that he was unfamiliar with and had never seen before. These familiar and unfamiliar faces overlapped with each other. They opened their mouths together and recited something in a common voice. When Brando heard this voice, he seemed to have heard it clearly, but it also seemed to be a buzzing noise in his ears until pieces of memory flowed into his mind. The glorious night stood on the hill. Banners like a forest, cheers like a tide. The sword held high shone with a cold light. Brando seemed to see himself in it, and also saw Lorison's life. Then he naturally understood the origin of this skill. The layers of illusions in front of him suddenly disappeared, and the emerald forest returned to his vision. He was still standing under the huge white rock, and the forest was still green like a dream. Lorison's sword was still quietly inserted in front of him, but the undead of the night was long gone. Only the afternoon sun shone warmly in the forest, embellishing the meadow with spots of light. A long cloak lay on the meadow, carrying the breath of its owner when he was alive. It was as dazzling as blood. And only a monotonous voice echoed in Brando's mind, received the secret skill of the Templar Knight, divine baptism. He pondered for a long time before silently picking up the cloak on the ground, and then gently covering Lorison's sword with it. Then he pulled out Halran Gaia and carved a line of flying words on the rock with the tip of the sword. This is the tomb of a knight. His life protected love and faith. His loyalty and ideals may not be known to the world, but the valley is evergreen, and his faith is everlasting. Chapter 1025. There was a small human encampment at the northern side of the valley. The encampment was in an open space surrounded by ancient trees. It was made up of a few gray tents that were fixed between the rocks with ropes and wooden stakes. Not far away, there was a flag pole with the red and white flag of the White Legion hanging down from it. There were about 10 imperial knights in the encampment, but most of them were lying on the ground. Only 4 of them were still standing. One of them was wearing a fur coat and looked like a noble. He seemed to be the leader of the imperial soldiers. The other 3 were a lady dressed as a nun, a young noble, and a cowering skeleton. A skeleton. These 3 were Sidney, Brando, and the rotten knight Krot. Brando frowned and threw the crimson blessing on the ground. He also had a few pieces of equipment on him. Most of them were damaged after the battle with Haku. Fortunately, he did not have much left after the explosion in the deadly frost forest. Most of them were from Bosley and alchemy. He took some of the lesser magic items from Tamar to make up the numbers. The only valuable items were the Chronia Rift and some rings and necklaces. Rings and necklaces were not easily damaged. The Chronia Rift was an ancient piece of equipment passed down from the Twilight War. It was not damaged at all under Haku's attack. It was also thanks to the breastplate. Otherwise, he would not have been able to wait for Sidney to come. It saved his life. Back then, Haku's power was close to that of the Sage Realm. He could easily suppress the bloodline talent of an incomplete body. However, after being weakened by the Chronia Rift, he was only at the peak of the ultimate realm. He could not surpass the laws of the mortal world. Although he was still heavily injured, he was saved by the unyielding talent. One life. However, even though the Chronia's crevice was intact, the Bahamut's gift wasn't so lucky. As the first part of the armor to be struck by White's power, half of this precious gauntlet was destroyed in the battle. Brando put away the broken piece of the gauntlet into the dimensional cave with some regret, preparing to look at it in the future. Is there a chance to repair it? After all, it's a piece of fantasy equipment, something that can only be found by chance in the Amber Sword. At the thought of this, Brando was full of dissatisfaction with Bai. Although it was a little disrespectful to Medish's sister, the woman was so stingy that she didn't drop a single piece of equipment after her death. It was as if her soul had burned away everything, including the fake Book of Mavakart. Brando thought of the Book of Mavakart. If he could obtain the experience from that book, he might be able to reach the peak of the Law Realm. He might even have a chance to reach the extreme planes. But now, all of that was gone. More than half of his equipment was lost in the process. He even suspected that ever since he came to this world, his luck points seemed to have dropped a lot compared to when he was in the Amber Sword. There were some artifacts that he had never seen before, including the Power Crystal, Halran Gaia, the Rift of Lornia, the Realm of Fire, the Will of the Mountains, and the Lionheart Sword. Once he got his hands on them, and in fact, most of them were obtained without a plan. If this kind of luck happened in the game in the past, he would never believe it even if he was beaten to death. But this time, after fighting with Haku, it made him feel a little like before. Brando found that he was not surprised at all, as if this was how it should be. Instead, the previous situation made him feel a little uneasy, as if he had done something wrong. But Brando thought about it carefully. Before this happened, there seemed to be only one change around him, and that was, Senpai came to his side again. Okay. Brando couldn't help but smacked his lips and hurriedly threw this ridiculous idea out of his mind. Sydney had just returned from outside the camp, and when he saw Brendel's actions, he finally understood where he got the holy water from. Although the dimension hole was rare, it was nothing compared to the other things around Brendel, such as the Bugha fleet and the Valkyrie. Not to mention the rumors that were out there. This young count from Aween was an outstanding summoner, and most summoners had their own dimension hole. That was why Sydney was not too surprised when he realized this, and he did not even think of Amon as a summoner. But when she heard Brando muttering to himself, she couldn't help but ask, "What are you talking about?" Brando woke up, glanced at the mess on the ground, and shook his head quickly. "Nothing," he replied. "Just tidying up." Sydney didn't even look at the mess on the ground. She only glanced at the noble not far away who was bound by the Binding of Wind's spell and asked, "So, are you done asking?" Brando nodded. The imperial noble in front of him was called Charles, and he was from Bankel. He came from a knight family and was now a knight captain in the White Legion. Their mission this time was to escort Bai and the others to the Perkin Sanctuary. Of course, in name, it was an escort, but in fact, it was also surveillance. After Brando asked, he realized that this was not the first time these people came out on a mission. The hidden purpose of their mission should be to find the fragment of the laws around Fathom Harbor. But Bai obviously did not tell these people the truth. The woman obviously had the ability to find the fragment of the laws in Fathom Harbor, but she brought these people around. It was unknown if it was to hide her true purpose, or if she wanted to gain more power for herself. Maybe it was because she wanted more autonomy. After all, if she had found the fragment of the laws in the beginning, she might not have had the time to go around looking for what she wanted. However, Brando naturally did not have the obligation to explain to this person who was kept in the dark. He confirmed with the rotten Knight Krot that what these people said was true. After getting a positive answer, he went on to get more information from this person, mainly including the distribution and garrison of the White Legion near Ochin. Of course, in the district. A mere knight captain might not know much about these military secrets, but Brando himself only needed a rough idea. Besides, this person had seen the undead before and was not afraid of these skeletons, which meant that he must have come into contact with these things long ago. After Brando asked, sure enough, there was an army of the undead stationed near Ochin, and it was no longer a secret. It was just that the White Legion forbade everyone except for the army to cross the Golden Needle Forest to go to Fathom Harbor, so this news was sealed so tightly. Where did those undead come from? He asked. In the mountain dash, Sir Charles felt that he was very unlucky. Who would want to accompany a group of skeletons to carry out a mission at this time of the year and be fed the cold wind in the mountain pass? That was not enough. The pile of skeletons really could not do anything. They messed things up and even implicated him. Sir Charles was already thinking of a way out if he could say anything. Therefore, he was not willing to say another word. However, the young man in front of him had a sword on his neck, and the coldness that seeped out from the blade made him tremble in fear. He could not help but speak the truth. But in fact, he could not say anything. Most people knew that these skeletons came from the mountains. It was said that they were controlled by a few necromancers, and these necromancers had surrendered to the commander of the White Legion and were now serving them. This was the most widely spread rumor in Ochin, and it was also similar to the official explanation. When Brando asked, he didn't even need to think before replying. Brando patted this guy's neck with the blade of his sword. Looking at his pale face, he could not help but sigh. It seemed that the nobles of the empire and Erewhon's nobles were similar. Other than the hot-blooded young people, the slightly older ones were already in cahoots with such vermin. This was the worst era, but it was also full of opportunities and challenges. Because the Dark Empire in the East and Cruz had begun their reforms in this era. If Erewhon could stand firm at this time, he might be able to find his own way. As long as there was time, there was still hope. However, Charles's words also confirmed his expectations. This guy was indeed not a high-ranking person. His knowledge of the undead army was limited. Most of it was probably hearsay, and he did not know as much about the inside story as Brendel. So he asked another question. That was, were there any recent movements of troops in the direction of the Latch of Wa? He did not expect to have an unexpected gain this time. He keenly noticed that Charles trembled, and almost subconsciously understood that this guy definitely knew something. After some questioning, of course, it was still the sword. After a good intimate contact with Halran Gaia's neck with Sir Charles, the imperial noble finally opened his mouth. He did not know if he did not ask, but after asking, he found out that this guy actually had a younger brother who happened to be in the army that was transferred. There was no doubt that this knight's younger brother was also a guy who did not keep his mouth shut. Although he was only the outermost guard in this operation, he had a rough understanding of the situation of this transfer. 1. A total of 64 knights, 3 knight captains, escorted at the necromancer to Boom. As for the route and some details, they did not know anything, which was also in line with the other party's identity and status. However, Brando did not need these things, because Yuta had already discovered this undead army. As for what the necromancer was, Brando knew very well in his heart. There was no need to use the mouth of an outsider to repeat it, and these things that Charles said were completely enough. What he was most worried about before was the strength of the escorting knight. The highest combat power that he could mobilize now was his teacher Mephisto. The strength of the ultimate realms sounded very terrifying, but there were only 3 to 5 in the Empire. In addition to Vala, there was also the head of the Holy Knight Regiment, David, and the chief of the Empire's Royal Guard. The last one was the commander of the Red Army, the strongest of the Empire's 4 sword saints, the Red Sword Saint, Duke. These people's political leanings were all loyal to the Imperial Party, and it could be said that they were loyal to Constance to the death. Not to mention that the woman had now subdued the witches, and the Supreme Realm powerhouses, including the Queen of Witches, had already surpassed the Scarlet. Including Asgiali, the number of witches had almost doubled. These witches came and went like ghosts. Before he could confirm their location, he would not dare to let the Ash Sword Saint leave Fatten Port. Moreover, there were also the Mountain people, the Senia people, and the remnants of the Myrna people. He was not surprised that 1 or 2 Supreme Realm powerhouses would appear in seclusion from these ancient races. Because of this, he had to be careful. Excluding Mephisto, the highest combat power that he could mobilize was actually the Valkyrie and Brunhilde sisters. However, although they were of the ancient troop class, their current strength was actually limited. In terms of combat power, they were probably slightly weaker than him. If they worked together, it would not be easy to deal with a real Supreme Realm powerhouse. In that case, they would only have a slight chance of winning if they only had a prearranged sneak attack. However, if they were to face it head-on, they would most likely lose. However, since the other party only had 64 official knights and 3 knight captains, things would be simple. According to the standard of the White Army, the official knights were only at the middle to lower gold rank. The knight captains were probably similar to this guy in front of him, at most at the peak of gold rank. Even if there were a few outstanding ones who had reached the elemental awakening stage, they would not be able to do much. Even if they were elementalists, he would not take them seriously. Even if they were elementalists, so what if they were elementalists? He was sitting on the time and space elements, and had experienced several realizations between life and death. He had also come into contact with the sage domain, and even things like the power of existence. In the realm of elementalism of truth, unless there was someone who had mastered the same level of elementalism as him and had the same experience as him, he would not be able to defeat them. What was there to be afraid of? He might be able to kill those half-assed elementalists or even elementalists with elementalism of truth. Having figured this out, Brando turned the hilt of his sword and directly knocked the guy out, so that Sir Charles, who had been scared to the point of collapse, was finally blissfully unconscious. Then he turned to Sydney and said, "Miss Sydney, since we are already allies, I am about to go to war with Her Majesty the Queen. As an ally, I will not hold back. There are some things I may need to entrust to you right away." Sydney nodded, acquiescing to this relationship, and asked, "Please go ahead." Brando explained in detail, and the Holy Maiden of the Leo Palace listened silently, but occasionally nodded. Time passed quickly, and suddenly there was a clear chirp of a bird in the valley. Brando raised his head and looked in that direction. He recognized that it was the voice of a cuckoo. There were many such birds in the Metz area, and in the Lac of Wa, there were even many white cuckoo birds. The tailed cuckoo, the mountain people called it a divine bird, but there was no such beautiful little creature here. He silently took out 2 communication crystals, and after activating them separately, he whispered to them, "The Shire, Yuta, P.S., I'm a little jammed today." Chapter 1026. "All right, I understand, my lord. You can rest assured that there will be no problem at all if you leave it to me." "What, screw up? How could that be? I have followed you for such a long time, you can't still not trust me, right? Is that why?" No, I will never quarrel with Miss Delphian. I am a true gentleman, how can I quarrel with a beautiful lady? Last time was just an accident." All right, my lord, I understand. He's just as heartless as Darius." The young wizard muttered to himself as he took the communication crystal away and raised it high. The light from the sun above the sea shone on the crystal through the arched window of the tower, reflecting a dazzling light that was intoxicating. He narrowed his eyes slightly. Although it was just an unusually ordinary thing, it had its moments of beauty and dazzling brilliance. Just like this tranquil bay, under the ordinary day after day, it contained the most valuable thing in the world. When people lost it one day, it would be too late for regrets. Those ordinary but real days would be people's most precious memories. The Shire silently looked at the sparkling golden bay, as if to firmly remember this moment in his heart. He turned around. Behind him was the narrow space of the tower. There was a desk covered with magic scrolls and star maps. On the corner of the desk was a crystal ball and a small toy, a metal disc that was bound by a breeze, blowing a few feathers up and down. Behind the desk was a wooden bed and 2 rows of bookshelves. The bookshelves were stuffed with parchment scrolls and books in a disorderly manner. From afar, it looked like a garbage dump. And an unmanned brush swept back and forth on the bookshelves, constantly driving spiders and other insects out of the corners. They fell to the ground and then quickly crawled away. Mordenkainen and a few others were still standing in the room. These were the apprentices who had followed him since the beginning. They were now official wizards, and the best among them had even touched the threshold of the Gold Realm. Stepping into the Gold Realm was the most critical juncture for wizards. After entering the Gold Realm, the world of wizards would be wide open. As long as there were no accidents, there was a great chance to set foot in the world of elements. Unlike the swordsmen who were stuck outside the solid wall of elemental energy, many wizards spent their whole lives wandering outside the door of gold, and in the end, they achieved nothing. However, in his batch of students, there were many talented people who stood out and began to touch this mysterious field one by one. The Shire could almost smell the breath of magic in the air. He didn't know what was happening in the outer sea, but the tide of magic was rising as if there was no end. The magic factor in the air of Wonde had exceeded the richest concentration in 1,000 years. In this week, many babies born in Fat Tan Port had shown the bloodline of magic talent. It was said that it was the same in Tonajul. The common people lived a normal life and were unaware of the changes around them. The nobles were busy fighting for power and profit and ignored the most unusual changes in Wonde this year. Only wizards were the most sensitive to these changes. For 1,000 years, the stars in Won's summer night had never been as bright as this year. The gods in the sky seemed to be telling something to the mortals, but the astrologer's divination of the future was in a huge fog because of the changes in the stars caused by the turmoil in the Witch Kingdom. The future was hidden under a huge shadow, making everyone who was paying attention feel deeply uneasy. "What are you looking at?" The Shire narrowed his eyes and looked at his students. "No. Nothing, my lord." Mordenkainen and the others tried to look serious, but the look on their faces that wanted to laugh but didn't dare to really betrayed their thoughts. Mr. Seal was the chief wizard mentor of the Ferber territory and also the right-hand man of the Lord of Ferber. He was friendly and never put on airs. In front of the nobles, he was also well-mannered. Compared to the Lord of Ferber, he was more like a member of a noble family. This was what most people knew about this wizard on the surface. However, only a few people knew about this secret, just like the conversation between him and the Lord of Ferber. The Shire was really controlled by the Lord. As expected of the Lord, even such an excellent and powerful guy like the Great Wizard was not the Lord's opponent. This was probably the real thought in these people's hearts. You should have smelled it. The Shire was very dissatisfied with his students' dullness. Smelled what, my lord? The smell of war. The Shire lectured slowly. He pointed to the heads of these idiots one by one and reprimanded them. You idiots, didn't I tell you that wizards need a sharp heart to be able to perceive the dangers and changes around them? A wizard's game is a chase between a hunter and his prey in a dangerous forest. Your wisdom determines how far you can go. The rest of the people can only become the stepping stones of others. Those fellows who are complacent after mastering 2 spells can only be called liars and charlatans. Several students replied awkwardly, My lord, we have long been accustomed to the smell of war. Along the way, we have not slept with one eye open. If you have to ask us if we have smelled the smell of war, we should have been aware of it since the moment the Lord split open the door of the crew's people with his sword. The Shire looked at his students and listened to their words. It was rare for him to be silent. Mordenkainen and others originally thought that they would be waiting for another storm. After spending so many days with the wizard, they had long been accustomed to his character. However, when the Shire suddenly stopped talking, they felt uneasy instead. What's going on? Is the mentor really angry? A few of them looked at the Shire cautiously, only to find that the latter had a lonely look on his face. They couldn't help but be slightly startled. The Shire shook his head. Forget it. You won't understand even if I explain it to you. You can just live like this foolishly. Isn't that a kind of happiness? But remember this day well. I'm afraid that from now on, there will be no more sparkling waves in the open sea. There will only be endless storms and showers left. Mordenkainen and others were a little confused. They asked uneasily, My lord, are you feeling unwell? If the Lord scolded you, please don't take it to heart. The Shire was almost angered to death by these idiots. He waved his hand impatiently. Shut up and get out of here. Go and inform Miss Delphian that I want to see her. My lord. If you want to find someone to quarrel with, the Lord just said, shut up and get out. Dong, dong, dong. An urgent bell suddenly rang through the entire Fathom Port. Heruz was practicing magic skills with Lady Medusa in the room. They carefully maintained the magic ripples between the two's magic triangle area. This was the most common method used by witches to train their magic skills and was also the foundation for practicing black magic. As one of the few people around the little prince, Lasmika was one of the few who knew that he had a talent for black magic. The rest were Brando, Princess Griffine, Amandina, and the Roman lady. Princess Griffine had always been worried about her brother's talent for black magic. After all, this talent was at most a little troublesome for ordinary people, but for the royal family, it meant that it would be a lifelong secret. However, Brando advised her that the power itself depended on the kind of person who held it. Instead of blindly suppressing it, it was better to properly guide it, especially to let the little prince understand the meaning of the power he held so that he could properly treat his power. Amandina was one of the few people around Brando who had a complete and systematic learning experience of magic, from the personal teaching of Cypher's chief court wizard, Garlock after the Battle of Ampere Seal. She was also his aide, so this secret was not hidden from her from the beginning. In fact, Amandina often acted as the little prince's teacher when they were in Tonajal. As for the Shire, it was for the same reason. However, as a gold-ranked wizard who was close to elemental manifestation, the Shire was obviously not suitable to teach a beginner like the little prince. Besides, he had many students around him, and this kind of secret was not suitable to be kept in his mage tower. Among the few of them, only Lysimika was an exception. However, this scheming woman served the little prince day and night, and it was too easy for her to extract any secrets from the innocent little prince. So after threatening the woman, Brando simply threw the job of teaching the little prince to her. At least this woman had an outstanding mind and was cautious. This job, which required keeping secrets, was just right for her. Besides, at least so far, Brando had not found anything unusual about her. When they reached the third stage of this magic practice, a small fluctuation suddenly appeared, and then the magic ripples between the two instantly disappeared without a trace. Haruz blushed a little and hurriedly apologized. "I'm sorry, I was distracted." Lysimika listened to the rapid sound of the bell coming from outside and smiled. "It's okay, don't worry about it. If you want to go out and take a look, you can continue practicing later." Haruz nodded vigorously. He had been disturbed by the sound of the bell for a long time. Although he was well-behaved and obedient, he was still a child after all. He was very curious and wanted to go out and see what was going on. Medusa narrowed her eyes as she watched the little guy rush out of the door. Then she raised her head and glanced outside with her prismatic pupils. The changes in the outer sea have already affected the surface world. I don't know how much longer it will take. She muttered to herself as she looked out the window at the panicked scene of the whole city and the panicked crowd on the streets. She lowered her head, and a bright gemstone appeared in her hand at some point. The gemstone was shining brightly, and it seemed to be nurturing a deep blue brilliance inside. In just a moment, Lysimika closed her palm and put the gemstone into her palm. The dazzling brilliance seemed to only exist in the room for a moment before it returned to darkness. She sighed faintly. Ash tip eaten, my god, Tiamat. Haruz ran out of a long corridor, and before he walked out of the door, he first saw a young lady running out of the door in another direction. He couldn't help but widen his eyes and hurriedly shouted, "Miss Roman." The merchant lady seemed to be startled and hurriedly looked around with a guilty conscience. When she turned back and saw the little guy, she immediately raised her eyebrows and said, "Haruz, why did you run out?" Haruz was suddenly at a loss for words. He even forgot to mention that the other party didn't respectfully address him as His Royal Highness. Lady Lysimika agreed to let me out for safety reasons. Brando did not arrange for the little prince to stay in the Baron's castle. Instead, he found a place for him and Lysimika to stay in Fathom Harbor with the witches. This way, if anything happened, Babasha, Sugarpot, and White Mist could protect His Royal Highness, and there would be no need to worry about the worst happening. But before he could finish speaking, the Roman grabbed his arm and pulled him over. The merchant lady made a threatening gesture at him, and at the same time put her finger to her lips and made a shushing gesture. "Shoo, don't make any noise. White Mist is working, you know. Don't disturb other people's work." Brando said that this is basic courtesy, understand? Haruz instinctively felt that something was wrong, but with his temperament, he couldn't say what was wrong. He stammered and didn't know how to answer. "Miss Roman, did something happen outside?" he asked hesitantly. "I don't know. The daughter of the Prime Minister seems to be summoning the bishops in the city. I don't know what she wants to do," the Roman said as she dragged the little prince out of the door. "Anyway, let's not stay here for now. Do you want to know what happened?" The little prince nodded passively, although he deeply suspected that even if he didn't nod, his teacher's fiancée would pretend not to see it. "Well, I'll take you to see it. You must remember to say more good things about me in front of Brando," the Roman quickly added, thinking that she was clever. Haruz had no idea how to deal with this kind of conversation outside of the situation, but after he was dragged out of the door, he immediately saw some strange movements in the direction of the harbor. He quickly called out, "Miss Roman, look over there." "Huh?" The Roman was slightly stunned. The merchant lady naturally didn't care about what happened outside at all. Anyway, even if the sky fell, there were tall people to hold it up. For a short person like her, there was no need to worry at all. It was just that she was forced to deal with the relationship between the witches in this place by white mist. She was already on the verge of collapse. She felt that her head seemed to be bigger than usual. It was not easy to seize the opportunity to escape, so naturally, she wanted to seize the time to breathe in the free air. However, when she heard Haru's exclamation, she raised her head and saw that in the spaceport of Fathom Harbor, Valhalla's fleet had actually started moving. Silver warships were sailing out to sea, leaving their berths and heading towards the airspace outside the port to start forming up in formation. "Huh," she said softly. "Is the war about to start?" Chapter 10:28. Under a tall and slender silver tree, Yuta put away the communication crystal under everyone's expectant eyes. The young men immediately asked, "How was it, Captain? What did the Lord say?" The beautiful female mercenary captain flipped her fiery red hair and smiled casually. "What else could it be? Of course, the Lord agreed with my plan. These cruise people are sneakily controlling the undead. They must be up to no good. They have been hiding in Ovchin for a long time. Maybe it has something to do with this secret. How could the Lord let go of such a good opportunity?" She looked at her subordinates with her emerald green eyes. "How was it? How could my judgment be wrong? You guys still have a lot to learn." "Yes, yes, yes. Captain, you know the Lord best. But Captain, the Lord is much younger than you." "What did you say?" Yuta narrowed her eyes and asked in an unfriendly tone. "Nothing. Nothing. Does the Lord have any instructions?" The young men hurriedly denied. Yuta snorted from her nose and replied with a serious face, "The Lord gave us the task to delay these cruise people. It is best not to let them pass through the Golden Needle Valley before evening." "Wow, this mission is not easy. This is an army. How can we hold them back with just a few of us?" One of the young magi exclaimed exaggeratedly. "But this is not an ordinary army. In fact, this army is controlled by only a few people. The lowest level skeleton soldiers have no intelligence. They can only follow orders instinctively." The young knight called Mare thought carefully and said, "So we only need to delay the people who control these skeletons. That is not simple." The young wizard shook his head and pointed out the problem. "There are dozens of knights. Each of them is strong in martial arts. Except for the captain, who dares to say that he can challenge any one of them one-on-one? Not to mention that they have more people than us. Taking a step back, the other commanders aren't fools either. When have you ever seen an army that needs to stop and wait for the scouts to finish fighting? As long as they send a portion of their men to drive us away, the army can still continue to advance." These words were quite reasonable, and the other young knights all nodded their heads in agreement. Janna also frowned. The beautiful female mercenary leader originally wanted to show her identity and lure the other party to drive them away to delay time, but now she realized that there seemed to be a loophole in this plan. She had thought of the problem too simply. The number of Kurlut's knights on the other side was not many, but they were several times more than them. It was completely possible to divide a group of people to drive them away. "How about this?" Mare's eyes suddenly lit up. He waved his hand to let the others focus on him. "We can scare them." The young magus snorted and shook his head. "Scared? Mir, I can forgive your ignorance since you haven't systematically studied wizardry, but you should know that these low-ranked undead without intelligence are immune to fear." "Shut up." Yuta could not stand this subordinate of hers anymore. She reached out and hit the back of his head. "Mare was born in Viro. He knows more about the undead than you do. Listen to him." Mare looked at the young wizard who was holding his head and looking at him innocently. He smiled kindly and continued, "Crew is right. If this army is the undead of Madara, it will be difficult for us to scare them. But the ones controlling them are the crew's people." "I understand," the young wizard interrupted. "You want to scare those who control the skeletons. If that's the case, it will work. But you should have explained it earlier. He wanted to continue, but Yuta glared at him fiercely. He could only reluctantly swallow the second half of the sentence back into his stomach. Yuta turned her head. Mare, tell me, what is your plan? Mare nodded and took a step back. He picked up a few stones and placed a simple map on the ground. He was a top student of the Royal Knight Academy. Making a temporary battle map was not difficult for him. In just a few moments, a simple map of the Golden Needle Valley appeared in front of everyone. The young wizards were stunned. Even Yuta could not help but touch the tip of her chin. She was a little envious. Sigh, I want to go to the Royal Knight Academy to further my studies. But I don't know if the princess will accept me. Mir chuckled. I remember when I was in a war history class, the famous general of Kurlutz, Marshal Raphael, once said that there are two types of hunters with the sharpest senses on the battlefield. The first type is a veteran general who has been through hundreds of battles and has an incomparable wealth of experience. This type of person can accurately sniff out an opportunity through the abnormalities of the ever-changing battlefield. The so-called drill book is nothing more than the essence of the veteran general's lifetime of experience. It can be said that it's a kind of shortcut method, but for someone like the commander who has real experience, it's useless. Wow, the young wizard exaggeratedly gave Mare a thumbs up. Mare, you are really good at flattery. But you probably don't know that our commander's best skill is to escape. Oh, no, to turn around. Seeing Yuta's increasingly unfriendly expression, Crew quickly changed his words and tried to change the topic. By the way, what is the second kind of person that Marshal Raphael mentioned? Yuta was about to make a move, but when she heard this question, she could not help but feel a little curious. She knew that she was not a military genius. The only reason she walked the path of a mercenary was to make a living. That was why she decided to settle down after meeting Brando. In fact, sometimes she could not help but wish that she did not have so much trouble in ABs. If it were not for Brando's kindness and the fact that he was the descendant of Darius, she might have chosen to leave long ago. Being an ordinary person was not a bad thing. It would be even better if her sister was still around. But the moment she put on the knight's armor, Yuta realized that she actually had a little ambition in her heart. Among the people around Brando, apart from the oldest group of war veterans, she was one of the oldest. Compared to the young people of the White Lion Guards, she was even more so. Perhaps it was because she felt the vitality of her youth from these young people that her heart settled down again. She was willing to accept the position that Brando had promised her. But she also understood that she came to this step not because of her ability, but because of the choice she made in AB's castle. Although Brando was a kind and soft-hearted person, she could not shamelessly take advantage of her seniority. But whenever there was an opportunity to learn, she could humbly ask for advice. This was also why she valued the opinion of a young man like Mare. Yuta was clear that Brando valued this batch of graduates from the Royal Knight Academy. Needless to say, Brando would try his best to give the graduates who were willing to enter the Valhalla fleet and the White Lion Guards a chance to show off their talents. Although it was not mentioned on the surface, it was also secretly arranged by Brando for Mare to become her personal knight. One had to know that she was now a high-ranking officer by Brando's side, and the personal knight guards by her side must be trustworthy and reliable. Moreover, Brando would often sigh to these seniors in private, saying that Tanajal's reputation was still not high enough. Most of the graduates from the Royal Knight Academy in this batch chose to go to the old White Lion Legion in the north instead of going south to join the White Lion Guards. The meaning behind his words was that it was a pity. In fact, after spending some time together, Yuta could not help but sigh at her lord's foresight. The few youths who came from the Royal Knight Academy by her side were all good people. Although there were not many as outstanding as Mare, the rest were far better than the so-called outstanding nobles she had seen before. Sometimes, she was even a little confused. Why was her lord always one step ahead of the others? She had followed Brando for a long time, and she was very clear that Brando had almost no time to understand this batch of graduates from the Royal Knight Academy. How did he know that there were so many talents in this batch? Could it be that all the graduates of the Knight Academy in the past were heroes and extraordinary? But Yuta herself felt that this idea was a little unreliable. After all, if that was true, Erwin would not be the way he was today. Of course, this was also a misconception of this beautiful mercenary. In fact, even though Brando knew that the average standard of this batch of graduates was much higher than their peers, it was still not to the extent that all of them were heroes. However, those who chose to join the White Lion Guards or even the Tanajul fleet were mostly courageous and adventurous young men. These people were more confident in themselves, which was why they trusted their own foresight and did not follow the crowd. Therefore, it was reasonable for their average standard to be higher. After listening to Kru's words, Mare's eyes revealed a look of yearning. He replied, "The second type of people are the so-called geniuses. As long as these people stand on the battlefield, it is as if they were born for this stage. The so-called experience and rules do not apply to them at all. Their every action is like the actions of a lunatic in the military. It is just like how Flame King Gretel attacked the famous heavy cavalry of the Myrnas head-on in the Canuck Hills. If it were anyone else, it would be suicidal. But Gretel was able to successfully create a miracle in one fell swoop. This is not because he is blessed by the goddess of luck, but because of his courage and genius sense of smell. This sense of smell and inspiration is innate, and it is impossible to learn and imitate. To put it simply, it is impossible for ordinary people to learn." The young magus rolled his eyes in annoyance. "Something like that." Mare was very serious. Such a famous general is hard to come by in 100 years. A genius like the Flame King has not appeared since the War of the Holy Saints. He paused for a moment before he mustered up his courage and continued, "But I may have seen this potential in someone. He can always turn the impossible into the possible. This is one of the reasons why I came to this place." "You mean his lordship?" The young magus almost jumped up. He shook his head and said, "That is impossible. His lordship is very powerful, but that is in other aspects. In terms of war, I think Lady Medisha is much better than him." Yuta also felt that it was a little ridiculous. Compared to these young magi, she was more familiar with Brando. Of course, she knew that her lordship was very good at commanding small-scale battles. Of course, that was only in her opinion. But in terms of large-scale battles, perhaps his lordship's foresight was always very good, but compared to the Flame King, he was still a far cry. He was the most talented person born 1,000 years ago. Among the 4 sages, Gretel's background was the most ordinary, but his achievements were the highest. The strength of the other 3 sages was about the same. Elanta was slightly stronger, but compared to the Flame King Gretel, she was still a far cry. Saint Tossel the Wind Empress was the most confident in her swordsmanship, but she had to admit that Gretel's talent in swordsmanship was unsurpassed by anyone in the past 1,000 years. In terms of military command, he left the other 3 sages in the dust. Elanta did not know how to command at all, and Fanzan was not far behind. Although Saint Tossel had the ability to command, it was limited to that. In the fierce war 1,000 years ago, there were only 2 main characters who participated in the battle. One was the Flame King Gretel, and the other was the Silver Elf. These 2 protagonists perfectly interpreted Raphael's words. Mare saw that the others clearly did not believe him, but he only smiled faintly and did not refute. These days, he got along well with his companions and his immediate superior, Yuta. He did not want to argue with his colleagues over such trivial matters, not to mention that they had important matters to attend to. Seeing Mare's expression, Yuta seemed to have reacted. She shook her head and said, "I didn't expect you to think so highly of his lordship." "Well, Mare, do well, I will recommend you to his lordship when I have time." "Really?" "Of course." Yuta was very dissatisfied that her words were questioned, but for now, let's talk about your plan. The young knight did not seem to notice that the female mercenary's pride had been hurt. He was a little excited and pointed at the stone on the ground. Chapter 1029. The dim candlelight spread in the direction of the curtain. At the end of the light was a beauty that seemed to be carved out of ice. The face that emerged from the darkness was like the snow fairy described in the myths, but the straight nose and chin seemed to be carved with a chisel. Every line was delicate and clear. She was looking at a young man in front of her, and there was an occasional flash of blue light in the depths of her eyes. The young man was sitting on a dusty wooden crate. His brows were furrowed, and one of his hands was propped up on his cheek. His elbow was on his thigh, and he was unconsciously using his polished riding boots to grind the glass shards scattered in the dust. The sharp shards shone in the candlelight like pearls in the gravel. Greta, you seem to be impatient. The woman's voice seemed to come from the abyss of nightmares. It was like a bone-piercing icy wind that froze everything in its path. It made a crisp rustling sound that would make a mortal's hair stand on end. But the young man called Greta was not a mortal. To be exact, he was a dead man. The dead did not feel cold because they did not have any body temperature. Upon hearing the question, Greta looked up and stared at the Queen of Banshees with the dark red soul fire that was like surging blood. He then showed an elegant smile. This smile was better than the smile on the face of the most cultured and elegant human gentleman. It was just that it appeared incongruously on a bloodless, cold, and stiff face. But it did not feel strange at all. Instead, it made people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. It's not like you don't know, Madame Yalvit. I didn't want to come to this godforsaken place from the beginning. People often say that the undead have the least style because they always stay in those lifeless places. And this place is 100 times more tasteless than the most tasteless undead. May I ask, don't you feel bored staying in this place? The future imperial sword of Madara, known as the strongest sword saint after Darius, spread out his hands and asked. I don't feel bored, nor do I feel bored. That kind of thing has no meaning to me, but I know you're not worried about that, but about the person you're about to meet. Yalvit coldly replied. That's right. That's because he's the master of this place. An existence that's even more terrifying than a place that's 100 times more tasteless than the most tasteless undead is the master of this place. I hope that he doesn't become complacent about his masterpiece. That would be even more terrifying. Actually, what do you have to worry about? I've seen that person before. Before he died, we met once. At that time, he was also a mortal, but his bloodline was more noble. He was a Myrna, that's all. How many years have you lived, lady? I thought you should ask, how many years have you been dead? Alright, just pretend I didn't say anything. The young man had no choice but to ask, have you really seen that person? Yalvit nodded. About 1,200 years ago, I met him once in the Yasbei. But at that time, we were both in a hurry. I know who he is, but he doesn't know who I am. How was he at that time? Was he as scary as the rumors say? Are you afraid of him? The Queen of Banshees asked. Don't tell me that I'm not afraid of him. Greta was slightly startled. She couldn't help but lower her head to check her appearance, trying to figure out what she was doing wrong. You look scared, but the undead can't feel real fear, what a failure. The young man sighed. He's a prophet. He witnessed the fall of the empire with his own eyes. For 1,000 years, he watched as his people declined, were exiled, and were forgotten by Martha. He watched as everything that was once glorious disappeared into nothingness. The wind and sand buried the relics of an era behind history. But he was indifferent. Does he not have power? No, the legends say that he has the power to destroy the world. In Mardos, his position is second only to the Dark Dragon. No, maybe even higher. It's just that no one knows about it. As long as he makes a move, the four sages have no chance of winning. But he was indifferent. What is he thinking? What are you thinking? Yalvit looked at Greta in surprise. These things have nothing to do with you. I'm thinking that such a person must be keeping a secret. This secret can answer all the questions. That person asked us to come here. Doesn't that prove it? Greta said excitedly. I thought you wouldn't be so curious. How boring, madam. But I admire you for keeping your mouth shut. The Queen of Banshees stared at the dead man with her blue eyes until the latter flinched. Well, it doesn't matter if you don't tell me. Anyway, I think a person like you who has lived for thousands or even hundreds of years definitely knows something, Greta said helplessly. But I've been thinking about a question for a long time. During the war 60 years ago, all the countries should have seen something corresponding to it. How could they remain indifferent until now? Did something happen during this period that even we don't know about? What? What I mean is, Greta suddenly stood up and gestured. Don't you think it's ridiculous? Yalvit looked at her in confusion. Greta scratched his hair, which was as messy as hay, and explained, why didn't they settle the matter once and for all? Why did they leave all the conflicts until today? I mean, Her Majesty the Queen of the Kurlutzians. If I remember correctly, during the Second Holy War, the dragons and the Bugas should have been present. They could have handled the matter perfectly, but they chose to remain indifferent and even encouraged the development of the situation. If it weren't for them, where would Her Majesty the Queen of today be? Yalvit frowned slightly, as if she had no interest in this. Maybe they were happy to see it happen, or maybe they were confused. You have to understand that since 1,000 years ago, the 4 holy cathedrals have been on the side of justice. This justice is not the justice that they preach, nor is it hypocritical. If they can't stand on this point, they will lose their morals. Just like the Holy Cathedral of Fire today, whether it's the priests and bishops of the new church or the old church, they can still perform magic and gain power from the golden flame. This shows that the morals in their hearts are not skewed, it's just that their standpoints are different. You seem to know their doctrines very well. Greta's eyes lit up as if she had discovered a new continent. But Yalvit shook her head impatiently and denied it. If you were to witness the history of the 4 holy cathedrals from the birth of the 4 holy cathedrals to today, you would also understand more. Greta showed an expression that was uglier than crying. My lady, although I understand that you are very qualified to say this, can you not always talk about this? It's hurting my self-confidence. Experience can make a person incomparably wise, and time has not left the slightest trace on you. Instead, it has increased your glory and charm. I know that this is very enviable, but if you keep showing off like this, I won't be able to stand it. Yalvit did not say a word in response to Greta's words. Apparently, she was already used to the way this young person spoke. The latter did not get a response from her, but he was not discouraged at all. He continued, but I agree with you. Perhaps they are also very confused, but if Her Majesty is the destined hero, then what is there for them to be confused about? Some things have not happened yet, and no one can say whether it is right or wrong. In other words, there is another possibility? The Queen of Banshees suddenly turned her head and asked coldly, what are you trying to say? Nothing. Greta smiled. It's just a theory. Speaking of which, you should have seen the real heroes, right? For example, the 4 wise ones, Lady Yalvit? More or less. In that era, I have heard some of their legends, but I have never seen them in person. What about the Flame King? He is a little special. That young man is filled with infinite possibilities. Those bards used miracles to describe his life. It is quite appropriate. In that case, the Flame King is indeed a legend. Greta asked again. Lady Yalvit, do you think there is anyone in this world who can truly foresee the future? There is one where you are. No. Greta shook her head and said, that person's foresight of the future is at most a kind of revelation. Prophets can see strange scenes from the revelation. These scenes are chaotic, but they are only a corner of the future. They can see these fragments, but they are powerless to change them. What I am saying is, if someone can see the future and change it, unless the person you are talking about is a god. It is said that in the ancient era, only the gods had such an ability. Yalvit replied coldly. After hearing this, Greta did not say anything else and lowered her head to think. After a short while, a huge dusty door in front of the two suddenly made a creaking sound, and then slowly opened to both sides. There was no one behind the huge door, as if it had its own consciousness and automatically welcomed guests from afar. Yalvit and Greta both raised their heads at the same time and saw a hunchbacked old man slowly walking out from the darkness behind the door. This old man was wearing a long robe and holding an ordinary wooden staff. He trembled as he walked, like a candle in the wind. At any time, he would run out of oil. But when Tarek saw him, he could not help but stand in awe. Some people were sung in legends, but some people were legends themselves. Just like this old man in front of him. As early as an era ago, his stories were as numerous as the stars in Wonde. His name, whether it was 1,000 years ago or 1,000 years later, was enough to shock anyone. Although it was just the name of an ordinary Myrna person, it did not even need to be described in words. It had already reverberated in the darkness. Even Greta could not help bowing her head deeply under the gaze of that pair of onyx eyes. However, only Yvette was still standing tall and proud. The light of the sun streaked across the sky to the west of Metz. It did not stop for a moment because of anyone's attention. It was like a burning meteor, falling at an unstoppable speed to the end of the western sea and sky of the continent. When a certain period of time passed, the silver woodland was no longer sunny. Instead, it was dyed with a layer of light red glow. Dusk was faintly discernible in the western horizon, and the stars were like diamond powder embellished on the light purple background of the sunset. The White Legion Knights were escorting the undead army through the last part of the Golden Needle Valley. The Knight Captain Ruoli looked up at the sky. The time was just right. Although the valley had long been empty, the mountain people had continued to migrate north. The south of the Latch of Wa had attracted the attention of the incompetent nobles of Fathom Port, but no one was willing to spend the night in this forest full of strange legends, especially with such a large number of skeletons. Although they were the bravest knight, most of the legends in this forest came from the creepy stories of the mountain people. Those legends from the previous era were full of awe-inspiring mysteries. He raised his hand and made a gesture to the knight beside him. The last part of the valley was in front of them. The slowly rising and falling ridge formed a narrow pass. It was the most complicated area in the area, and it was also very suitable for an ambush. Although this place had long been deserted, out of a cautious nature, he felt that it would be safer to send out scouts to investigate according to Cruz's military instructions. Maruoli deeply understood this point. The reason why the Duke had chosen him to carry out this important mission was because of his cautious nature. This kind of character was a little too indecisive for a commander, but it was suitable for the current situation. After all, he had never thought that he would be promoted to a higher rank. The Knight Captain was already a position that he was satisfied with in the Empire. The Knight Captain was his personal guard. He quickly understood what he meant and set off on his horse. Maruoli noticed that when the dragon passed through the forest, it did not startle any birds. This was not a good sign, and it made him frown deeply. Sure enough, after a short while, he heard his personal guard roaring, followed by the sound of men and horses. With his many years of experience, he could even distinguish the sound of arrows piercing through the air. Ambush. The knight's voice and the voice in his mind sounded at the same time. Chapter 10:30. At dusk, the forest was filled with people screaming and horses neighing. The roars of the land dragons resounded through the forest as if a huge monster was fighting in the forest. It was unsettling. The land dragon knight of the White Legion felt as if arrows were flying towards them from all directions. They did not know how many people were hiding in the dark, so they had no choice but to retreat. The setting sun shone over the long ridge and into the valley. The sky and earth were orange-red. Yutta's flame-like hair was dazzling under the setting sun. After shooting a few arrows consecutively, she saw that the Cruz Knight vanguard had begun to retreat. She immediately ordered the young wizard beside her. Quick, follow the plan. Commander, you have to let me take a break. Crew was so tired that sweat was flowing down his forehead like a waterfall. He could not help but complain loudly. Do you think this kind of large-scale illusion is easy to use? Not to mention there are two of them. Cut the crap. This is an order. If you can't do it, I'll cut your head off. Crew could not help but curse in his heart. He did not care that the person who came up with this plan was Mare, whom he had praised before. However, he still used his fastest speed to recite the spell. He waved the staff in his hand and a hazy army suddenly appeared under his command. It was like the mountain fog had gathered out of thin air. In the fog, people were screaming and horses were neighing, outlining the outline of a cavalry that was ready to go. Crew trembled as he maintained the staff in his hand. The army also ran parallel to the retreating Cruz Knight through the forest and attacked the flanks of the large army. The distance was at least 200 or 300 meters, through the thick forest, and the light was dim. The panicked Kurlut's knights did not have much time to confirm the authenticity of the cavalry. When they saw the cavalry coming towards their side, they were scared out of their wits. There was obviously a large army in front of them, and if they let the cavalry outflank them and cut off their retreat, then they would all die here. Although they were escorting a few thousand skeletons, this thing actually had no combat power, unless the number was really tens of thousands. Madara's skeleton soldiers on the battlefield were counted in units of tens of thousands. In order to avoid detection, they were only escorting a batch of this skeleton army. If the tens of thousands of skeletons were here, then it would be more like it. The leading knight did not hesitate and immediately shouted a warning to the other side of the forest. At the same time, he took out a signal flare from the bag under the saddle. He raised his hand and activated the magic runes in it. Bang! A dazzling signal flare was shot into the air. The red and dazzling light slowly rose into the sky above the valley, like a bunch of fireworks, blooming in the air. Knight Marjolie's head was raised, and the eye-catching light was reflected in his eyes. Dozens of his personal knights did the same thing. Everyone was looking up at the sky, but Marjolie reacted in a moment. He immediately turned his head, waved his hand, and roared, "There's an ambush. Back to back, get into formation. Argian, Pierre, get the skeletons to move and guard against the cavalry." As the frontline legion of the Cruz Empire, the performance of the Knight of the White Legion could be said to be perfect. They did not panic at all. It was as if they moved in an instant and formed a circular formation. The huge ground dragons were tamed by these excellent riders. One by one, they lowered their bodies so that they could lay their spears flat. With a light whoosh, a row of spears was erected in the forest. The knights who were called out stepped out of the crowd and began to organize the skeletons. In fact, they did not need to do anything. The undead had no morale in the first place, and they would not panic because of a surprise attack. Under the command of the commander, the skeletons quickly tightened their formation and gathered in rows to guard against the possible attack of the cavalry. The knights who were in charge of organizing the skeletons realized that their only role was to be the flag bearers and mark the position of each column of skeletons on the battlefield. In less than 10 minutes, an orderly and strict formation had appeared in the forest. Seeing this scene from afar, the young men from Erewhon were obviously surprised. Even the person who came up with the plan, Mayor himself, was no exception. It was important to know that in a war, making a battle plan was only one aspect. Whether the script went according to the plan or not was another aspect. This was related to many factors, and it was not something that could be solved by relying on geniuses. For example, some commanders were cautious, and some were reckless. In a situation where the enemy was unknown, many situations on the battlefield could only be decided by Lady Martha. At this time, the young knight on Erewhon's side could not help but shout in their hearts, "Martha bless us. Don't relax, this won't last long." Yuta was, after all, a mercenary commander. At this time, she did not forget to pour cold water on the young men who were getting carried away. Later on, there will be a bloody battle. How long you can delay this Cruz army depends on your ability. However, the young men were obviously a little excited. They thought that Cruz was just SOSO, and did not listen to her words. Yuta knew what they were thinking and could not help but sigh. In fact, she was not optimistic about the upcoming battle. Cruz's army's performance was better than she expected. These foreign knights' performance was not comparable to that of an ordinary army. Even the White Lion Guards that she had seen in Tonajil might not be as strong as this. Cruz was Cruz. The spirit of the Empire was not something a small country like Erewhon could compare to. However, she also knew that this was not the time to persuade them. She would not do anything that would hurt their morale. She just did not know how many of these young men would survive. She looked at Mare's side. The young man from the Wangli Knight Academy was also frowning slightly, but overall, he was much less worried than she was. At least Cruz's army had begun to move. It was not easy to change the formation on the battlefield. Even if they realized that something was wrong, it would take them at least 10 minutes to make a new decision. Plus the time to rearrange the formation, it was more than enough to delay them here for an hour. However, that was not enough. They had to use the terrain to delay these night as long as possible. Yuta glanced at the setting sun. She only hoped that the sun would set soon. After sunset, it would not be easy for Cruz's army to figure out how many people were in the forest. In fact, when the vanguard knight of the White Legion rushed out of the forest, Mariri and the knights around him had already noticed that something was wrong. Unlike the knights who ran back in a hurry, they could calmly judge the current situation. Mariri was worried about how many people were in front of them and which side they were from. Was it the army of the nobles in Ludwig? Or the Black Legion? Or the army in Fat Ten Port? He was thinking about this question until the rumbling of hooves sounded in the forest. Hooves. Knight Mariri was slightly startled. He thought that it was light cavalry. This was not surprising. In this kind of terrain, it was easier for light cavalry to spread out than light cavalry. For example, his land dragon knight could only passively defend. However, the problem was that the sound of hooves was too dense. For a veteran knight like him, it was like an instinct. He could judge the direction of the enemy, the approximate size of the enemy, and even the speed and other factors from the sound of the hooves and footsteps. Although it was not very accurate, it was not a problem to guess the general situation. The familiarity of war had long seeped into the blood of these professional knights, and Maruli quickly realized where the problem was. Such a dense sound of horse hooves meant that there was at least one light cavalry unit in a dense formation in the forest that was rapidly advancing. This was too illogical. At this time, the cleric beside him reminded him, "Mr. Knight, look at the cavalry in the forest." A cleric who looked to be at most in his 20s pointed in the direction of the forest and said to him, "That cavalry does not look real. It is very likely that it is an illusion created by magic." Mariri was not familiar with magic, but this sentence was enough for him. He immediately realized that he had been fooled. That cavalry is fake. Be careful of the enemy's tricks. He shouted angrily. Before he could finish his words, the army that had broken through the fog dissipated with a loud bang. Just like the fog that had dispersed, they disappeared into nothingness in the forest. At this time, everyone understood that it was a false alarm. Oh! Beside Yuta and the others, Crew could not help but scream. He shouted in shame and anger, "The spell has failed. Someone has dispelled my spell." He looked like he had just been fished out of the water. His whole body was wet, but it was dripping with sweat. After casting these two spells, he was completely unable to move. He leaned on the silver tree beside him and gasped for breath. "It's okay. It's not your fault. Crew, you did a good job." They should have realized that it was the cleric who dispelled the spell. Yuta comforted him and said, "Next, you should hide in a corner and recover your magic. Don't get close to the battlefield. We will attract their attention." Although Crew was very weak, he could not help but jump up when he heard this sentence. Although he had been cursing before, he was very clear that the next battle would be the most dangerous. If they wanted to delay the cavalry of Cruz, they not only had to make the other side not know how many people they had, but they also had to make the other side feel the pain. This would definitely be a tough battle. Maybe they would pay the price of blood and life. Anyone here could die here, and of course, he was no exception. "I want to be with you. Don't you think you can leave me behind?" he retorted loudly. The first priority of a wizard on the battlefield is to protect yourself. The beautiful female mercenary captain swung her head, her red hair spreading out like flames. She smiled at the young magus and said, "This." Cruz suddenly found that almost all of his companions were on the captain's side. He could not help but stare and said, "You," but before he could finish his words, he felt someone hit him from behind. His vision turned black, and he suddenly fell down. Mare reached out and caught him, then raised his head and gave Yuta a look. "We need someone to send a message to the Lord. This task will be given to him. Go and put a magic mark on the tree." Mir nodded, turned around, and disappeared from everyone's sight. After he left, Yuta pulled out her sword and said to the young knight in front of her indifferently, "Don't look at me with such a tragic expression. We are not going to die. What are you afraid of? What are you looking forward to?" Before today, Have you ever thought that you would gallop on the land of the Cruz Empire and fight with the White Legion, the #1 opponent in the world? Some of you may die here, but no one dares to laugh at you because your opponent is so strong and respectable. But if you succeed, then after today, your name will be known throughout the land of Woned. The young men's eyes shone brightly. The burning flame was the determination of a gambler, and the endless desire and pursuit of victory. Remember your titles. We are the White Lion Guards. It was the Lord who gave you this name. He has never failed, and you will be the same. The female mercenary commander's sword drew a shining arc under the setting sun and pointed forward. It was like a straight line of faith, indestructible and shining brightly. Follow me. Let this lion bear its claws. The young knight roared and shouted in unison, fight for Erewhon. Glory in our bodies, glory in our swords. Under the setting sun, the mountains seemed to be in eternal sleep. Sir Mary made his own judgment at the first moment. There couldn't be too many enemies. Otherwise, they wouldn't be deliberately mystifying. The other party's purpose was obviously to try to keep him here. This was not an ambush, but an interception. But the problem was how many people were involved in the interception. If there weren't too many, then he could choose to force his way through. But if there were too many, then he might break his head and bleed. He suddenly fell into hesitation. The empty valley in front of the Kurlutzians was like an open bloody mouth, full of the unknown and uneasiness. Sir Knight, it's time for you to make a decision. After the crowd separated, a middle-aged man in a long robe came out from behind and said to Sir Mary, the people in front are obviously stalling for time. They may be waiting for reinforcements. We can't stay here for too long. Sir Mary looked back at the man. The man's face was as pale as a vampire's, and he was so thin that it seemed like a gust of wind could blow him away. Sir Mary looked back at the man and glanced at the dark crystal ring on his finger. He nodded and said, "Don't worry, Archmage Unsairai. We will definitely send you safely to the Latch of Wa." The man smiled contemptuously and said, "You don't have to call me Archmage. I know my own identity very well. I'm not trying to urge you to do anything, but I just want to remind you that we still don't know which side the people in front of us are from. In such a situation, it's best to make a decision quickly to avoid any more trouble." Sir Mary nodded slowly and looked at his knight. "Let's test the waters, wait. What now?" Sir Mary's eyes flashed with a hint of dissatisfaction. "It's better to let my skeletons do it. It's not worth it to waste the noble knights of the Empire on probing. My subordinates were originally used for this purpose, so it can be considered a worthy death." The man rubbed his ring and answered slowly. Sir Mary was very angry that the man compared human life with the word worth. But he knew that the man meant well, so he relaxed a little and nodded. Chapter 1031. Some things were easier said than done. That was why there were so many empty talkers in the world. On the battlefield, people would tell themselves that as long as they could overcome their fear of death, they would be able to face their fear easily. However, when the blade was about to touch their heads, they would often be able to understand the lightness of the Grim Reaper's footsteps from the indifferent eyes of the enemy. Your head would fall to the ground, and the world would spin in front of your eyes. Finally, you would fall into dust. The battlefield would be filled with darkness and decay. The symbol that represented your existence, your name, your status, your beliefs, and your family, would be reduced to nothingness under this sword. After that, there would be no beginning or end. No one would know what the world after death would be, because it might not exist. The mountains, rivers, forests, and plains would still be the same color. The sun, the moon, and the stars would still move side by side. The place where you left the world would be filled with white flowers and green grass, but you would not be able to feel all of this again. Before a catastrophe, fear would seep into your bones, and then your heart would be bitterly cold. Although Yuta was not a fledgling who had just stepped onto the battlefield, even though in the south of Erewhon, the war between the nobles was full of small skirmishes, but as a mercenary, she had also experienced life and death several times. When a person experienced death and bathed in blood on the battlefield, there would be a complete transformation. Some veterans who walked out of the battlefield believed that it was because the person who had experienced all of this had released the beast in their heart. Yuta did not know what the beast in her heart was. At this moment, she only felt an unprecedented seriousness. This kind of seriousness was the same as many years ago when she was alone and holding a long sword to face the bandits that appeared in the wilderness of Shabno Mountain. The cold wind blew away the sweat on her forehead, and her fiery red hair stuck to both sides of her forehead. However, she did not feel it at all. Her 5 fingers were tightly clenched on the sword. This sword was once given to her by the young lord. The red crystal on the hammer emitted a deep light under the night sky. The tension in her heart came from the heavy responsibility. This responsibility came from the control of the fate of others. She was afraid that her decision would send these outstanding young people to their deaths. Although they had already disregarded life and death, who could guarantee that what they did was really meaningful? Would she be able to live up to the trust in their eyes? Although Yuta had already become the leader, she was unable to answer these 2 questions. She did not know that she was already standing at a crossroad. Countless people had stood at this crossroad. At this crossroad, human nature had to overcome cowardice. Some people chose to retreat, but even more people hit their heads and bled. They became cold, heartless, ignorant, and arrogant. Only a few people could truly see their own hearts and take that crucial step to become the best commanders. This was a choice on the battlefield. On this square chessboard, the chess pieces had the courage of the chess pieces, and the chess players had to have the courage of the chess players. The mountain wind blew through the treetops, making a soft rustling sound, as if it was mocking the meaningless killing in the mortal world. The gods had left long ago, but only their children were left to hurt each other. The battlefield was littered with broken bones. The eerie white bones were buried between the rocks. A few black steel longswords were stabbed into the soft soil. If it were not for the black rose flag fluttering in the night wind, Yuta would almost think that this was the battlefield of Grimoires. There was no doubt that there had just been a battle here. The invaders were skeletons controlled by crews. She ordered Mare to mercilessly crush these enemies. Compared with the Madara army in the Silverman Valley, these undead were not worth mentioning at all. The battle ended quickly, and the necromancers did not have the ability to use the skeletons' vision to investigate. Besides, the skeletons had no vision to speak of. Therefore, they were likely not exposed yet. But this was nothing to be happy about, because the real challenge was yet to come. Everyone knew this in their hearts. This is a probing attack. The White Legion's knight is likely to follow behind. Yuta agreed with this view and nodded gently. Sure enough, 3 ghost-like white dragons and the White Legion's knight riding on them emerged from the forest. These people were obviously the vanguard of the knight regiment. The crew's side did not know how many enemies were lying in ambush behind the silver forest, so they were also carefully deploying their actions. Seeing that the crew's people were more cautious than expected, Yuta's eyes lit up. She immediately raised her sword and shouted in a low voice. Charge! She knew that she could not give the enemy too much time, lest they figured out the situation on her side. At this moment, there was no room for regret. Even if it was a mistake, she had to make it to the end. The short command contained a special kind of power. The young knight from Erewhon launched a strong attack like a flash of lightning. The wind in the mountain pass was always abnormally cold. The grass swayed between the rocks, and the gravel was blown by the wind. In the face of all this, the crew's people were shocked. Heavy cavalry always had an overwhelming advantage when facing light cavalry head-on. In the eyes of the crew's people, these people who were rushing towards them were crazy. But after all, they were professional soldiers. After a short moment of shock, they reacted quickly. They raised their spears and prepared to fight. This series of actions on the dragons was almost instinctive. Originally, these knights were the vanguard who came to investigate the enemy's ambush in any direction. If they found the enemy's ambush in any direction, they should immediately withdraw and inform the main force behind. But when they found that there were not many enemies, they thought that it was likely that they were the enemy scouts. So, their first reaction was to meet the enemy. This series of judgments made them miss the best opportunity to distinguish between the truth and the truth. Although they did not think that they would lose, Yuta maintained her position in the charge. She could already feel the oppressive feeling of the huge body of the dragon in front of her, especially when the distance between the two was getting closer and closer. She could even see the huge, cold, gray-brown eyes of the enemy, with vertical pupils that were characteristic of cold-blooded animals. A knight was sitting on the high and smooth back of the dragon. She could not see the face of the cruise's person, but he was holding a 3-meter-long dragon spear and thrusting it towards her. The depths of Yuta's jade-like eyes shrunk to a deep point. In the glittering light, the tip of the spear was reflected. The tip of the spear pierced the neck of the warhorse, making a series of crisp sounds of bones breaking. But before that, Yuta had instinctively jumped from the saddle. The warhorse fell under her feet, whining and rolling down the mountain stream. She passed by the dragon and grabbed the metal buckle on the opponent's saddle in midair. The cruise knight was a little surprised, but not too surprised. He pulled out his sword, the standard cavalry sword of the White Legion. It was longer than an elbow and a half, with a short blade and a thick blade. There was a weight added to the blade, so when he swung the sword, it was like a curved black moon, towards Yuta. Most people could not change their direction in the air, but this was obviously an exception. Suddenly, a red sword appeared in Yuta's hand. Flame! She shouted angrily, and a dazzling flame appeared on the tip of the sword. The knight did not have time to react before he was engulfed in flames. Ah! The knight let out a shrill scream, and the sword in his hand flew out towards Yuta. Yuta dodged sideways, and the sword flew past her cheek. Her weapon. The knight's companions finally noticed the change in the battle. They tightened the reins, trying to turn their behemoths around to support their companions. But Yuta would not give them the chance. "Mare, hold them back!" She shouted, and at the same time, she kicked the chest of the knight who was burned beyond recognition. Because the dragon knight was fastened to the saddle with a belt, this kick only caused the knight to sway a little. That was enough. She had already landed firmly on the drake's back. She reached out and grabbed the knight's helmet, forcing him to tilt his head back to reveal the weakest part of his neck. Then, she slit his throat with her sword. Steaming hot blood spurted out, covering her gloves and wrists. Janna's expression did not change. She sheathed her sword and swung it hard, cutting off the leather straps on the knight's thighs and calves. Then, she tossed him off the drake's back as if he was trash. The remaining night crews could not help but be angry when he saw this scene. He roared, "Damn it!" They immediately left Mare and the others and turned to attack in this direction. Of course, this decision was not only driven by anger, because Yuta, who had seized the dragon, was now the biggest threat to them. The scout cavalry alone was not a threat to heavy knight like them, but the rider on the dragon's back was different, not to mention that this woman had shown first-class strength. Moreover, she had a fantasy weapon in her hand. In a battle of this level, this weapon was the power that could change the outcome of the battle. Sir Marary was quietly waiting for the results of the battle. He did not know how many enemies there should be behind the forest. Judging from the previous performance, it should not be too many, but no one dared to guarantee that. War was not a gamble. Perhaps this was just a means to confuse them. Therefore, he carefully sent out a few vanguard teams and let the main force follow closely behind. The free time was just enough for the skeletons to regroup. The false alarm just now had wasted a lot of time. He faintly felt that something was wrong. He could not help but subconsciously look in the direction of the Latch Mountains. In that direction, a huge fireball was gradually sliding below the horizon. On one side of the dark blue sky, Wei Uedimus outlined a silvery white silhouette. It was not early anymore. He turned his head back a little anxiously. In front of him was a pitch-black sea of shining silver trees. In fact, it was not that thick. Fog had already started to form in the forest. Shadows flickered, and it was silent. Only the rustling of footsteps echoed in his ears, as well as the heavy footsteps of the earth dragon. The silent darkness was more like a terrifying monster, quietly waiting for its prey. Why hasn't anyone come back yet? He finally could not help but ask. This kind of silent and uneasy waiting was suffocating. The skeletons sent out are all gone. The middle-aged man dressed as a wizard said in a lower voice, but they were not destroyed fast enough. The enemy may be really short of manpower. But my people haven't come back yet. Sir Mary frowned and replied. They probably won't come back, the middle-aged man replied with a frown. But we can't be held back here by them. He looked back and said, my servants are ready. It's time to give the order, Commander. Sir Mary looked at the flickering forest again and hesitated for a moment. He knew that the middle-aged man was probably right. The enemy dared to hold them back even though they were short of manpower, which meant that they were probably an elite force. If that was the case, then the vanguard he sent out might really not come back. But if he guessed wrong, then a wrong order would bury the entire army here. Perhaps his own death would not be regretted, but if that secret fell into the enemy's hands, he could not help but shudder at the thought of it. But he could not stay still. The feeling of uneasiness was still lingering in his heart. On the other side of the forest, the last drake fell heavily on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Beside the huge body of the drake, Yuta was bathed in blood. The two young men were also seriously injured. Only Mare was in a slightly better condition, but he was also injured. The battle did not last long, but for Yuta and the rest, it was a long battle. The White Legion Knight's strength was outstanding. Except for Yuta, even the most outstanding among the young men, Mare, was far behind. If Yuta had not taken out one of the vanguard at the beginning and used the advantage of the weapon in her hand and the deterrence of the explosive crystal, they would have paid a heavy price even if they had taken down the vanguard cavalry in the end. Casualties were inevitable, and they might not have been able to stop the vanguard from reporting to the main force. Fortunately, everything went well. Cruz's army was still moving very slowly, which at least meant that everything they had done so far was worth it. But after all, the delay was not endless. It seemed that the commander of the Cruz army had finally made up his mind. Mare squinted his eyes. He could already see the dense banners of the Cruz Knight Regiment behind the Silver Flash Forest slowly moving forward. Although the undead army behind them did not have any banners, they should be following closely behind. Perhaps they were even in front. They're coming. Mare replied a little dryly. Although he had the determination to face death from the moment he became a knight, when he really waited until this moment, he realized that he might not be fully prepared. It was not because of fear or cowardice, but because he was unwilling to accept the fact that he was not fully prepared. How could he die in such a place? Jana didn't say anything. She just nodded quietly. Chapter 1032. Time was like a ghost in the forest, quietly passing by minute by minute. Sister, what is this place? Yuta widened her eyes in fear. She realized that she was not holding a sword, but a soft hand. The owner of the hand was looking at her with a tilted head. The owner of the hand was looking at her with a pair of green eyes. Her black hair was draped over her shoulders, and she was wearing a white robe. Her bare feet stepped on the thick green moss like a fairy in the forest. Sister? Otis? The nightmarish memories from 10 years ago came back to her. No, Otis, don't stop. Run. Yuta suddenly felt that her hand was empty. Her sister disappeared like a reflection in the water. What replaced her sister was a ray of light in the darkness. It was the tip of a sword. The illusion in front of her made her shiver. She raised the white lion's sword in her hand. Clang! The two swords clashed. Sparks flew everywhere. Yuta was caught off guard and took a step back. The Knight of Cruz in full armor was also startled. Under the metal mask, a muffled voice came out. White Lion's sword. Erwin's people? She was distracted. Yuta broke out in cold sweat. She never thought that she would make such a fatal mistake in battle. Although the continuous battles had already made her physically and mentally exhausted, and the legend said that people would see their past before they died. Was this the sign of death? She gasped for breath. 7 or 8 swords came stabbing at her. When she was in her best condition, she had to use all her strength to fight against one of them. In the darkness, the forest was burning. The knight in white robes with a sun emblem on his chest came out of the darkness. The slave traders fell under the shining swords in their hands. However, there were also slaves who panicked and fell under the hooves of their horses. The knight showed no mercy and trampled on the mountain people and the Xenia people. The sound of the fire burning with the wind, the sound of buildings collapsing, angry roars, and cries mixed together. She and her sister, who was also naked, hid under a shabby tent. The tent was filled with the stench of urine and feces. However, she really hoped that she could hide in this small space forever. The dancing shadows in the darkness were retreating. Through the tent, she could see the shadows of swords and blood. A long sword finally found an opportunity to break through her defenses and pierced her shoulder. Crimson blood gushed out, and the excruciating pain made Jana feel as if the scene in front of her had overlapped with the scene from decades ago. 7 or 8 knights surrounded her, their swords gleaming coldly. Their eyes were vigilant, and they did not give her any chance to perish together with them. Then, she felt a sword in her lower abdomen. Her strength seemed to be draining away. She half knelt on the ground. The knight of crews who surrounded her were like wolves in the forest waiting for an opportunity to strike. They were the wolves. In Bragg's, in that summer night in the stag forest. The wolves howled softly. Their red eyes were hidden under the night sky. She used one hand to protect her sister, Otis. Her entire body was covered in wounds. The pain seemed to have numbed her nerves. One of her eyes was covered in blood, but she still stared fiercely at those beasts. She was even more ferocious than any of them. She had been on the run for a long time. It felt like she was going to die at any moment. But every time, she miraculously survived. Because she could not give up. For her sister. You are called Ovisha. Little girl, you are a villager, right? This is my grandson. His name is Brando. No, there are some things about you that he will never have. People who live a good life will never understand these things. You want to learn swordsmanship from me? The old man smiled. I'm afraid not. But I can recommend you to a place. That person might protect you for my sake. But her sister was still dead. Because she was too weak. Even after so many years, she still could not protect her. Yuta could not help but cry. The tears washed away the blood and flowed down her cheeks like a stream mixed with blood. She hated the people who brought injustice to this world. She hated the nobles who did nothing but push the evil from behind. She hated everyone's indifference. She hated everything that was old. But she could not do anything. Otis's death seemed to be inevitable. She could not change it, nor could she fight back. Even though she often cursed with her teeth clenched, she did not know whether she was cursing her own weakness or the people who caused all this. A cruise knight walked in front of her. The metal armor made creaking sounds as he raised his sword. She had become a knight. She was already a member of the nobles. But what was she fighting for? The lord and the princess were changing everything. Was it really the world that her sister wanted? Facing the sharp sword that flashed with cold light, Yuta was at a loss for a moment. Erewhon's people? When he heard the name, Sir Mariri also felt a chill down his spine. Why are they here? Aren't they at Fat Tan Port? That place is more than 100 miles away from here. Could it be that their spies are already here? Do they know something? He asked a series of questions in a row. It was obvious that the knight who sent the message could not answer these questions. He could not even answer any of the questions. They were also inexplicably surprised. They originally thought that it was the army of the nobles in the north, or the army of the Flower Territory. This answer was beyond their expectations. Moreover, why were these Erewhon's people so strong? The combat power of this cavalry scout was beyond their most optimistic estimation of the weak country. Even their knights on the plateau could not resist the White Legion, let alone delay the more elite knights of the White Legion. They only had less than 10 people. Where did this Erewhon's army come from? Who were they? Countless questions emerged in Sir Mary's heart. Did you see their emblem clearly? Are they really Erewhon's people? Yes, sir. That is the White Lion emblem. The White Lion Legion? Sir Mary shook his head in disbelief. No, although the intelligence said that there are indeed soldiers of the White Lion Legion among the Erewhon's people who stayed at Fat Tan Port, and the White Lion Legion is indeed the strongest legion of the Erewhon's people, but it is far from this level. This must be a trap set by the Northerners, or simply a disguise by the Bugis, unless, an idea suddenly emerged in his mind uncontrollably. Unless what, sir? Unless it is another army. Sir Mary asked with some seriousness, are you sure that is the White Lion emblem, the White Lion emblem of the Erewhon's people? I was just about to say this, sir. That emblem is a little different from the White Lion emblem we have learned. There is a broken sword on it. Broken sword? Why would there be a broken sword on the White Lion emblem? Sir Mary was very confused. Where did these damn Erewhon's people come from? He suddenly felt that something was wrong. No matter who the other party was, they must have some ulterior motive for trying so hard to keep him in this place. When he thought of the fighting power of the Erewhon's cavalry scouts, he suddenly felt a chill in his heart. The knight captain of the most elite knight regiment in the crew's frontline legion, the White Legion, was actually scared in the face of an Erewhon's army. It was a little ridiculous. But as soon as he thought of more, no, as long as the same number of Erewhon's knights under his command came, he dared not say that he had the confidence to win. When did the Erewhon's people become so strong? Or had the empire fallen to such a state? Sir Mary suddenly felt a little sad. As a knight, he was not afraid of dying on the battlefield, but he knew what kind of secret he was holding at the moment. This secret must not fall into the hands of the enemy, whether the other party was the Northerners pretending to be mysterious, or the real Erewhon's people. He looked back and saw that the gloomy wizard also had the same expression. They both nodded. Prepare to attack. Don't pay attention to the harassment of the cavalry scouts. As long as anyone dares to block the path of the army, crush them. Before nightfall, we must pass through this valley. He fiercely pulled out his long sword. Crews, destroy all enemies you see. But this time, there was no roaring sound of agreement. The scene was a little strange. Even Maruoli himself was at a loss for words. A man with a sword slowly walked out of the forest. His black windbreaker reflected the silver moonlight. The sword in his hand seemed to be singing softly under the night sky. It trembled slightly, and a trace of hazy silver light was twined around it. The wind rose in the forest, and black wolves ran on the ridge and howled. Herding wolves. For some reason, this sentence appeared in Sir Mary's mind at this moment. Once upon a time, the ancient legends of the witches were regarded as bedtime stories by the world, and no one took them seriously. But one day, the legends would become reality. Sir Mary did not think that this would be his last thought. A dazzling silver light lit up. It was so fast that he had seen the Grand Captain of the Knight Regiment use his sword. But at the place where the sword light exploded, silver lines spread out. This was the power of elemental powers. He himself also controlled the power of elemental powers, but just as the elemental powers in his body began to resonate with the laws, a majestic force had already suppressed it into nothingness. Under the same realm, a superior elemental powers had absolute suppression over inferior elemental powers. Sir Mary's expression changed dramatically. Before he had time to regret, a silver light had already pierced through his chest. A great knight of the elemental powers had died so inexplicably. It was not that he did not want to avoid this fatal strike, but at that moment, he clearly felt that the space around him was fragmented. His every movement seemed to have been rewound by time, forever frozen in the previous moment, locking him in the eternal position of the sword. Time and space were like a huge shackle, firmly clamping down on all possibilities of evasion. This is, time and space, endless darkness poured into his consciousness, as if falling into a cold abyss. Sir Mary felt his body fall from the drake. The last thing he saw was the figure of the man rampaging among his subordinates. The sword light in his hand was like a line that cut through everything, cutting the Imperial Knight into pieces. Before he closed his eyes, he already knew the identity of the other party. Count Tonagel. The wizard in the black robe said gloomily, trembling slightly. In less than a quarter of an hour, dozens of knights had been killed or injured. Only a few of them died in the mouths of the black wolves, and most of them died at the hands of the young man in front of him. The elemental awakened gold-ranked knight had no room to resist, as if he was slaughtering a chicken. This person was even more terrifying than the rumors said. The other party's strength should have already surpassed the elemental enlightenment, but he was so young. Brando's gaze fell on the battlefield full of corpses. The knight besieging Yuta and the others in the forest, as well as Maruoli's guards, a total of 71 people, including the 6 who died at the hands of Yuta and the others. There should not be any fish that escaped the net, and the guy in front of him should be the last one alive. Of course, it was not entirely correct to say that he was alive, because there were some dead things in this world that could exist openly under the sun. A pack of black wolves was gathering at the edge of the forest. On the back of the tallest male wolf, a black-haired girl was sitting. She was watching everything that was happening in front of her with great interest. The massacre was reflected in her black gem-like pupils, just like an exquisite game. Brando glanced in that direction, frowned, and then he turned back. Necromancer? The black-robed wizard did not dare to be rash and nodded silently. I only have one question. How many undead armies are moving in this area? Do they only go to the Latch of Wa? These were 2 questions, the black-robed wizard thought to himself, but he did not dare to say it out loud. He could only answer honestly, many. Some undead were awakened from the tombs of the cultists. There are many such tombs in this area, and some came from Alkash. Only a portion of these undead went to the Latch of Wa, and the rest stayed in Wayne. The ancient battlefield in the Alkash Mountains is a natural kingdom of the undead, and His Majesty is very interested in it. His Majesty? Which His Majesty? Our Majesty, of course. You're from Madara. The black-robed wizard felt the murderous aura from Brando and took a step back in fear. Count, I know what you want to do. I can help you sneak into Wayne. You can't kill me. Brando pointed into the distance and said, do you see that woman? She's Ko Hua, Ekis' daughter. Even if I don't kill you, you can't leave here alive. Besides, although White Lion is not afraid of death, his blood will not flow in vain, no. The soul fire under the black-robed wizard's hood suddenly burned fiercely. He raised his bone staff and was about to cast a spell to perish together with Link, but before he could do that, a sharp sword had already pierced through his chest, passing through the grayish-white flames between his ribs. The black-robed wizard's shriveled body seemed to have lost its weight and collapsed. The soul fire under his hood flickered twice, as if he could not believe that the young man in front of him was not at all interested in the secrets of controlling the undead. P.S. Happy New Year to everyone. Chapter 1033. After the death of the necromancer, his shriveled body had lost the nourishment of the flame of the soul. Suddenly, it spontaneously combusted and turned into a pile of ashes that fluttered to the ground. Brando retrieved his sword and searched through the necromancer's belongings. He did not find anything of value. Perhaps it was because the necromancer was a twisted existence. Won's mana retroaction was vividly displayed on the necromancer's body. In his previous life, many players were unwilling to fight the necromancers for this reason. He furrowed his brows slightly and pondered over the details of the treasure that Bai had described. Then, he recalled something and turned his gaze to the necromancer's bone staff that was lying quietly by the side. The so-called necromancers in Madara were not necromancers who were proficient in dark witchcraft or necromancy. Instead, they were liches. The necromancer from before was naturally the same. Those who were not familiar with Madara would not be able to tell the difference, but it was not difficult for him. Liches were relatively low-level existences in Madara's undead army. Their strength was weak, and necromancers were rare even in the kingdom of the Dead Moon. Most of them were of noble birth. They were either the direct subordinates of the undead king who held the Mercury staff, or the proud disciples of some master. The necromancers' craftsmanship was passed down from generation to generation, and they had long formed a strict organization to protect their own interests. This organization was the famous necromancer sequence. Necromancers who were born in the necromancer sequence would not easily appear in the kingdom of mortals. Even if they did appear, they would usually be surrounded by the undead army and the Black Knight. It was because of their rarity that they had a high status. They would never be killed like a bug. He remembered seeing a necromancer in Butchie and Abe's castle. That was a real necromancer, and one of the best of the younger generation of the necromancer sequence. The former was surrounded by many strong people, whether it was a lich, a black knight, or even a famous existence like Kabia's in Madara. Of course, there were also some lich lords in the kingdom of the Dead Moon, but most of these necromancers could not hide the disgusting smell of corpses on their bodies, just like the sneaky guy who died under his sword. Brando raised his hand, and the bone staff lying on the ground seemed to be pulled by an invisible force. It flew into his hand out of thin air, and a cold force immediately spread from the bone staff, as if it wanted to penetrate his hand and penetrate his heart. This was the power of the dark soul, which could also be said to be a type of negative energy. He could immediately tell that if he was just an ordinary person, or if he only had the strength of an iron rank, this power would immediately erode his mind and turn him into a walking corpse. When his flame of life was completely extinguished, he would transform into a new lich. This was the power of a lich's bone staff. Therefore, the body of a lich was actually this bone staff, and all its magic came from it. As for its body, it was actually just an ordinary skeleton under its control. The only difference was that the bone staff of an ordinary lich was symbiotic with its body. When the flame of life in the body was extinguished, the bone staff would also be annihilated. Scholars who were dedicated to the study of the necromancers believed that this was also a type of mana retroaction. However, the bone staff in Brando's hand was obviously different. Brando found that not only did it not lose its magic, but it also seemed to have some kind of independent will. This could be seen from the cold aura and hostility it emitted towards him. This was definitely not a simple bone staff. He had seen many tricks of these skeletons when he fought with Madara in his previous life. One of them was to use a dark treasure to create an enhanced version of the bone staff. This bone staff could allow an ordinary lich to command more undead armies. When the lich was killed, as long as the bone staff was not damaged, it could be quickly handed over to other lich to continue using. It was even a kind of pseudo-undead artifact that could continuously create lich. This bone staff had only one flaw, which was that it required the consumption of a real dark treasure. Since ancient times, the dark treasures of the necromancers were always limited. Once one was consumed, there would be one less. Once this bone staff was damaged, it would be an immeasurable loss to the necromancers. Therefore, after humans learned of their secret, this bone staff quickly disappeared. He knew this secret long ago, so when Haku described the dark treasure to him, he paid attention to it. Now, he really found this bone staff. At some point in the future, the necromancers used this bone staff to make the wind elves and crews suffer a great loss. But this time, this bone staff fell into his hands, and it was their turn to suffer a loss. Brando held this bone staff with a slightly cold ivory luster. He quickly made a plan in his mind. This bone staff would erode the flame of life, so any existence with the power of life would not be able to use it. Only the necromancers could use it. That was why the necromancer who died under his sword was so shocked. It probably guessed Brando's intention, but it did not know the result. Brando turned around. At this time, another figure walked out of the dark shadows behind the forest, trembling. This figure was a little stooped and fearful, but it was not because of the strength that Brando had shown. It had already seen the strength of this young man. Even the Black Knight Haku, who had mastered the fake book of Mavakard, was completely defeated by him. It was not surprising that he could defeat dozens of Cruz knights. Although these White Legion knights were the frontline fighting force of the human empire, they were far from elites. At least, they were far from the level of the Flame Family Knight and the Temple Knight. At best, they were the backbone of ordinary battles, but when it came to battles where their elemental power surpassed that of mortals, they were still far from being elite. But what really frightened it was the words that Brando said before. Her name is Ko Hua, the daughter of Ekis. Even if I don't kill you, you won't be able to leave here alive. few people in the world knew the name Kohua, but the title of the daughter of Ekis would never fade with the passage of time. Needless to say, as the people of the dead moon, the people of Madara knew the history buried in the darkness better. The dim Kohua, one of the strongest existences in the twilight. She had become his subordinate? This guess made the rotten Knight Krot feel like it was treading on thin ice. It did not know if Brando had deliberately let it hear this sentence, because there was no need to reveal this secret to a dead person. Even if the eternal sleepers would keep their mouths shut forever, who could guarantee that the walls of the forest would not have ears? Besides, as an undead, Krot knew that the saying that the dead would keep secrets was untenable. There were many ways to make the dead speak, and some of them were not complicated. To be honest, the simplest way was to put the sword to its own neck, because it was an undead, it thought self-deprecatingly. In its view, Brando was not a reckless and frivolous person, so the meaning of these words was somewhat worth pondering. Especially when it saw the bone staff in Brando's hand, it instantly understood what he meant. Krot walked over with a trembling heart, trying to maintain a humble attitude. It had not learned how to be humble in front of the living, so it could only try to remind itself of the scene when it met His Majesty, although it was only once from afar. My lord, thanks to the poison. I mean the water of life, your subordinates' injuries have stabilized quickly, but their commander's injuries are more serious. According to you humans, I'm afraid that it will be easy for them to wake up in an hour and a half. But there are still a few who have completely lost their breath of life. Should we turn them into undead? My lord, your subordinates are of high quality. Although their strength may be a little weak, but turning them into undead depends on potential and not strength. I can guarantee that they will become Black Knights, and the best kind, it answered carefully. Even so, it almost said the wrong thing, because to the undead, holy water that contained strong positive energy was highly toxic. Before the Knight of the Holy Cathedral cleaned up the undead, they would often splash holy water on their swords. Any undead that was hit by the holy water would be like butter cut by a hot knife. Even if they did not die, it was inevitable that their soul fire would be damaged. Brando looked at it and answered seriously, no, Krot, there's no need. According to human customs, the dead should be buried, not to mention that they are brave warriors, warriors of Erewhon. Their souls will belong to Martha, and their bodies will not be desecrated. The undead will also belong to Martha. Krot complained in its heart, but it definitely did not dare to say it out loud. It actually knew about this human custom, but it did not quite understand it, and it was just a subconscious suggestion. In Madara, if such excellent corpses were not turned into undead, it would be seen as a disrespect to the undead moon. So these humans were a little strange to it, of course, including Brando. Brando seemed to know what it was thinking, and said, Mr. Krot, I know that you are an undead, and your faith belongs to the undead moon. The world of the living is incompatible with you. You are not my subordinate, and you do not belong to Erewhon. Krot was slightly startled, and the soul fire in its eyes flashed. It did not understand what this young man meant by saying this to it. Brando did not care whether it understood or not, and continued, the dark prophecy mentioned that the holder of the Mercury staff will represent the will of the undead moon. It will descend to this world, and it will unify the kingdom of darkness. It is the king of the undead, and you must submit to it. So I don't want you to betray your king, but I want you to do me a little favor. This favor is related to your life, and I believe that you will not object. Krot nodded cautiously. Of course, it knew that its life was in the hands of this young man, or else the lich from before was the best description. Even without the lich, it did not think that its life was more precious than the Black Knight. If this young man could even kill the Black Knight at all costs, then it was naturally not worth mentioning. However, it did not understand Brando's words. In its opinion, what it was doing now, or rather what it was preparing to do, was in fact, betraying His Majesty. Although it now hoped that Brando would not mind this little betrayal, after all, even the holder of the Mercury staff could not be omniscient and omnipotent. As far as it knew, that was the power of the Dark Dragon. You may have some doubts, Brando could see the thoughts of the undead from its flickering soul fire, you only need to know that Your Majesty and the Queen of Crows are not really of the same mind. If you create some trouble for the latter, it will not affect the existence you are loyal to, and there may even be some benefits. After all, there is no place for others to sleep on the side of the bed. For Madara, a strong cruise empire is not a good thing. Your Majesty may be participating in this matter with the intention of benefiting from it. Of course, Brando did not know what the holder of the Mercury staff was thinking. Whether it was in his previous life or now, that mysterious existence was like a mystery to him. For this undead monarch, few players had seen its existence, even the players of Madara. However, the latter's authority was absolutely unquestionable, and it was definitely beyond the existence of all mortal monarchs in this era. However, this kind of power and mystery did not prevent him from tricking Krot into believing in him. Or rather, he knew that the rotten knight in front of him would certainly rather believe in him. Perhaps it had already convinced itself in its heart because the latter was a timid guy. The reason why he said so much was because he hoped that this fellow would not have too many worries. This was because he would need its help in the upcoming operation. In comparison, he did not trust the liches that did not have much wisdom and were blindly loyal to the Mercury staff. Instead, the high-level undead, like Krot, who had a certain level of wisdom and knew how to judge the pros and cons, were much easier to deceive. As long as he could convince them that they were grasshoppers tied to a rope, it would be fine. He glanced at the flickering soul fire in Krot's eyes and knew that his words had worked. He handed the bone staff over to Krot. We will be heading to the Silver Valley coast. You will be in charge of controlling the undead army. I believe you will know what to do, Mr. Krot. Krot trembled slightly and bowed respectfully. It is my pleasure to serve you, my respected lord. Chapter 1034. The bell in Fat Tan Port rang continuously. The Roman looked at the priests and believers in golden or red robes walking on the streets, rushing in one direction. That direction was the Forza Square, where the largest temple in Fat Tan Port was located. She stood in the middle of the crowd and did not feel uncomfortable. Instead, it was Haruz who stood behind her, looking a little uneasy. Suddenly, the Roman saw a familiar figure in the crowd. She waved her small white hand in the air excitedly. Mr. Alamov, the middle-aged man in a robe and dressed as a priest, was slightly stunned. He turned around and looked at her with surprise. Miss Roman? At this moment, the bell in Fat Tan Port rang, but it was not a simple bell. The bell came from the direction of the Forza Square. Obviously, it was the call of the temple to the believers. As the most senior believer in this city, and also the priest of the neighborhood, Alamov Shadauer put on his holy robe and walked out of the house as soon as the bell rang. However, the teaching position was actually just a part-time job for him. His other identity was the vice president of the Silver Shark Chamber of Commerce in Fat Tan Port. The empire's commerce was prosperous. Most of the empire's merchants, Chamber of Commerce organizations, and business families were closely connected through marriage or other means. Therefore, he had long known and even met the representative of the emerging commercial forces in the south of Erewhon. This beautiful lady was said to be the fiancée of the young lord. In the past year, the rising forces in the south of Erewhon were far more famous in the eyes of the empire's merchants and Chamber of Commerce organizations than they were in the eyes of the empire's traditional nobles. The revival and construction of Tonajul had brought a huge amount of trade to the empire. The empire's handmade products, weapons, and even labor and slaves were transported to the inconspicuous territory in the south of Erewhon. They were then exchanged for precious minerals and raw materials from the Black Forest. After passing through the empire's merchants, they could be exchanged for amazing profits. In the face of the people who created all this, the owner of the territory and its future mistress, who would not be willing to be polite to them? After all, for most people in this world, ideals and beliefs were too far away. Only benefits were the most real and intimate things. Alamov Shadauer was a Roman whom Roland had met at a banquet a few days ago. The banquet was hosted by the eldest son of the emperor, and many nobles and celebrities from the nearby regions were invited. However, most of them were local families and merchants who were inextricably linked to the military aristocracy. Their intentions were self-evident. Hearing Roman's greeting, he stopped and politely asked her, "What's wrong? Is there anything I can help you with, Miss Roman?" "It's nothing." The Roman chuckled. "I just wanted to ask what happened. Why are there so many people?" Mr. Alamov, where are you going? Was it because of this? Alamov was slightly taken aback. He pointed to the steeple of the Holy Cathedral in the direction of Phosha Square and replied, "Did you hear the bell, Miss Roman? This is the bell that summons believers. Something must have happened in the Holy Cathedral. These people are all believers or priests from the nearby area, and they are in a hurry to the Holy Cathedral to see what is going on. Is it really the bell of the Holy Cathedral? Mr. Alamov, are you sure?" The Roman's dark eyes turned slightly. The Prime Minister's daughter had such a great influence on the Holy Cathedral, but Brando had never mentioned this matter. Didn't they say that the relationship between the Holy Cathedral and the Prime Minister was not very good? Of course, I'm not joking with you, Miss Roman. This bell is not something that ordinary people can use. It should be the arrival of a senior member of the Holy Cathedral of Fire. If someone else uses this bell to summon believers, I'm afraid he can't bear the responsibility. At this point, Alamov frowned. Fathom Harbor had been closed for a few days. Why would a senior member of the Holy Cathedral arrive at this time? Moreover, this harbor was now under the control of the eldest prince of the Holy Cathedral. What was the meaning of a senior member of the Holy Cathedral arriving at this time? A senior member of the Holy Cathedral? The senior member here should only be someone sent by the Holy Cathedral of Fire, Miss Roman. Alamov had some doubts in his heart, but he still answered subconsciously. I see. Thank you for telling me this, Mr. Alamov. The Roman replied with a smile. Alamov nodded. He was not sure why the future mistress of Tonajul was asking him these questions. Perhaps it was to satisfy her curiosity. After all, there was no contradiction between this and her performance at the banquet. In the eyes of everyone at the banquet, this lady was a lovely, curious, and wonderful person with a very sensitive business sense. The Roman did not ask any more questions. After simply saying goodbye to the head priest, she watched him hurriedly disappear into the crowd. What about the senior members of the Holy Cathedral, Your Royal Highness? Miss Roman? Don't you have any opinion, Your Royal Highness? After all, such complicated matters are not my expertise. She turned around and asked. It's a little strange. Logically speaking, why would a senior member of the Holy Cathedral come to Fathom Harbor at this time? I heard that the headquarters of the Holy Cathedral of Fire is under the control of the Silver Queen. Why would the eldest prince let Her Majesty the Queen's people into the city? Although Haruz was a little timid, he was not stupid. He connected these simple reasons with a little thought. So you also think it's strange? Wait, Miss Roman, what are you going to do? I think it's strange. Of course I'm going to see what's wrong. Brando entrusted me to take care of the rear, so I have to do my best. The Roman answered seriously. Wait, but... Haruz was dragged forward by the merchant lady and hurriedly shouted in panic, but don't we need to inform Lady Yuta and Lady Maynard? Do you think they still need us to inform them? This seems like it, but, no buts, why are you so long-winded as a man? You should learn more from your teacher. Brando is not like you at all. How can I be compared to my teacher? Haruz was so anxious that his face turned red. In the sky that was turning from red to purple, silver ships were leaving the sky above Fathom Harbor, sailing in the direction of the sublime inland sea. One by one, they gradually disappeared into the sea fog that filled the harbor. Standing on the bridge of the harbor, Delphine's long purple hair danced in the wind. Judging from her back and her elegant long hair, she could be regarded as a peerless beauty. However, under the fluttering hair was a hideous and terrifying face. Scars from burns crisscrossed her face. One of her eyes was sunken in the depths of her eye socket, as if there was no light at all. Only the spirit contained in the other eye vaguely showed that this face once had a moving charm. She was still sitting in the wheelchair, but the silver dragon lady was nowhere to be seen. At this moment, Marjorie was pushing the wheelchair. As for Eugenie, he stood further away. The latter did not seem to be interested in the Prime Minister's daughter at all. He was even very angry about the fact that she let Marjorie push the wheelchair. However, Delphine did not care at all. She stared at the huge fleet in front of her and frowned. Previously, Brando suddenly asked her to send an order for the fleet to sail. The other party must have found an opportunity. This fleet was obviously targeting the White Legion. The young lord from Erewhon seemed to be ready to show his fangs to the Silver Queen. 6:00. What? Eugenie, who was not far away, was confused by her words. What did you say? The time is not right, Delphian replied while staring at the sky. The last fleet left the harbor at 7:00 in the morning, but it doesn't look like it's 8:00 now. Isn't that the dawn? The dawn is in this direction. That's the sunset. Delphian replied with certainty. That's impossible. It's only been an hour since dawn. The Duke's daughter was shocked. But she suddenly thought of something and blurted out, is it another solar eclipse? Delphian did not speak. At this time, the sound of the bell in the city finally came from afar. She raised her eyebrows slightly and asked, what bell is that? Eugenie did not seem to care too much about the bell. She was still staring at the golden line on the sea and answered casually, it sounds like the bell of the Holy Sanctum. No, Delphian frowned and shook her head. This bell. Someone from the Holy Sanctum has arrived at the headquarters. The headquarters of the Holy Sanctum? Eugenie was stunned. What do you mean? How can someone from the Holy Sanctum come here? Marjorie had heard from the Shire that the adoratress of the Leo Palace looked like Sydney. He was about to say something, but the Prime Minister's daughter interrupted him. Marjorie, go and inform the Shire that there's a problem. It's not Lady Sydney. Tell him to be careful and prepare for battle. Marjorie was also stunned. He wondered how she knew that it was not Lady Sydney. But as a professional soldier, he chose to obey the order immediately. I understand, Miss Delphian. Yuta woke up from her coma when she felt the carriage shaking. The light around her was a little dim, as if it was 6 or 7:00 in the evening. The narrow space looked like the cabin of a large carriage. The dim orange-red sunlight shone in from the outside. It was dusk or early morning. She frowned for a moment, and the pain in her body immediately came back to her. Only then did she remember the previous battle. She thought she was going to die, but Brando arrived as promised. You're awake, sister. Cru's voice came from the side. She turned her head and saw the latter sitting cross-legged with a thick magic book on his knees. Not far from him, near the entrance of the carriage sat Mare and a few other young people. She subconsciously counted and found that at least half of them were missing. When Mare heard Cru's voice, he turned around and saw the situation here. He saw Yuta's gloomy face and understood what the latter was thinking. It's not bad. Fortunately, the Lord came in time. Otherwise, the loss would have been more. Even my lord would have died there. Yuta frowned. Such a heavy loss reminded her of the battle in Abes. My lord, you don't have to blame yourself. I learned in the Royal Knight Academy that there must be blood in war, whether it's us or the enemy. Mare seemed to know what his superior was thinking and advised, the only thing we can do is to make the enemy bleed more than us. But you are so young, my lord, there are adventurers and mercenaries dying in Erewhon at every moment. Some of them are much younger than us. My lord, you used to be a mercenary leader, so I'm sure you're used to it. After hearing Mare's words, not only Yuta, but even Cru became silent. Indeed, they had been in the south for a long time and were used to death. Whether it was in Erewhon, Cru's, or even the 10 cities further away, the adventurers and mercenaries' living conditions were far worse than theirs. As members of the White Lion Guards, they could at least eat their fill. But in the south of Erewhon, many adventurers and mercenaries lived like outlaws, struggling on the verge of starvation and death. At that time, they didn't seem to care much about it. It was just like how Grodden's companions were hanged in Abes Castle. At most, it made them angry. They didn't know when these people who lived on the edge of the blade became so sentimental. Mare, what made you sacrifice everything? She suddenly asked in a low voice. Ambition, the young man replied faintly, Sir, you don't understand. A bastard like me is not qualified to inherit the title of nobility. The best way out is to become a knight under a certain important person. From then on, we will be bound together for good or ill. The structure of the kingdom hasn't changed for many years. No matter who I follow, the end result will only be a small piece of land when I'm old or injured. I'll get married and have children. One of my children may encounter some opportunity in the future and become outstanding, but that's not the life I want. My lord is the only one who can overturn the entire Awin structure. Only by following behind him and participating in all of this will I be able to create a miraculous achievement and change my own fate. I want to prove to everyone that I am the best. Crew was surprised and smacked his lips a few times. He probably didn't expect his inconspicuous companion to have such a long-term dream. In comparison, his biggest dream was to become a real magus, or even more exaggeratedly, if he could reach the level of Master Charles, then he would probably wake up laughing in his sleep. Chapter 1035. The liquid metal, which looked like pure gold, flowed on Brando's palm and changed its shape. It contained a substance similar to light. Milky white light flowed along with the flow of the liquid, like a magnificent diamond of light. Brando stared at this beautiful object. This was the complete form of the law fragment when it was activated. It was the combination of the law of Wond, a part or fragment of the Tiamat code. It was the closest thing to the origin of the world. A product, a supreme creation of the gods. He had never come across such a thing in his previous life. At this moment, his heart was filled with admiration. Putting aside the essence of this thing, just the degree of perfection of the law fragment was enough to make it the supreme of the Wond. A beautiful object. At the moment when the law fragment was activated, Brando understood how to use it. The main function of the law fragment was to construct the law, which was also its original form, the Tiamat code itself. Power. As everyone knew, the world of Wond was chaotic. There was no change of day and night, and there was no cycle of seasons. Perhaps there was still rain, snow, thunder, and lightning, but they did not follow any rules. They were just a manifestation of chaos and disorder. The law fragment created by Martha gave this world the most basic rules: the rising sun in the east, the setting stars in the west, the wind, rain, and dew, and even the thunder and lightning. Therefore, the intelligent beings were able to flourish and grow in the land blessed by the goddess. When he received the law fragment, Brando naturally understood a fact, and that was the blessing of the goddess Martha. The law fragment of Tiamat no longer existed in this world. The meteor shower that mortals saw before the eternal night. This was the scene of this huge law fragment falling to the ground. But even though it was broken, the law fragment of Tiamat was still protecting this world. It was as if they were automatically activated by a mysterious force, guarding the different places where they fell. Regions. Could this be the so-called Martha's deepest love for the people of this world? Brando felt the warmth from the law fragment in his hand, and his heart was slightly touched. It felt like a mother's concern for her children. She had no choice but to leave, but she did not let go of her children in this world. Martha had written a final rule in Tiamat's law, which was to give the creatures of the Wond a final chance even if everything was irreversible. However, the fact that the world had been split apart was an unchangeable fact. Brando opened his palm, and the ball of light began to rise slowly. He gave a command to the rule fragment to take back its authority, and spread it all over the surroundings of Fathom Port, from the Golden Needle Forest to the Levia Valley, from the Silver Cove Bay to Ovchin. The laws of the entire southern part of East Metz melted like snow. At Fathom Harbor, the first rays of the morning sun had just risen from the surface of the sea before they were engulfed by darkness in the blink of an eye. The residents in the harbor experienced a spectacle that lasted from dawn to dusk. A layer of gold fragments floated on the surface of the sea as if they were on fire. Delphi, Eugenie, and Marjorie saw with their own eyes that the clouds in the depths of the supreme inland sea were collapsing layer by layer. The sky seemed to have turned into a black hole that swallowed everything. On the dark curtain, there were faint glimmers of starlight, but that was not the light of the stars. It was the reflection of the sea of power. 12 moons appeared on the surface of the sea. In the Levia Valley, a group of mountain people had lived on the land that led to the Latch Mountains for generations. The mountain people had erected countless strange wooden sculptures in the forest. It was said that the dark wooden sculptures that were carved with ghosts and monsters were guarding the group of mountain people. In the mountains were the heroic spirits of their ancestors. At this moment, the villagers knelt on the ground in fear. Blurry figures were passing through the forest. Those grayish-white figures seemed to have come from countless eras ago. He was the one who had been there for the past few years. They passed by the pitch-black wood carvings and walked silently into the depths of the forest. In Ovchin, a biting cold wind from the Alkash Mountains passed from the northwest to the southeast. Wherever it passed, everything withered, as if winter had arrived in advance. In just an instant, the earth was covered in frost. In the city of Ovchin, the town guard stationed at the head of the city witnessed this strange scene with his own eyes. A gust of icy wind whistled from the northwest of the port. It blew over the port, and there was a loud creaking sound that sounded like thousands of pieces of glass cracking at the same time from the direction of the port. The entire sea began to freeze. The ice spread rapidly in the direction of the port and pressed down on the sailboats anchored in the harbor. The wooden hulls of the boats could not bear the weight and shattered. The sailors panicked and jumped off the boats to escape. In the castle not far from the port, a series of icicles quickly hung on the stone window. Behind the stone window, Duke Ambunal watched this scene indifferently. There was no trace of emotion in his grayish-blue eyes. He stretched his deerskin-gloved right hand out of the window. Outside, he wiped away the icicles and watched the broken ice pieces fall with a crisp sound. Outside the window, the sunny sky of the entire southern region of East Metz was dimming layer by layer. It turned from light blue to dark blue, then to a suffocating reddish-purple, and finally to a dark, lusterless darkness. It was as if the sky had been covered by a layer. A thick shroud. As the light changed, the candlelight in the room became brighter and brighter. The Duke's thin face revealed a deep outline under the interweaving light and shadows. The shoulders of his military uniform had been piled up with subordinates at some point. Snowflakes drifted in through the window. He turned around and held a bone staff in his left hand. This bone staff was very strange. It didn't look like it was made of human bone or any familiar animal bone. The bone staff was dark red, and its surface was covered with a layer of the bone staff was covered in scaly patterns, and at the top was a huge claw. It clasped a skull tightly. This skull was not human either. It was a size smaller than a human skull. The bone was pitch black and had 3 eyes. In fact, this was a scorched hell demon. The skull of a demon. Duke Ambunal held the bone staff in his hand and shook off the snow on his body. He said to the mayor of Ovchin, Count Breyer, who was in the room, "It seems that Her Majesty did not lie to us. This world is no longer the one we know. This is a world. Under the calm surface, there is a deep disaster brewing. Before this, who would have thought that the Wraith Banshee was telling the truth? It seems that she has succeeded. Next, let our army of the undead set out." Count Breyer was a humorous middle-aged man. He had a deep personal relationship with Duke Ambunal. When he heard this sentence, even under the terrible scene in front of him, he could not help but joke, "You call this situation calm? My old friend, I'm afraid there is no one in the entire empire who is calmer than you." However, he still shook his head. He looked at the bone staff in Duke Ambunal's hand and said, "But I still don't believe in the undead of Madara. They are not on the same side as us. Old friend, do you really believe that they will be so kind? And, the point is, if we go with the undead of Madara, it will leave a bad reputation. The other holy shrines may unite against us. This is the decree of Her Majesty." Duke Ambunal replied quietly. He took off his gloves and put his right index finger on the top of the bone staff. 2 balls of red light shone from the pitch-black skulls. Silver Bay Coast. The place had long been shrouded in the howling icy wind. The sunny scene of the southern coast of East Metz had disappeared. Even the vast sea was covered with a thick layer of ice. The waves were frozen at the last moment, forming layers upon layers. Glaciers that looked like mountain peaks, looking south along the frozen coast, formed a grayish-blue frost plain at the end of the horizon. The biting cold icy wind mixed with the snowflakes that filled the sky. Palm-sized snowflakes fell from the sky in layers, quickly forming a foot-deep pile of snow on the ground. The world was covered in a vast expanse of whiteness, as if it had covered all life. But under the snow, some existences that did not belong to this world were awakening. With a muffled sound, an undead shrouded in a tattered black cloak suddenly crawled out from under the snow. The red light of the two soulfires under its black cloak was particularly eye-catching. As soon as it came to the ground, the undead immediately raised its bone staff. Raising the bone staff in his hand, a forest of withered bones rose from the snow in an instant. It was a group of skeleton soldiers. The undead shook off the snow on their bodies and crawled out of the snow one by one. It was as if in an instant, there was a me. In an instant, an army of death appeared in this world out of thin air. In Wayne, Ovchin, on the main road leading to Fat Han, countless similar scenes were playing out over and over again. Ground dragons of the White Legion rampaged in the snowy night. On their saddles sat black-robed undead wizards, or necromancers, accompanied by more than 10 White Legion knights or soldiers, holding ambunal in their hands. The fake bone staff in Duke Lear's hand led an army of undead under the night sky. And every undead army had only one destination. That was Fat Han Harbor. But in the Golden Needle Forest, it was a different scene. The bone staff in the hands of the decaying Night Crot was also emitting a red light, but at this moment, she did not have the mind to pay attention to the changes of the bone staff in her hand, because in the sky above the forest, there was a more spectacular scene. A scene. The radiance of the entire world seemed to have been sucked into the ball of light in the air. Hundreds of millions of golden threads of law flew over from all directions and gathered here. The ball of light hanging above the forest looked very much like a ball of light at this moment. The eternal small sun was rising slowly above the forest canopy. The valley and the forest were bathed in the dazzling light, even turning the forest into a silver-white color. Everyone who witnessed this scene, not only Krot, but even the young men under Yuta, was stunned. They looked at Brando, who was holding the light ball with one hand, in awe. They were inexplicably shocked, especially Kilo. At this moment, the decaying knight was looking at Brando with uncertainty. As an undead who was more sensitive to the power of life, he could clearly feel the strong life emitted by the light ball more clearly than anyone else. Power, that kind of power was almost endless. Just 1/10,000th of it was enough to turn him, no, not only him, but even the undead army under his control into ashes. He did not know how Brando mastered such terrifying power, but there was no doubt that this young lord from Erewhon had already been listed as one of the people he could not afford to offend. If he had some other thoughts in his heart before, at this moment, he was only willing to serve Brando. Thinking of this, the dark noble from Madara could not help but bow more respectfully. On the other hand, Jana, who was under the roof of the carriage, finally discovered the abnormality outside the carriage. She fell into silence after hearing Mir's words. Then, she recalled the reason why she joined the mercenary group in the first place. This small group was definitely not as ambitious as the youth in front of him. Perhaps it was just to protect themselves, and then there was a bit of admiration for Brendel, as well as respect and gratitude towards his grandfather. As for the future, she did not think too much. In fact, ever since her sister died, she rarely thought about such unrealistic things. But after this battle, she found that everything seemed to be slightly different. She could not tell where this difference came from, but when she saw the sword firmly inserted in her scabbard, the emblem of the white lion on the hilt, and the coat of arms on her breastplate, everything seemed to have an answer. At this time, a strong light suddenly rose outside the carriage. Yuta was slightly stunned and could not help but look in that direction. Where is this place? What's going on outside? This is still the Golden Needle Forest. We are moving in the direction of the Silver Bay coast, Crew replied. As for what's going on outside, I'm afraid you'll have to ask the Lord. Yuta frowned, but did not immediately go out. Instead, she asked, how long have I been unconscious? Not long. My lord, your injuries are quite serious, but under the effect of the holy water, you recovered quickly. It has only been 7 or 8 hours since yesterday. Mare replied. 7 or 8 hours, Then it should be early in the morning now? Yuta was slightly stunned. But why did I feel like it was dusk just now? I thought I was unconscious for the whole day. You can say that. Crew continued. According to the Lord, from now on, the time of a normal person is meaningless to us. He's right. From now on, in the Eastern Metz region, day and night, and even time itself, are meaningless. You might see some strange things later, but don't worry about it. I suggest that you get used to this situation before you prepare for battle. Brendel's voice sounded from outside the carriage. He's right. From now on, in the Eastern Metz region, day and night, and even time itself, are meaningless. You might see some strange things later, but don't mind it. My lord? Yuta asked in confusion. What does that mean? Nothing, Brando replied. You only need to know that a long, long time ago, we called this world the world of Evernight. Here, Martha's laws are no longer applicable. You're tuning into the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.